We back in here. Let's go.
Do you know what I discovered after studying 100? It wasn't their zodiac sign, it wasn't fate, and it certainly wasn't some financial miracle that made them rich. And before you ask, no, they didn't split the bill on the first date. But here's the thing. They all did the exact same things to build their fortunes. And you, my dear, can learn them too. Now, the real question is, do you want to learn? Or do you want to keep pretending that money doesn't bring happiness while your bank account is crying? And since we're talking about suffering, today's enemy is that ridiculous myth that only those born with a silver spoon can become rich. Lies. I mean, it would definitely help, right? But since your family's will doesn't include a private island, you'll have to make money happen with the right strategy. Also, check the first pinned comment for links to products that rich people use, because you can start practicing the lifestyle before even becoming a millionaire. And for the love of my bank balance, subscribe to the channel. That way, you won't lose touch with me and will keep getting all the instructions to build your wealth, with plenty of glam, of course. The secret of rich women. What do they do differently? Let's get one thing straight. No one gets rich by accident. Did you trip over a pile of money today? No? Exactly. But do you know who does? Women who understand how the game works. And before you ask, yes, it's a game. And the rules aren't taught in schools. They're only shared in VIP lounges and Super Bowl suites. Rihanna, the billionaire who was once just a girl in Barbados watching infomercials about children in need, always knew she wanted to be rich. But here's the catch. Wanting isn't enough, darling. If it were, every woman in the Starbucks line would be a millionaire just by wishing for an almond milk latte without having to check their balance first. So what did Rihanna do? She created a beauty brand that saw what no one else did. The beauty industry was ignoring diversity. So she launched Fenty Beauty and, well, billions in the bank. But here's the thing. That wasn't luck. It was strategy. The 100 millionaires I studied didn't get rich because they woke up one day and a check fell from the sky. Did 3 essential things. Chose the right market. Hard work alone isn't enough. You need to work smart. If effort alone made people rich, every waitress in the Hamptons would own a mansion there by now. Built assets, not debt. While many people invest in cars that lose value, rich women buy real estate, stocks, or at least a Chanel bag, which sometimes appreciates more than the stock market. Understood the power of personal branding. Do you think Kim Kardashian is just a pretty face? Honey, she turned every minute of her life into a branding strategy. That's Warren Buffett-level marketing, just with Louboutins. Now comes the painful part. If your bank account isn't growing, something in your plan is failing. But before you panic and buy a sketchy course from someone promising to make you a millionaire in 30 days while they still rent an apartment, ask yourself this. Are you investing in something that generates returns? Or just spending on things that make you feel rich for 10 minutes but broke for the rest of the month? Are you surrounded by people who understand money? Or does your social circle think splitting the bill is a personality trait? Are you positioning yourself as a brand? Or does your online presence still look like a high school yearbook? Here's the raw truth. No one is going to give you permission to be rich. Either you build your fortune, or you spend your life watching it from the sidelines with a glass of cheap wine saying, "One day I'll get there, but with no real plan." Start now. Study profitable markets. Turn your name into a brand. Choose where your money will work for you. And if all else fails, well, marrying a millionaire is still an option. But don't say I suggested it. The first step to becoming rich. Decide that you'll be. There's one thing all millionaire women have in common. And no, darling, it's not a closet full of Hermes bags. That's just a consequence. What they actually share is a decision. A moment when they looked at their lives and said, being broke? God forbid. This happened to Jim Carrey, who wrote himself a $10 million check before he had a single penny in the bank. It happened to Warren Buffett, who, at just 7 years old, was already tired of being poor and decided he was going to build a fortune. It happened to every millionaire woman who now lives between New York and Monaco. The question isn't if you want to be rich. Everyone does. The real question is, have you decided that it's going to happen no matter what? A lot of people dream about being rich. But do you know what most of them do? Nothing. They keep watching reality shows about people who have already made it while complaining about their boss. They keep saying money isn't everything, but spend the entire week stressed out because of it. The difference between those who become rich and those who just watch from the sidelines is simple: action. And here's the catch: action without decision doesn't work. Warren Buffett didn't start with millions. He started selling gum and Coca-Cola. Oprah Winfrey didn't start with a media empire. She started by deciding that she wasn't going to spend her life being just another face in the crowd. Beyoncé? Well, she decided she wasn't going to work for anyone. And now the world works for her. So, are you deciding or just dreaming? Deciding to be rich doesn't mean just saying it while ordering another coffee at Starbucks and hoping your card goes through. It means changing your mindset and behavior. Put a number on your goal. Jim Carrey didn't just say, "I want to make a lot of money." He wrote down $10 million. How much do you want? Be specific. Stop waiting for a miracle. Do you think I woke up rich because the universe conspired in my favor? No, my love. I conspired first. Start acting like rich people do. I'm not saying to go buy a Chanel bag when you can't afford it. I'm saying understand that money needs to be invested, not just spent. This is what every millionaire you know did. They decided, and therefore, they took specific actions. But actions only work if true decision comes first. Now, the real question is, have you written your $10 million check yet? The wealth formula: focus, excellence, and a little glamour. What do Oprah Winfrey, Beyoncé, and Anna Wintour have in common? No, it's not just their billion-dollar bank accounts. And unfortunately, it's not the same plastic surgeon either. Otherwise, I'd already have their contact. What they truly share is something far more valuable: extreme focus on becoming the best at what they do. Now here's the problem. A lot of people want to be rich, but they don't want to be excellent. They want a fortune, but they jump from one idea to another like someone switching diets in the first week. They want a luxury lifestyle, but they don't want to go through the small detail of actually building something. If your current strategy for getting rich includes waiting for a raise, buying a lottery ticket, or signing up for a reality show, well, maybe it's time to recalculate your route. Let's be real. Do you think Oprah woke up one day, sipped on a matcha latte, and suddenly had a $300 million contract on her desk? No, darling. That happened because, since she was 17, she was sharpening the skill that would make her indispensable. This means that while most people her age are bouncing between random jobs, Oprah was building an empire, even if at the time that empire only paid her $100 a week. So, the question isn't, what can I do that will pay me millions? But rather, what can I become the best in the world at? And before you come at me with the classic, "but I'm a multitasker," research shows that people who specialize and focus on one field are 42% more likely to become financially successful than those who try to do a little bit of everything. So, do you want money? Or do you want to keep trying things out indefinitely without ever standing out? Every billionaire woman followed 3 simple but highly ignored steps. They chose a field and dominated it. Oprah chose communication. Rihanna chose fashion and beauty. Kim Kardashian chose marketing. And, let's be honest, a bit of scandal. What they didn't do was jump from one thing to another without commitment. They delivered insane value. Oprah didn't become just another talk show host. She became the talk show host. Rihanna didn't just launch another makeup line. She launched the inclusive makeup line. They charged for it. And they charged a lot. Because when you're the best at something, people will pay whatever it takes to have what only you can offer. Stop asking yourself, "What do I like to do?" And start asking, "What can I do so well that people will pay fortunes for it?" This is what happened with Oprah, Beyoncé, Anna Wintour, and every woman who built an empire. They decided to be the best, and therefore they delivered insane value to the world. But that only works if there's focus first. So the question is, have you chosen what you're going to be a millionaire in? Or are you still trying things out while your bank account suffers? The secret code of millionaire women, what they know that you don't. There's one thing millionaire women know that the rest of the world completely ignores. And no, it's not the secret to the fountain of youth. Unfortunately, that still requires an expensive dermatologist and a good plastic surgeon. What they truly understand is that wealth isn't a coincidence. It's a choice and a strategy. This happened with Jim Carrey, who wrote himself a $10 million check before he had a single penny in the bank. It happened with Warren Buffett, who at just 7 years old realized that selling gum was better than counting his dad's coins. It happened with Rihanna, who, long before becoming a billionaire, already knew the impact she wanted to have on the world. Now, here's the most important question you need to answer. Are you waiting for luck, or are you creating your fortune? A lot of people say they want to be rich, but here's the problem. Wanting isn't enough. If it were, every woman with the Chanel mood board on Pinterest would already be a millionaire. Most people spend their entire lives dreaming about money, but never take a single real step to build it. They want wealth, but are afraid to invest. They want financial independence, but spend their check on things that lose value before they even get home. They want luxury, but act as if money is some mysterious, unsolvable puzzle, as if there aren't books, courses, and podcasts on the subject. Meanwhile, millionaire women do something different. They treat money like a game with clear rules. If you want to be a millionaire, you need to understand that money has a code. A code that Oprah, Rihanna, and Kim Kardashian cracked long before they became rich. And this code has 3 main rules. Set a specific number. Jim Carrey didn't just say, "I want to make a lot of money." He wrote himself a $10 million check. Do you know exactly how much wealth you want? Or are you just wishing for a lot of money in vague terms? Build an asset, not just income. Millionaire women don't trade time for money. They build something that makes money even while they sleep. Beyoncé earns fortunes every time someone plays her music. Rihanna built a brand that sells even while she's just posting pictures on Instagram. Are you building something or just surviving paycheck to paycheck? Play the game smart. Wealth isn't about working more, it's about working better. If physical effort made people rich, every waitress in Beverly Hills would own a mansion next to Kylie Jenner. The reality? Millionaire women don't work more. They work strategically. This is what every millionaire you admire has done. They chose to be rich, so they created a plan. But a plan only works if there's action behind it. So, have you started playing the game? Or are you still waiting for a financial miracle? Rule number 1 to getting rich: decide and never look back. Do you know what separates millionaire women from those who spend their lives calculating whether they can afford extra guac at Chipotle? Decision. Simple as that. Every rich woman you know has made the same decision. I will be a millionaire. Not, it would be nice to be rich. Not, I hope it happens someday. But a real, firm decision. One completely shifts how you see money, work, and most importantly, time. So if you're still in the one day I'll get there phase, we need to talk. If dreaming was enough, every woman who makes a vision board would already be sailing on a yacht in Monaco. But they're not. Why? Because dreaming doesn't pay the bills. What does? Strategic action based on a clear decision. Warren Buffett decided at age 7 that he was tired of being poor and started selling gum. Jim Carrey wrote himself a check before Hollywood even knew he existed. Every self-made millionaire woman built her empire the same way, by deciding first. The real question isn't whether you want to be rich. It's whether you've already decided that you will be. No one starts as a millionaire, unless you're lucky enough to be born an heiress. And if that were the case, I doubt you'd be here right now. But every woman who built her fortune followed a predictable process. Eliminate financial struggle first. The first goal isn't to get rich, it's to stop being broke. Pay off debts. Stop wasting money on things that only make you look rich. Get out of the red before aiming for millions. Set concrete goals. I want to be rich is not a goal. I want to earn my first $100,000 in a year is. I want to invest 20% of my income is. The more specific, the easier to execute. Create multiple income streams. Rich people don't rely on a single paycheck. They have investments, businesses, passive income. You want to be a millionaire, but you're still living off just one paycheck a month? That doesn't add up, darling. Every millionaire you admire has done this. They decided so, they made a plan. But a plan only works if there's real action behind it. So here's the only question that matters. Have you made your decision, or are you still waiting for a financial miracle? Now, you already know what millionaires do to build their fortunes. But let's be honest. Knowing isn't enough, right? There are people who watch fitness videos all day and never work out. The same applies to money. What are you going to do with this information? You can use this to change your life or keep going in circles, watching your paycheck disappear before the month even ends. And speaking of money vanishing into thin air, here's a problem no one talks about. The purchases that keep you trapped in the middle class. You work hard to earn more, but you spend on things that make you look rich instead of becoming rich. A true financial crime. So if you really want to be a millionaire, you need to stop spending like a broke girl trying to impress people. And to fix that, watch my video now. Middle-class purchases that keep you broke and struggling. Find out exactly where your money is disappearing. If you want wealth, glamour, and a bank account full as my closet, subscribe to the channel and hit that like button right now. And of course, in the first pinned comment, you'll find links to rich people's products, because luxury starts in the details. Now tell me in the comments, wealth is a choice if you're ready to play the money game the right way.
That was good. Okay.
Darling, have you noticed how some women seem to live like queens even without having a private jet? The secret isn't in the bank account, it's in the strategy. Duchess Dollars here, and today I'm going to teach you how to live a life of luxury without having to marry a billionaire. Although honestly, I strongly recommend that option. Look, if you, like me, love the smell of money in the morning, but your bank account hasn't gotten the memo yet, don't despair. I've been studying the elite for years, mainly because I am the elite, obviously. While Mr. Millionaire is busy making more millions, I'm here to share my exclusive secrets with you. But before you think, oh, here she comes telling me save on coffee, darling, do you know me? I would never tell you to give up your morning pleasure. The secret is knowing where to save and where to spend, to make it seem like you have much more money than you actually do. So stick with me until the end. Hit that bell, leave your like, and tell me in the comments. Rich now. If you're ready to elevate your standard of living without elevating your bank statement. 1. Define your luxury priorities. Darling, the first rule for living like you're rich without being rich is understanding your personal ROI, return on investment. No, I'm not talking about stock market shares, although you should have some. I'm talking about identifying what really makes you feel abundance. For me, hiring a bi-weekly house cleaner is worth every penny because it gives me time. And time, my love, is the true luxury of the rich. As for getting your nails done every week at the salon, it might not bring you as much joy, so do it at home while watching your favorite reality shows. Paris Hilton didn't start out rich. Wait, yes, she did. Bad example. Taylor Swift, before becoming the billionaire she is today, already knew how to prioritize. She saved in certain areas to invest in her career. And today? Well, today she doesn't need to save on anything anymore. The principle remains the same. Write this down. Make a list of the 5 luxuries that make you happiest. It could be an expensive perfume, an amazing annual trip, or even that spectacular wine for special moments. Concentrate your resources on these items and cut without mercy what doesn't bring you. Remember, truly rich people don't spend on everything. They spend strategically. When you see someone like Emily Ratajkowski wearing a designer bag, know that she probably saved on something nobody sees. True wealth is financial intelligence, not blind ostentation. 2. Frequent luxurious places without spending fortunes. Believe me, darling, you don't need to have a reserved room at the Plaza Hotel to enjoy the energy of wealth. A technique I learned from a friend, who may or may not be the heiress to a retail empire, is to frequent luxurious environments without spending what the rich spend. Reserve a table for afternoon tea at a 5-star hotel. It's much cheaper than dinner, but gives you access to the same sophisticated environment. Or have your morning coffee at the cafe in that exclusive neighborhood instead of going to the Starbucks on the corner. The environment influences your mindset, and you'll absorb the energy of prosperity. Another tip: visit art galleries on open days. They usually serve free champagne, and you can network with influential people. Actress Blake Lively confessed in an interview that before fame, she used this technique to connect with people in the industry. And here's a secret I learned in Aspen. Many luxury hotels have beautiful common areas where you can simply sit and work or read a book. Order a coffee. Yes, it will be expensive, but still cheaper than the daily rate. And enjoy the environment for hours. Nobody questions your presence if you act like you belong there. And remember, posture is everything. Walk as you just park your Bentley at the entrance. 3. Build a strategic wardrobe. My love, you don't need a full closet to look rich, you need an intelligent closet. I learned this by watching documentaries about the late Jacqueline Kennedy, who was known for repeating high-quality pieces instead of having a million mediocre clothes. Invest in 5 to 7 high-quality basic pieces that you can wear for years. A well-cut blazer, a genuine leather bag, it can be second-hand, perfect black pants, classic shoes, and a timeless coat. Mix with cheaper items that look expensive. Quality polyester nowadays can fool even the most trained eye. Designer Carolina Herrera, known for her impeccable elegance, always said it's better to have a few excellent pieces than many mediocre ones. And you know what else? Truly rich people often buy fewer pieces than the middle class, but invest in quality that lasts decades. Trick I learned from celebrity stylists. Look for fabrics with hand feel, the sensation to the touch. Even a simple piece looks luxurious when the fabric is exceptional. And pay attention to details. Buttons, seams, and quality linings instantly elevate any look. Oh, and that secret nobody tells you? Many celebrities rent their clothes for events. Platforms like Rent the Runway allow you to wear a $3,000 dress for a fraction of the price for that important party. 4. Master the art of high-low. Let's talk about the favorite technique of fashion editors. You know when you see Kendall Jenner wearing a basic t-shirt with a Birkin bag? That's what I'm talking about. The idea is to mix an authentic luxury piece with more accessible items. A single designer item elevates the entire look. It could be a watch, a pair of shoes, or in my case, obviously, dazzling jewelry. The rest of the look can easily come from more accessible stores. Vergara, who today has an estimated fortune of confessed in interviews that even now she continues to buy basics at department stores. The difference? She combines them with luxurious accessories. Another strategy: invest in simple black clothes. Black not only slims, always welcome, but expensive than it really is. A well-cut black pant for $50 can easily pass for one worth $500 if the fabric is good and the fit is impeccable. And please learn about adjustments. The secret of celebrities isn't just buying expensive clothes, it's adjusting them perfectly to the body. A $30 piece perfectly tailored to your body will look much more expensive than a $300 piece that fits poorly. Find a good tailor, and they will become your best friend on the path to a millionaire. Hacks for luxury destinations. Darling, nothing screams rich life like photos in exclusive destinations. And I bet you think you need to be an heiress to go to Santorini or the Maldives, right? Wrong. Duchess Dollars has tricks for you. First rule: never ever travel in high season. The most exclusive destinations become up to 60% cheaper in the low season, and you also avoid the crowds. Capri in May or September is just as beautiful as in July, but costs half the price. Second rule: take advantage of credit card points programs like a true expert. I know people, and no, I'm not talking about Mr. Millionaire, who have never paid for an airplane ticket in their lives thanks to points accumulated from everyday spending. Actress Jessica Alba revealed that even with her fortune, she continues to use discount apps for luxury hotels. And speaking of hotels, here's an insider trick. Book the most basic room in a 5-star hotel instead of a better room in a 3-star hotel, and ask for an upgrade at reception. Dress
hold on,
well,
though. We ain't trying to do
smile,
this.
and politely ask if there's a possibility of an upgrade. It works surprisingly well. Another tip: instead of staying 7 days at a very expensive destination, stay 4 days and enjoy it to the maximum. It's better to have a short and luxurious experience than a long and mediocre one. And always research restaurants beforehand. Often, lunch at the best restaurant in town costs half the price of dinner with the same menu and view. 6. High society. Beauty without high expense. Let's be honest. Luminous skin and impeccable hair that socialites display seem to cost the GDP of a small country. But I have news. It doesn't have to be that way. First, identify what's really worth it. For me, a good facial hydration is non-negotiable. But I know how to do my own manicure perfectly well. For you, it might be different. The point is, choose 1 or 2 areas to invest in professionally and learn to do the rest. Here's a secret I learned from celebrity makeup artists. Many of them use drugstore products mixed with some strategic luxury items. Your primer, concealer, and mascara, but invest in a foundation and a good blush. They impact your appearance the most. Actress Margot Robbie admitted to using drugstore lip moisturizer, while Jennifer Aniston, with all her fortune, remained loyal to some drugstore products she's been using since the 90s. Another trick: Many luxury brands have travel-size versions that cost a fraction of the price. You can have authentic Chanel perfume for much less. And speaking of perfumes, nothing screams rich like a sophisticated perfume. This is an item worth investing in as it lasts for months and creates a memorable identity. And for hair, homemade mask once a week and strategic cuts that grow well do wonders. Spacing out trips to the hairdresser is possible when you invest in a good cut that grows maintaining its shape. 7. Cheap entertainment and leisure for less. Darling, rich people know how to have fun, and you can too, without mortgaging your future in the process. Strategy.
I wasn't trying to go here with it. I wasn't trying to go here. All right. This has been a great channel. This has been a very helpful channel as well. Can you guys hear me? Oh boy, hold on. I might have to refresh. Okay. Can you guys hear me? All right. So we're going to go ahead and push it. We're going to take it back to the laws of money. Give me a second. She actually has a podcast. Okay, hold on. Maybe that's how she labeled it. I've never seen. Okay, there you go. Luxury was. Okay, 10 forbidden laws that rich women know. And the harsh truth about luxury. I've actually found it. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's get back into it.
Did you know there is a game being played and nobody explained the rules to you? While you work and the money disappears, there are women out there accumulating wealth using codes that seem obvious, but that nobody teaches to the middle class. I myself spent 23 years of my life without knowing that financial shortcuts existed. I thought getting rich was a matter of luck, birthright, or marrying well. Well, I did marry well, yes, but that I had already started to understand them. And today, here in my living room, with Chanel, my Yorkshire Terrier, sleeping on my lap and a glass of champagne in my hand, I'm going to tell you the 10 laws that changed my financial life. Laws that wealthy women know and that conveniently nobody shares with those who are just starting. Because, darling, the system was designed to keep you exactly where you are, working hard and earning little. Before continuing, if you want to learn to be truly rich, subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and leave that like, because each new subscriber is one more ex-fool in the world. Recently, I was reading about an American entrepreneur named Alex Hormozi. He has interesting concepts about wealth building that, when I adapt them to our American reality, make complete sense. I will use some of his ideas as a foundation, but I will show you how this works here in the United States, with real examples that you know. Law number 1, sell value, not time. This one here was the turning point in my life. When I worked as an intern, I earned by the hour. If I worked 40 hours, I earned X. If I worked 80 hours, I earned 2X. But my time had limit. The day only has 24 hours. Then I had that revelation I told you about. I saw my boss's bank statement and realized she earned in 1 month what my entire family had in total assets. And she did not work twice as many hours as I did. She charged for the value she delivered, not for the time she spent. Think with me. Giselle Bündchen does an hour of work. She charges for the value of her brand. A photo of Giselle is worth millions because it is Giselle, not because she spent 5 hours on set. When you stop selling your time and start selling your value, your income no longer has a ceiling. A beginning lawyer charges by the hour. An expert lawyer charges for the result. He can solve your problem in 15 minutes, but will charge $50,000 because that knowledge is worth it. Today, I charge for consulting amounts that would make my intern version faint. But it is not for the time I spend talking with the client. It is for the 15 years of experience. For the $5,000 I lost in the beginning. For the mistakes I made that she will not need to make. Every Saturday morning, I do my sacred ritual. I grab my gourmet coffee, sit at my mahogany desk, and update my financial spreadsheet. Controlling money is chic, and whoever does not control it is controlled. And at this moment, I evaluate. How much value did I generate? How much time I worked? Law number 2, copy the container, not the content. When I started investing, I did not invent anything. I copied exactly what successful investors did. I read the books they read, studied the strategies they used, followed the step-by-step process. Sam Walton did not invent the supermarket concept with Walmart. He copied already worked and adapted it to rural America. Today, his family is worth billions. Taylor Swift did not invent the singer career, but she took the model that worked, put her personality into it, and built an empire. Success leaves clues. Why would you reinvent the wheel when someone already showed the way? When I see a businesswoman I admire, I study everything about how she prices, how she sells, how she positions herself. Then I take the structure and put my content inside. Use ChatGPT to your advantage. Ask how to set up a business in your niche. Artificial intelligence has access to all accumulated knowledge of humanity. Why would you try to guess on your own?
Look. Take advantage.
Before starting anything new, I call 3 people who have already and ask, what would you do differently? What was your biggest mistake? Where do I start? And you know what I do? I listen. I do not keep defending my brilliant idea. I shut up and learn from those who already paid the price of learning. Law number 3, sell before you build. Do you know what was the biggest mistake I made when I decided to become an entrepreneur for the first time? I spent $5,000, which at the time was a fortune for me, creating a product that nobody bought. I spent months developing, designing, planning. When I finally launched, silence. Do you know why? Because I built something that I thought was incredible, but that the market did not want to pay for. Kylie Jenner did not do that. Before launching her cosmetics brand, she already had millions of followers asking, when are you going to make lipstick? When are you going to make foundation? She sold the idea before manufacturing a single product. When she finally launched, the website crashed from so many people wanting to buy. Huda Katan did the same thing with Huda Beauty. She tested the market, saw that women wanted that style, and only then invested heavily in production. It was not luck, it was strategy. Here is the truth that hurts. Building is not the hard part. The hard part is discovering if someone will buy what you built. So before spending your hard-earned money creating anything, sell first. Make a pre-sale, create a waiting list, test with a cheap prototype. If nobody pays, you saved months of work and money. If they pay, you already have capital to start. I use this principle to this day. Before creating any new content for the channel, I test on social media. I post a poll, a story asking what you want to learn. And only after I see the engagement do I invest time producing. Law number 4, become more valuable. The ability to create value for other people is everything, and it does not need to be something grand. It can be simple. Kim Kardashian became a billionaire entrepreneur because she created value for other women. She showed her life, gave tips, created community, value of that audience, and paid fortunes to her. Bobbi Brown created value by teaching makeup techniques. Simple as that. She took knowledge she had, taught it to other women, and transformed it into a cosmetics empire. You need to ask yourself, what problem do I solve? For whom do I solve it? How can I solve it better? I read 1 book per week. Every Saturday after updating my spreadsheet, I study. It is not just reading, it is really studying. I underline, take notes, rewrite in my own words, think about how to apply it. Because the more I know, the more valuable I become. Broke people have Netflix, rich people have libraries. I have both, but I spend more time with books. The biggest investment you can make is in yourself. Course, book, mentorship, travel to learn, because you will be with yourself for the rest of your life. Every business you start, you take yourself along. So improve yourself first. Law number 5, absolute focus. Oh, this one here is hard truth that nobody wants to hear. You do not have 3 successful businesses. You have 3 mediocre businesses that are preventing you from having $1 billion business. Focus means follow 1 course until successful. Follow 1 path until you have success. Martha Stewart built her empire empire focused on homemaking and lifestyle. She did not wake up one day and decide to open a restaurant, then a gym, then an English school. No, she went deep into one thing only and dominated it. Every time you add a little project, you are tripling your workload because each product needs to be sold, delivered, supported, managed. It is not just one more little thing. It is an entire business competing for your attention. If I look at your bank account and your calendar, I can tell you exactly what your real priorities are. It does not help if you tell me you want to get rich if you do not invest either time or money in learning about money. My Saturday morning ritual is non-negotiable. Every Saturday, without exception, I dedicate 2 hours to controlling my finances. Because wealth is method, not luck, and method requires discipline and focus. If you have a job and a dream of becoming an entrepreneur, I give you the 5 to 9 strategy. From 5 to 9 in the morning, or from 5 to 9 at night, you work on your dream. The rest of the day you work at your job. But do not tell me you do not have time. You have time. Focus is what is lacking. Every time you switch tasks, you lose speed. It is like trying to count from 1 to 26 and recite the alphabet at the same time, alternating 1, A, 2, B, 3, C. Impossible to do fast. If you do everything at once, each one separately, it becomes fast. Define one priority, go deep into it, master it, then move on to the next. Law number 6, find rich clients. It may seem obvious, but most businesswomen go broke because of this. They are afraid to charge a lot. They get stuck with clients who complain about everything, ask for discounts, delay payment, and still leave bad reviews. Do you know what I learned? Clients who pay well are easy clients to deal with. Clients who pay poorly are clients who give you trouble. When Blair Edie from Atlantic Pacific started working with luxury brands instead of mass market brands, her life changed. Fewer clients, more money, more respect. Luxury brands pay well, pay on time, and still treat you as a partner, not a disposable supplier. I myself made this transition. In the beginning, I accepted any freelance work, any client. Today, I choose who I work with, and I charge accordingly. Result? I work less, earn more, and sleep peacefully. Every 6 months, I raise my prices, always. Because I improved, because the world got more expensive, because I deserve it. And you know what happens? Good clients stay, bad ones complain and leave. Perfect. More room for good clients. If you're afraid to raise your price because you think you will lose clients, let me ask you a question. Have you improved in the last 6 months? Yes. Has everything gotten more expensive in the last 6 months? Yes. Have you raised your price? No. You are working for free client. Law number 7, make someone else rich first. When I was 23 years old, an intern earning peanuts, I discovered a liberating truth. You do not need your own product to make money. You just need to connect someone's product with the right buyer. It was exactly like this that my husband, Mr. Millionaire, started accumulating wealth. He sold high-end real estate without owning a single property in his name. He connected investors with opportunities and kept the commission. Simple as that. Ramit Sethi from I Will Teach You to Be Rich started giving financial consulting before having a course book, before having a huge platform. He sold his knowledge, helped companies organize their finances, and earned from it. You can
Hold on, y'all. I want to put this. I want to record this on my motherfucking chat GPT. Hold on.
accumulating wealth. He sold high-end real estate. Make someone else rich first.
Go back a little bit more.
Rich first. When I was 23 years old, an intern earning peanuts, I discovered a liberating truth. You do not need your own product to make money. You just need to connect someone's product with the right buyer. It was exactly like this that my husband, Mr. Millionaire, started accumulating wealth. He sold high-end real estate without owning a single property in his name. He connected investors with opportunities and kept the commission. Simple as that. Ramit Sethi from I Will Teach You to Be Rich started giving financial consulting before having a course, before having a book, before having a huge platform. He sold his knowledge, helped companies organize their finances, and earned from it. You can do this today. Is there a company needing to sell more? Offer your sales services on commission. Do you know someone who needs a service that you know who offers? Make the connection and charge for it. In America, we call it referral fees, but it is actually a business model. I myself do this all the time. Refer personal shoppers, I refer interior decorators, I refer financial consultants. And when the work closes, I earn my percentage. Why? Because I brought the client. My network has value. If you are good at selling, darling, look for companies that are growing fast and offer your services. Dave Ramsey has an entire team of affiliates selling his courses. They earn fortunes just selling products that are not even theirs. Law number 8, action before perfection. This one hurts because I see women every day planning, and never starting. They stay there taking course after course, reading book after book, waiting for the perfect moment. Do you know when the perfect moment is? Never. Emma Chamberlain did not wait to have millions of perfectly engaged followers to launch her coffee brand. She launched, tested, adjusted. The first version was not perfect, but it was launched.
Hold on, y'all. This is so good. I end up having to kind of put on my chat GTP. My chat GTP act like you don't want to. They don't want to do nothing. Ah, fuck it. Chat GTP on some bullshit. We'll catch it another day. All right, hold on, y'all. Go ahead and go up live. Okay, this is some great insight, y'all.
And today, millionaire entrepreneur. Casey Neistat started his YouTube channel with basic equipment and terrible production quality. But he started. Today, empire in the world of content creation. I lost $5,000 on my first investment because I entered without real was doing. Did it hurt?
Yeah.
It hurt a lot. But do you know what I did? I studied more and tried again. This $5,000 multiplied by 100 later. My life motto is, start before you are ready. If you are not dying of embarrassment from your first version, you waited too long. I myself, when I started this channel, recorded horrible videos. The editing was amateur, the lighting was bad, I froze in front of the camera, but I posted anyway, because each bad video taught me how to make the next one better. Fear gives bad advice. Fear says, wait a little longer, study a little more, it is not ready yet. But fear is just false evidence appearing real. Like doing something, do it in that moment, before your brain convinces you otherwise. I make decisions quickly and execute even faster. While people are preparing to start, I have already started, and I'm already correcting the course. Law number 9, enter bigger rooms. At 28 years old, I made one of the most important decisions of my life. I started attending events I could not afford. Literally. I saved money, bought tickets to investor conferences, charity dinners, art auctions. People looked at me and thought, who is this girl? I felt like an imposter. But do you know what happened? I met a millionaire at one of those events. I met people who referred me for the first expensive consultancies I did. I learned how rich people think just by staying quiet and observing. Olivia Palermo did not wake up rich, but she was always in the right places. She went to prestigious schools, frequented luxury environments, surrounded herself with people who had the lifestyle she wanted. Today, married to a successful businessman, entrepreneur, magazine-worthy life. If you want to grow, you need to be where people who have already grown are. You cannot stay at the same bar, with the same friends, complaining about the same things and expect different results. I have already moved cities 3 times in my life, always seeking better people, and each move took me to a level above. Do you want practical advice? Go to the restaurant of the most expensive hotel in your city and order a coffee. Just a coffee. Observe who is there, how they dress, how they speak, how they behave. You will learn more in 1 hour than in a year watching Netflix. By the way, about finding a millionaire, golf clubs, polo matches, charity events, restaurants, and expensive hotels, that is where they are. If you've been on Tinder, darling, already started wrong. Law number 10, the 300% law. This last law is about mindset, and it may sound like coach talk, but listen, everything starts in your head. When I was a teenager and skateboarded, I wanted to go down a giant flight of stairs. I tried 100 times and could not do it, until an older skateboarder told me, you cannot do it because you do not believe you can. I see you approach and hesitate. 1 week later, visualized, believed I was going to succeed, and I succeeded on the first try. 100% clarity. You know exactly what you want. 100% belief. You believe it is possible for you. 100% of the time. You maintain this vision always. not just when you are motivated. Most people have clarity, they know they want to be rich, but they do not have belief. Deep down, they do not believe they deserve it, that they are capable, that it is possible for them. And look, this part about deserving is fundamental. You will never earn 1 cent more than you think you deserve. If you do not feel worthy of wealth, you will sabotage every attempt to get rich. That is why I say, go shopping at your dream stores. Go to the Ferrari showroom even without having money to buy. Enter the Chanel store and try on the bag. Go to the open house of that mansion. Why? Because you need to feel what it is like to have that. You need to believe that it can be yours. When you act as if you have already conquered it, you create from the energy of abundance, not scarcity. I still keep the remote control from the first big TV I bought, the receipt from the first million I made, the first designer bag I bought with money from my work. Why? Because they remind me that it was possible. And if it was possible once, it is possible again, bigger. When you understand that you can be rich, you will understand that you can do anything. Poverty is a mental state, and mental state can be changed more easily than marital status. And look, I have already changed both. Speaking of looking rich, there is something I need to tell you, because it does no good for you to have money in the bank if you do not know how to present yourself, how to behave, how to enter a room and be treated with respect. I am an affiliate of an incredible course that teaches exactly this. Look rich without spending much. And no, I did not create the course, but I recommend it with my eyes closed because it is about the codes that rich women use and that make all the difference. Do you know why I entered that event at 28 years old and met Mr. Millionaire? Because I looked like I belonged in that place. I had studied how rich women dress, how they speak, how they carry themselves, and that opened doors. The course is at promotional launch value now because the classes are being released gradually. When the course is complete, the value will rise to full price, without discount. It is that story. Opportunity knocked on the door. Either you open it now or it goes away. The link is in the description. Worth every penny, I guarantee you. Because a woman who knows how to present herself is a woman who is taken seriously. And being taken seriously is the first step to having access to opportunities that change lives. Now, recapping everything we saw today because I want you to leave here and apply these laws. Law 1, sell before you build. Test your idea with the market before spending time and money. Law 2, make someone else rich first. You do not need your own product to make money. You just need to connect people. Law 3, sell value, not time. Your knowledge and experience are worth much more than your hours. Law 4, find rich clients. Clients who pay well are clients who give less trouble. Law 5, enter bigger rooms. You need to be where people who already arrived where you want to go are. Law 6, become more valuable. Invest in yourself, always. You are the only investment that goes with you everywhere. Law 7, copy the container, not the content. Do not reinvent the wheel. Adapt what already works. Law 8, action before perfection. Start before you are ready and adjust the path as you walk. Law 9, absolute focus. One thing done well is worth more than 3 mediocre things. Law 10, the 300% law. Clarity, belief, and consistency. The 3 together create your reality. These laws are not secrets locked away. They are available. People like Alex Hormozy have been talking about concepts like this for years in the international market. The difference is that nobody translates this to our American reality of women who want to leave the middle class and build real wealth. I use these principles to go from an intern earning peanuts to an entrepreneur with millions in assets. And you can use them too. It does not matter if you are starting from zero, if you are in debt, if you think it is already too late. It is not too late. It is exactly the right time. If you made it this far, leave in the comments the phrase clarity, belief, and consistency. And tell me which of these 10 laws impacted you the most. Which one will you start applying today? And if you want more content like this, subscribe to the channel and leave that like. Each like shows me that you are committed to your financial transformation, and that motivates me to continue bringing these indigestible truths that nobody has the courage to say. Remember, you were not born rich, but that does not mean you need to die poor. The game has rules. Now you know the rules. Play to win. See you in the next video, darling. And do not forget, Monday is the new Friday when you work at what you love and earn what you deserve. Kisses of millions, Duchess Dollars.
I'm trying to see if I can see Duchess Dollar actually on the camera. Maybe she had another name. I don't know. Alright, getting to the next video. It should display.
Did you know that the German luxury market was worth 900 billion euros in 2024? And guess who's footing the bill? That's right, you. The one who works like crazy to buy that Louis Vuitton bag that will put you in debt for 6 months. I am the Duchess of Dollars, and today I'm going to tell you the brutal truth about luxury. It was created to keep you poor while others get rich. Why don't the real rich buy these things? Have you ever noticed that Elon Musk, my secret crush, which Mr. Millionaire doesn't need to know, always wears the same basic black t-shirt? Warren Buffett, my personal friend, has been driving a regular car for years. Bill Gates wears a $20 watch. Why do you do that? Because if you're really rich, you don't have to prove anything to anyone. The money in your account speaks for itself. Who buys a Rolex for 50,000 euros? The bank branch manager who wants to impress his customers. Who buys a 20,000 euros bag? The lawyer who wants to show everyone that she has money. These people are trapped in what I call the theater of wealth. They work to maintain an image, not to build wealth. The system is designed to keep you in the vicious cycle of poverty. You work 40, 50, 60 hours a week to buy things that tell the world that you are not a zero. But the truth is, it is not you who is really getting rich. It is the owner of Louis Vuitton, of Hermes, of Gucci. You are paying for the yacht of the brand owner's daughter while financing your bag in 12 installments. Online sales of personal luxury goods in the country grew by 261% between 2019 and 2024. Do you know why? Because it has become easier to get into debt. Now you don't even have to leave the house to overdraw your credit card for a bag. And the worst part is that 53% of high-income German consumers plan to increase their spending on experiences like restaurants and hotels. That
Duchess Dollar is the character. I just read the about section. I want to add it to something that was said here. A lot of people are against AI, but everybody needs to get very acquainted with AI. Okay? Everybody needs to get acquainted with AI. Everyone needs to get acquainted with AI because AI is the very thing that, is being utilized right now. And people are paying those people. So take advantage while you can. AI is used as writer's assistants. AI is a topic that is talked about even in screenwriting class. AI is a big topic, whether you want to face it or not. They're like, people are using AI as their personal writer's assistant. And it's okay to do that. Here's the thing. It's okay to do that. People are writing their books with AI, and it's okay to do that. Because it's like, as your personal writing assistant, it's like, it's okay to do that. Utilize what you can. You can use AI to write a business plan. You can use AI for a lot of things. Utilize it.
That means the rich spend on experiences, while the poor spend on products to look rich. The difference is that experiences enrich your life. Products enrich the brand owner. My own journey from naive to millionaire. I grew up dreaming of that little Louis Vuitton bag that my rich friends from high school had. I wanted to have designer notebooks like them, but I had the ones from the discount store. I wanted to have several pairs of sneakers, but I only had a few. My dream purchase was an iPhone. I never managed to have one. My parents worked like crazy to give me a good education, but always with financial constraints that bothered me deeply.
Okay, this must be the beginning.
I knew that I didn't want to live like that forever. When I started working, I made the same mistake as everyone else. I spent my first few salaries trying to catch up on everything I couldn't have as a teenager. Result: I remained poor, only now poor with a designer bag.
There's so many images.
The turning point came when I stopped spending my money to impress people I barely knew and started investing to impress my bank statement. You know that coworker who makes the same salary as you but parades around with a new designer bag every month? She works for the most perfect financial slavery system ever invented. And the worst part is, she thinks she's moving up in life. Honey, I used to be that naive person. When I was years old,
Oh shit.
working as an intern, I happened to see my boss's bank statement. She had more money in her checking account than my entire family had in assets. When I realized that I knew absolutely nothing about money, I only knew how to spend it. The straw that broke the camel's back was when a friend took me to McDonald's and asked me to split the 15 euros bill. Right there, at the counter, I broke up with him and decided that I would never again accept less than I deserved. Because, honey, if you accept being with a man who splits the McDonald's bill, you've already lost half of your financial dignity. Speaking of investing in yourself, I have to tell you about an opportunity I recently discovered. The course, Get Rich Without Spending Much, has an introductory price as the lessons are released gradually. Once the course is complete, the price will increase to full price with no discount. And look, this course teaches you the exact visual, behavioral, and social codes of truly wealthy women, because there's a difference between being rich and looking rich, spending little, and being poor and looking rich, spending a lot. This course teaches you the first option. It can completely change how you are perceived and treated in the world. If you want to know how to have millionaire elegance without needing a millionaire budget, now is the time. The link is in the description. The cruel psychology behind luxury marketing. Luxury brands don't sell products. They sell a cruel promise. Buy this and you'll matter. But that's a lie. You'll matter to the salesperson who used your credit card to reach their monthly goal. 33% of high-income German consumers prefer to buy from companies that have a clear purpose. Do you know what the clear purpose of luxury brands is? To keep you buying. Their purpose is not to make you happy, but to make you a compulsive shopper. They study your insecurities better than you do. They know exactly where to push to get you to open your wallet. It's like that toxic ex-boyfriend who knew exactly what to say to get you back. Only now it's a brand that does what it does with your money. The 4 golden rules to get out of this trap. Rule number 1. Stop buying status. Start buying wealth. That 10,000 euros bag isn't going to make you any income. 10,000 euros invested correctly will bring you dividends every month. Second rule. If you can't afford to, you can't afford any. This is a rule I learned by observing how the truly rich think. If you have to finance, it's beyond your financial means. Third rule. Buy quality, not brand. There's a difference between good stuff and expensive stuff. A genuine leather piece from a national brand can last longer and cost less than an imported one full of logos. Fourth rule. Invest in your ability to make money before you invest in your appearance. Coursework, specialization, networking, this will change your financial life forever. The difference between true luxury and wishful luxury. The German luxury market is expected to grow by 6 to 8% per year until 2030, when it could reach a turnover of 133 billion euros. Do you know where this money will come from? From the middle class who want to look rich. True luxury is having a choice. It's being able to buy or not buy without it affecting your peace of mind. Wishful thinking is going to debt to maintain an image. Real luxury is waking up at 10 a.m. because you want to, not because you have to. Wishful thinking is buying the most expensive alarm clock in the store, waking up at 5 a.m., going to work and paying your installment.
I'm so used to playing
Real
music.
luxury is traveling to South Africa whenever you feel like it.
Girl, who the fuck wanna do that?
Wishful thinking is posting a photo on SL with your credit card and spending the rest of the year paying for it. How do you know if you're trapped? You're in the luxury trap if you buy things to show off on social media, not to use. You feel anxious when you can't buy something that everyone else is using. You justify purchases by saying it's an investment when it's really an expense. You pay for luxury items in more than 3 installments. You have more brand name products than money in your bank account. If you identify with at least 2 of these points, my dear, you're being used by the system. Women like Heidi Klum, Diane Kruger, Ursula von der Leyen. They understood that beauty and financial intelligence go hand in hand. They didn't get rich by buying luxury. They got rich by selling other women the dream of luxury. Steffi Graf built an empire. They all understood that it's better to be on the side of those who sell the dream than those who buy it. Only 24% of Germans are considered conscious consumers. The other 76% are manipulated by emotional marketing. How to get out of the vicious circle. To get out of this trap, you have to ask 3 questions before every purchase. Will this make me richer or poorer? Am I buying for myself or to impress others? If the answers are poor to impress others and no, you're about to fall into the trap. The truth is, you weren't born rich, but you don't have to die paying the minimum on your credit card. If you're tired of paying for groceries in 6 installments, this video is your cry for help. Every Saturday morning, I grab my gourmet coffee and sit down to update my financial spreadsheet. I enter everything I've spent during the week to keep my track up to date. Wealth is a method, my dear, because tracking money is chic and those who don't track will be tracked. This ritual saved me from becoming naive again. When you see on paper where your money goes, it becomes impossible to deceive yourself. You can't pretend that this bag was necessary when you see that you have invested the money and had passive income forever. The truth about status in today's Germany. Percent of Germans maintain the habit of treating themselves and have started to include short-term consumption categories in their indulgence list. That is, people even buy rice in installments and think it's a reward. The German has become a specialist in transforming necessity into indulgence. They buy expensive shampoo and call it self-care. They buy clothes and call it investing in professional appearance. All to justify what is basically just consumerism in disguise. When you understand that you can be rich, you will understand that you can do anything. Poverty is a state of mind, and a state of mind can be changed more easily than marital status. Trust me, I went through 3 husbands to prove this theory. Since we are talking about financial traps, I have to talk about betting and gambling. I only gamble if the prize is a millionaire husband or a private island.
I see.
Otherwise, my dear, I prefer to bet on myself. The difference between me gambling and you gambling is that I play with other people's money. If I lose, tough luck for Mr. Millionaire. The only casino that interests me is the one in Monte Carlo. Because there, if you lose, at least you lose with class, champagne and a Dior dress. You want to play the lottery? Honey, you already lost when you were born poor. You now have to play the entrepreneurship game. Mobile games are entertainment for those who haven't learned yet that the greatest stroke of luck is a stable connection with someone from Forbes. Honey, I went from a middle-class girl who cried because she didn't have a branded backpack to a millionaire woman who teaches others how to conquer the financial independence. This transformational journey was made possible through education, strategy, and a lot of determination. If I managed to become a millionaire, any intelligent and determined woman can do it too.
Okay.
It's a matter of method,
We
not
are
luck.
experiencing repetition
It's
here.
never too late to stop being naive. Be an ex-naive and follow my advice. Stop funding other people's dreams and start building your own empire. If you want to learn how to be truly rich and not just cosplay as a rich person with your fake bags out there, subscribe to the channel and activate the bell. Leave a like if you want to be more successful in life and stop being held hostage by luxury marketing. Let's do a review of what we learned today. Luxury was created to keep you poor while enriching those who sell it to you. Real rich people don't buy status, they buy wealth. And the only way out of this trap is to stop working to maintain an image and start working to build wealth. Comment below. I'd rather cry rich if you enjoyed the video and committed to stop falling into the traps of consumerism. Remember, my love, when you understand that you can be rich, you will understand that you can do anything. Win in life like I did.
Have you ever stopped to think about why some women manage to break the cycle of mediocrity, while others continue making the same choices that keep them stuck? I discovered something devastating. Poor women get addicted to habits that drag them down, while wealthy women get addicted to behaviors that elevate them. The difference between you having money or dying paying credit card minimums is not about your salary. It is about your emotional addictions. Pay attention, because this is where you decide whether you stay broke or not. I am Duchess Dollars. I am 35 years old with the face of a 20-year-old, and I have been on both sides of this coin. I have cried at the bank because I did not know how to pay the bills. Literally cried in line, wearing jeans that were 3 years old and a purse that pretended to be leather. Today I choose which private jet to take to Europe, while Chanel, my Yorkshire, wears a collar more expensive than some minimum wages. And if you are tired of financing rice at the grocery store, you need to understand that wealth is not luck. It is a series of positive addictions that you need to develop. If you want to learn how to be rich, leave a like on this video and subscribe to the channel by activating notifications. Because today I am going to reveal the 5 most powerful addictions of millionaire women that I have compiled based on recent international research. Habit 1. They get addicted to controlling their own money. Write this down because not even your favorite coach will tell you this. Wealthy women are obsessed with knowing exactly where every penny goes. Research shows that successful people dedicate weekly time to reviewing their finances. I have my secret ritual. Every Saturday morning, I take my gourmet coffee in a cup that costs more than some daily salaries. Open my expense spreadsheet and update every penny that came in and went out. Wealth does not start in the bank account. It starts in the spreadsheet. But you? Jesus multiplied the loaves, but you multiply bills.
Podcast, playing day and night. This is the steady length, speaking directly to the substance of your life. And this conversation is the contract, the sacred agreement that dictates what you will allow, what you will receive, and what the world, in its perfect, unwavering obedience, reflects back to. It is the most powerful law in your universe. It operates largely unseen. Like the roots of a great and ancient tree, it holds everything in place, drawing its life from the very soil of your mind. You have been living by this law every moment of every day. And today, you are being invited to finally read the terms of your own contract, to pick up a pen with a steady, reverent hand, and to consciously, lovingly rewrite it all. This is not a lesson in wishing. It is a remembrance of your own creative power, a reclamation of the sacred architecture of your reality. The great spiritual teacher Florence Scovel-Shinn saw this truth with crystalline clarity. She taught that the subconscious mind is a faithful servant, a tireless builder who takes our deepest convictions as its blueprint. It does not argue. It does not judge. It simply builds. It takes the images we hold most dear, the words we repeat in the silence of our hearts, the feelings we inhabit as truth, and it constructs the very framework of our days, our relationships, our health, our substance. As she would say, the subconscious mind has no sense of humor. It takes you at your word. It materializes the exact pattern you hand to it. And this, my dear one, is the truth that will set you free. This is where the great mystery of your life begins to unravel. This is where you find the key. For so many of us, especially as women, have been taught to hand this faithful servant a blurred, apologetic, and uncertain blueprint. We have been conditioned our desires to ask for just enough to frame our most sacred dreams in the soft, hazy language of someday, and I hope so. We say to the universe, I would love a beautiful relationship. And so the universe, in its infinite and precise obedience, brings us a string of almost beautiful connections. The kind man, but unavailable. The loving partner, but uncommitted. The idea of love, but never its grounded, solid, everyday presence. The blueprint was for love, a vague and formless concept. The servant built accordingly. We say, I just want to be financially comfortable. And so we experience a life of just getting by. A month where the bills are paid, but there is nothing left for joy. A surprise expense that erases a tiny savings. A constant, low-grade hum of anxiety that keeps us in a state of just enough. The blueprint was for comfort, a relative and undefined state. The structure built is one of perpetual balancing, never true, expansive, overflowing abundance. And when it comes to money, this law of belief operates with the stark, unwavering precision of mathematics. Money is not a shadow that drifts without identity. It is not a fickle god to be appeased or a prize to be won through struggle. It is a current, a living vibration of divine energy, a symbol of life's infinite substance. It flows exactly where it is given a clear and welcoming channel. That is the core teaching we must anchor ourselves in today. Your supply does not respond to neediness. It does not answer to desperation. It answers to clarity. It responds to the one who has the courage to call it by its name. Most of the world cries out into the void, "I need more money." But what, my dear, is more? To this faithful, literal servant of your subconscious, more could be a coin found gleaming on the pavement. It could be a forgotten dollar in a coat pocket. It could be a 10% off coupon in the mail. The law of supply is not sentimental. It is exact. It delivers with mathematical precision what is pictured, decreed, and held in the unwavering focus of your mind. If the picture is blurred, the result will be blurred. If the decree is a whisper, the result will be a whisper. I must tell you this truth, and I want you to let it land in your heart without shame, without judgment, but with the liberating force of a long-awaited revelation. You have not been denied. You have not been overlooked by God or by life. Your decree has simply been too faint, your blueprint too smudged for the law to read it clearly. The universe, that great and loving intelligence, is waiting. It is leaning in, listening for you to speak the number, to form the picture, to claim the substance of your good, as though it were already resting in the palm of your hand. In the invisible, infinite storehouse of spirit, there are divine patterns, molds for every conceivable form of good. Molds for health, for joy, for love, and yes, molds for wealth. There are molds for $100, for 1,000, for 100,000, for millions. Each mold already exists, perfectly formed, shimmering in the ether, waiting for the one who will have the courage and the clarity to pick it up with the hand of faith and say, with quiet, unshakable conviction, this one is mine. This is not a game of greed. Let us release that old, tired story right now. This is the game of clarity, a sacred practice of divine alignment. If you were commissioning a beautiful gown, you would give the dressmaker your exact measurements. You wouldn't say, "Oh, just make something that sort of fits." You would do so with the joyful expectation that the final garment will be a perfect reflection of your vision, made just for you. In the very same way, you must give the law your exact size in thought, so that your supply may fit your need, your dream, your vision, without waste, without lack, and without delay. And this brings us to a profound and empowering moment of awareness, a turning point in your journey. You are already using this law. Breathe that in for a moment. Let it settle. You are not learning a new skill. You are waking up inside a power you have been wielding your entire life. Every circumstance you find yourself in right now, the state of your finances, the quality of your relationships, the health of your body, is a perfect manifestation of a past belief, a flawless construction from an old blueprint. This is not cause for blame. Listen to me. This is cause for celebration. Because if you have been a master creator of circumstances from a place of unconscious, inherited, and fearful belief, imagine what you can create now from a place of conscious, loving, and deliberate choice. You are the architect. You have always been the architect. The servant has simply been building from the plans you've been handing over without realizing it. And this, my dear one, is the truth. Today, you walk into the design studio of your own soul. You unroll a fresh, clean sheet of paper, and you begin to draw, not from the memory of what has been, but from the vision of what is divinely possible. You are not broken. You are simply waking up at the drafting table. So how do we begin to draw this new, clear, and sacred blueprint? How do we learn to speak this language of clarity so that the universe can finally deliver our order, complete and perfect? We begin with 3 simple sacred steps. Not complicated rituals, but gentle, consistent practices that repattern the soil of the mind, making it fertile for the seeds of impossible abundance. The first step, the sacred naming. You must give your desire a name. You must be specific. Step out of the shadows of vague asking and stand in the clear, illuminating light of divine specificity. If you require a certain sum of money, you must name that sum. Not as a desperate plea, not as an arrogant demand, but as a calm, clear statement of spiritual fact. Let go of the fear that being specific is somehow limiting God or that it is selfish. Specificity does not limit God, it directs God. It gives the infinite, formless energy of abundance a channel to flow through, a form to take in your world. Think of it like this. You are standing before a faithful, loving servant, ready to go into the boundless storehouse of God to fetch whatever you request. If you leave the request form blank, the servant must stand still, unable to act on your behalf. If you write, "Bring me something nice," the servant is confused. But if you write, "Bring me $5,000 under grace and in perfect ways," the servant now has a clear directive. The mission is set. The power is in motion. The law has given its assignment. So, I invite you now, in the quiet of your own heart, to get clear. What is the amount? What is the sum that would meet your needs, fund your dream, clear your debts, and give you the beautiful, expansive peace of knowing you are utterly supported? Do not consult your bank account. Do not look at your past earnings. Those are artifacts of an old blueprint. Look instead into the truth of your desire, the truth of your divine inheritance. Perhaps it's $12,400 to cover your rent and expenses with ease, so you can breathe again. Perhaps it's $10,000 to invest in your soul's work, to finally bring your gift into the world. Perhaps it's $50,000 for a down payment on a home, a sanctuary for you and for those you love. Whatever the number is, let it form in your mind. Write it down, speak it, and as you do not tremble, do not flinch. Faith does not measure by present resources. Faith measures by God's resources, and those have no limit. The only limit is the size of the mold you choose to hold. If you hold a thimble of belief, a thimble is what will be filled. But if you hold a bucket, a vault, a treasury in your mind, heaven itself will see that it overflows. This is your first sacred act, to name your good. The second step, the inner blueprint. Once the amount has been named, you must now give it a face, a form, a living presence in the invisible theater of your mind. The law does not respond to abstract numbers. It responds to pictures. It responds to patterns. A named sum with no mental image is a seed with no soil. It cannot take root. You must place that sum inside an image so clear, so vivid, that if I were to ask you to describe it, you could tell me its texture, its weight, its color, the way the light hits it. This is not a frivolous daydream. This is the holy work of creation. You are building the mold that the substance of the universe must now rush to fill. Close your eyes for a moment. See the amount. See it written on a check in beautiful, clear ink made out to you. See your name spelled perfectly. See the numbers, bold and strong. See the signature of the divine paymaster, or see it printed in your online bank account. See the balance and notice how the screen seems to glow with a light of its own. Feel the wave of peace, of gratitude, of sheer relief that washes over you as you look at it. Perhaps you see it in crisp, fresh notes, fanned out on your kitchen table. Feel the texture of the paper. Smell the scent of newness. Imagine bundling it, counting it, knowing it is yours. Here and now, to use for your good. You must sharpen this picture every single day. Look at it in the morning when you first awaken. before the world's chorus of doubt can begin. Look at it at night, just before you drift to sleep, letting it be the final truth your subconscious mind works on as you rest. This picture becomes your North Star. Let no contradictory image take its place. When a bill arrives, see it stamped paid. When you look in your wallet, see it full. The law works with the image you hold most firmly, most consistently, most lovingly. Remember what Florence taught. Faith is not hoping something might happen. Faith is living in the picture as if it has already happened. You are not creating from nothing. You are simply calling into sight what already exists for you in the invisible. So do not say, I hope it comes. That is a picture of waiting, of uncertainty. Say and see, I have it now. I see it now. It is here. That is a picture of possession. The more real this picture becomes in your mind, the more tangible, the more you can feel its weight and see its light, the sooner it will find your address, the sooner it will ring your doorbell, not as a hope, but as an answer, in the form of opportunity, of payment, of a divine and perfect surprise. The third step, the current of creation. You have named the sum, you have painted the picture. Now you must breathe life into it. A picture without feeling is a house without warmth, a perfectly built structure, but no one is home. It is a ship with a flawless sail, but no wind to move it. Feeling is the divine current. It is the holy wind. It is the breath of God that turns the blueprint into a living, breathing reality. The law does not just read your thoughts. It feels the vibration behind them. It responds to the energy you are emitting. This is why you must clothe your mental picture in the living, breathing fabric of gratitude, of joy, of absolute certainty. When you see your named sum in your mind's eye, allow your heart to respond as if the money has already physically arrived. Feel the shift in your body. Feel your shoulders drop away from your ears. Feel the tension release from your jaw. Feel a gentle, expansive warmth bloom in the center of your chest. This feeling, this vibration of already having, is the seal upon your decree. It is the magnetic force that draws the manifestation from the unseen into the seen. It tells the universe with undeniable clarity, the mold is ready, it is time to fill it. Florence often said, you cannot receive with clenched fists. A fearful heart, an anxious mind, a spirit of grasping and desperation. These are clenched fists around your desire. They grip it so tightly that the blessing cannot enter. You must consciously open your hands, soften your heart, and let the joy of possession flood your being right now. Feel the profound comfort of your bills being paid. Feel the sweet, expansive relief of your needs being met and your dreams being funded. Feel the freedom, the lightness, the sheer delight of it. The language of divine law is not need, it is joy. You do not manifest because you are desperate. You manifest because you are aligned with the divine, joyful, ever-expanding rhythm of abundance. When you feel joy, you become magnetic. When you feel certainty, you become irresistible to your good. And this sacred feeling must find its voice. Your spoken word is the final, powerful act that breathes spirit into form. It is the trumpet that signals the invisible army of circumstances to march on your behalf. When the Word was with God in the beginning, it was not a silent thought. The Word was spoken, and worlds took form. You too must speak if you wish to see your world reshaped. So speak your amount aloud. Say it clearly, as you would call a dear friend from across a field. Let your voice carry not the weak tone of wishing, but the firm, calm, loving tone of one who knows the one they call will hear and will come. Let these words become your sacred mantra, your affirmation of truth. By divine right, under grace and in perfect ways, your specific amount now comes to me. I give thanks that it is here. I am a divine magnet for your specific amount, which is mine now, and which I use for my highest good and the good of all. My supply is infinite, and your specific amount is now drawn to me from the universal storehouse of God. Declare it in the morning. Whisper it at night. Speak it when you feel a wave of fear. Let the sound of your own voice, declaring your truth, become the antidote to every old story of lack. Let it become as natural to you as your own breath. This is the Holy Trinity of creation, a clear name, a vivid picture, and a joyful feeling, all activated by the spoken word. Now, as you begin this beautiful sacred practice, you must be prepared for the shift. When you begin to change the inner blueprint, the outer world may at first seem resistant. This is normal. This is a sign that your work is taking hold. When you plant a new garden, you must first pull the old weeds. For a time, the soil can look messy, overturned, chaotic. You might feel a surge of your old fears. You might hear the voices of past failures. You might look at your current reality and feel a painful dissonance. Do not be discouraged. Listen closely, my dear. This is the turning of a great ship in the sea. There is resistance. There is churn before it finds its new true course. See this discomfort not as a sign of failure, but as proof that you are powerful. You are disturbing the old patterns. You are shaking the foundations of a reality built on lack, and that is a momentous, courageous act. During this time, your only work is to remain faithful to your new blueprint. When a rival thought appears, a thought of how or when, or it's not possible, you must do what Florence called erasing it. Do not fight it. Do not wrestle with it. Simply, gently, and firmly replace it. If you catch yourself saying, "I can't afford that," stop. Take a breath. And replace it immediately with, "My supply is endless, and all that I require comes to me now." You must become single-minded. The universe does not punish you for a moment of doubt. It holds no record of your mistakes. But it is a perfect mirror. It is a faithful servant. It simply aligns with your most dominant instruction. The law does not negotiate. It reflects. So make your instruction one of wealth, of ease, of clarity, of unshakable faith. Keep the call alive. Keep watering the seed. Keep the lantern lit in the window, a bright and steady beacon that your good cannot miss. And finally, you must strip away the vibration of waiting. The law responds to frequency of now, not someday. If you keep saying, "My money will come," you are placing it forever on the horizon, and the horizon, by its very nature, always recedes as you move toward it. You must begin to speak and act from the place of its arrival. This is not pretending, it is aligning. You are announcing the truth before your physical eyes can perceive it. Prepare your life for the money you have named. Clean out your wallet. Balance your checkbook. Plan what you will do with the funds. Take actions that say to the universe, "I am ready. There is a space here for this blessing, and I am making it welcome." Walk as though your supply is already in your hand. Give thanks for it as if it were already spent and enjoyed. Let every breath you take affirm, "It is here, it is done." For you have spoken its arrival into the very moment you stand in. You are not broken, my dear one. You are not flawed or forgotten. You are simply remembering the original language of your soul, the language of creation itself. You have learned that your wealth is born first in the unseen, in the sacred chambers of your own consciousness. You have seen that the mold you hold in your mind shapes the sum you receive in your hand. You have understood that you cannot pour a fortune into a vessel that is shaped like lack. This is your work now. Your beautiful, liberating, holy work. To speak your sum with clarity, to hold its image with warmth, to feel its presence with joy, to align your every word, your atmosphere, and your action with its inevitable arrival. To refuse the tired language of waiting and to embrace, with your whole being, the living language of heaven. The invisible laws of this universe have no choice but to obey the voice of unwavering, loving faith. Call your money by its name and refuse to call it anything else. See it in your possession, feel it in your life, bless it before it appears, and when it comes, and it will come, remember to testify. To speak aloud the goodness of the law, so that others may learn that their word too is a living key, waiting to unlock the door to their own divine inheritance. The door to your good is already open. The path is clear. I invite you now to seal this new understanding, to make a declaration not just to me, but to yourself and to the universe. Leave a comment below and say, I am ready to lead my subconscious mind. And then step away from this screen and into the quiet sanctuary of your own being. Ask yourself the question that will change everything. What is the one clear, beautiful, and specific truth you are ready to speak into existence, starting right now? Cannot give birth to your future while you are still cradling the corpse of your past. That is the first law of spiritual alchemy, the first sword of severance, the first sacred flame that clears the field for new growth. I have watched so many powerful, beautiful souls pray for miracles while refusing to release the memory of their own crucifixion. They cry out for a new life while clinging to the very identity that keeps them chained to the old one. They weep for change while tenderly embalming who they used to be with the tears of their daily tension. And so I ask you, with a love that is fierce enough to be honest, a love that sees not your struggle, but your sovereign strength, what are you still trying to keep alive that your soul has already pronounced dead? The ache you feel, that deep, resonant stuckness, the slow suffocation in the same repeating patterns. It is not because you are weak. It is not because you are broken. It is not because you lack discipline or drive or a faith mighty enough to move mountains. It is because you are over-identified with an old garment. You are dressed in the energy of delay, cloaked in a subtle shame you mistake for humility, wearing the tattered robe of a woman who once learned that she had to earn love, hustle for her worth, or bow to the god of scarcity. But that garment, my love, has become grave clothes, and you are not stuck. You are simply still calling yourself by a name you were never, ever meant to keep. I speak to you now with the voice of spiritual law, with the fire of divine remembrance, with the sword of metaphysical truth that cuts through illusion and sets the spirit free. And I say this with a holy love that desires only your complete and total liberation. Your false identity must be buried. It cannot be negotiated with. It cannot be rehabilitated. It must be spoken dead. It must be surrendered so violently, so completely to truth, that the lie cannot find a single crack in your consciousness to return. No more patching old wineskins with new wisdom. No more whispering decrees of victory while shouting declarations of defeat in the privacy of your own mind. No more dragging the heavy, rotting story of your suffering into the sacred sunlit sanctuary of your rising. The altar is ready. The tomb is waiting. The Spirit of God, that great and silent power, is hovering. And it asks only one thing. Will you let the old you die? There is a fundamental spiritual principle, a law as real and as reliable as gravity, that has been sculpting your entire existence. It is the law of belief. This law, in its infinite power and perfect impartiality, does not judge what you believe. It does not question your commands. It simply, faithfully, and unfailingly brings your beliefs into physical form. It is the fertile soil of the universe, and it will grow whatever seed you plant within it. Florence Scovel Shinn, a woman who wielded this truth like a sword of light, taught that the subconscious mind is this fertile soil. It is a faithful, unquestioning servant. It takes every word, every deeply felt belief, every repeated thought, and accepts it as a divine command from you, its master. It does not know the difference between a truth that will set you free and a lie that will keep you in chains. It only knows how to obey. It only knows how to create. It only knows how to make your inner world a tangible, visible reality. And for years, perhaps for your entire life, you have been giving this powerful, faithful servant the wrong instructions. You have been a queen, living in exile, forgetting her own power and issuing decrees for her own poverty. Every time you have spoken a word of lack, you have planted a seed of scarcity. Every time you have entertained a thought of fear, you've watered the weeds of anxiety. Every time you have accepted a label of unworthy or not enough, you have signed a spiritual contract with limitation, sealed with the authority of your own voice. And the law, in its perfect obedience, has brought you a harvest that matches your seeds. The life you are living right now, every circumstance, every relationship, every number in your bank account, is the manifested evidence of your deeply held beliefs. It is the mirror reflecting back to you the identity you have been unconsciously claiming as your own. Let this realization land in your soul, not as a blow of shame, but as the key that unlocks your prison door. This is not a condemnation, it is your emancipation. To know that you have been the creator of your own limitations is to simultaneously know that you are the creator of your own liberation. The power that created struggle is the very same power that will create the triumph. You have simply been pointing it in the wrong direction. Imagine for a moment that you were born with a master artist at your side. This artist has one purpose: to paint the mural of your life. But this artist is blind and can only paint what you describe. Your words are the artist's only guide. When you were a child, you learned to describe the world from others. If they described a world of lack, of struggle, of love that had to be earned, you repeated those descriptions. You'd say, "Things are always so hard," and your master artist, hearing the command, would paint strokes of difficulty across your canvas. You'd whisper, "I'm just not as smart as she is," and the artist would paint you into a corner, overshadowed by others. You'd feel a pang of loneliness and say, "No one ever really sees me," and the artist would paint a veil over your face, making you invisible to the very connection you craved. Do you see, beloved? Your artist, this great subconscious power, has been listening. It has been obediently painting the life you have been describing. It has not been judging you. It has been serving you perfectly. The masterpiece of your life that you see before you today is a perfect rendition of your most consistent verbal and energetic instructions. And now you are awake. Now you will take the brush into your own hand. You will clear the old canvas. You will learn to speak not from the memory of what was painted, but from the vision of what you are now choosing to create. Let's bring this down from the clouds and into the soil of your everyday life. Let's look at how this unconscious creation plays out in the moments that make up your reality. Think about money. The woman who carries the deep cellular belief that there is never enough, that she is a creature of lack, lives out this creed with the precision of a prophet. She stands at the grocery store, and as the items are scanned, a knot of anxiety tightens in her stomach. That feeling is a prayer. It is a powerful, nonverbal declaration to the universe. I exist in a state of scarcity and fear. She clutches her purse a little tighter, a physical act of contraction, of holding on, of fearing loss. This posture is a command. When a friend suggests a beautiful vacation, her immediate, unspoken thought is not, "How can I create that?" but "I could never afford that." That thought is a spiritual decree that cancels out possibility. She speaks of bills as enemies, of expenses as thieves. Her language frames abundance as something outside of herself, something to be chased and captured, rather than a current that flows through her. Her faithful servant, the subconscious mind, hears all of this. It hears the prayer of anxiety. It feels the command of contraction. It registers the decree of impossibility. And it works tirelessly to create a reality that matches. It will arrange for unexpected car repairs. It will make her overlook an opportunity for a raise. It will ensure that money flows out faster than it flows in, all in perfect obedience to her core belief. There is never enough. Now, imagine a different woman. She may have the exact same amount of money in her bank account, but she has buried the identity of lack. She has performed the sacred funeral. When she stands at the grocery store, she sees the total, and her prayer is one of gratitude. Thank you for this abundance that feeds my body. I am a center of divine circulation. When a bill arrives, she blesses it. I bless this bill, and I send it forth with love, knowing that as I give, it returns to me pressed down, shaken together, and running over. She speaks of money as energy, as a tool for blessing herself and others. When the vacation is mentioned, her first thought is, that is for me. Divine intelligence, show me the way. She is planting different seeds. She is giving her master artist a new set of instructions. And the law, in its partial power, must bring her. Her reality must begin to bend and reform around her new belief. Let's look at love. A woman who carries the secret silent belief that I will always be abandoned walks through the world broadcasting this fear like a radio signal. She goes on a date with a wonderful man, but she is not truly present. She is scanning for evidence of the inevitable end. If he is kind, she thinks, he's just being nice now, but he'll see the real me and leave. If he is busy and takes a few hours to text back, her nervous system floods with the familiar terror of rejection. She is not reacting to him. She is reacting to the ghost of her past. She may become clingy, pushing him away with her neediness, or she may become distant and guarded, pushing him away with her unavailability. Either way, the outcome is the same. Her belief creates the behavior that confirms the belief. She ends up alone and says, see, I was right. They always leave. She doesn't realize she was the one who wrote the final scene before the play even began. Now, imagine the woman who has buried that identity. She has declared the corpse of the abandoned one to be dead and gone. She enters the date as a whole, complete being. She is not looking for a man to validate her. She is looking to share her fullness. If he is kind, she receives it with an open heart because she knows she is worthy of kindness. If he is busy, she continues to live her own joyful life because her peace is not dependent on his response time. She radiates a frequency of self-love and security. This energy is magnetic. It draws to her a partner who is also whole, who is not looking for someone to fix or to save, but for someone to cherish. Her belief in her own wholeness must, by law, be reflected back to her in her relationships. But there comes a moment, a holy tipping point, where the soul says, enough. Let me tell you a story. A parable for this very moment. There was a woman who found herself awake at midnight, drawn to the large mirror in her hallway as if by an invisible thread. The house was silent. The world was asleep. It was just her and her reflection. But the woman in the mirror was not her. Not really. The face was hers, but the eyes held the exhaustion of her mother and the anxiety of her grandmother. The set of her mouth held the familiar tension of unspoken disappointment. The reflection was the living ghost, an archive of every wound and every lie she had ever swallowed. And it began to speak to her, not in sound, but in feeling, a cold wave of recognition. It whispered her secret, cursed names, broke, abandoned, too much, not enough, always behind, forgotten. She felt the old shame rise, the familiar urge to turn away, to go back to bed, to pretend she hadn't seen, hadn't heard. She had spent her life trying to appease this ghost, trying to decorate it, trying to get its approval, never realizing it fed on her attention. But tonight was different. A fire, ancient and slow burning, began to glow in the pit of her stomach. It was a holy revolt, a sacred refusal, and she stood her ground. She did not leap. She did not argue. She looked the ghost in its tired, lying eyes, and for the first time, she spoke not to it, but over it. Her voice was quiet, but it shook the silence of the house. "You are not me," she said. "You are a memory. You are a story. You are a garment I will no longer wear." She took a deep breath, and the fire in her belly rose into her throat. "My name is not a wound. My name is not a number in a bank account. My name is not the opinion of a man who could not see me. My name is a word spoken by God before the foundation of the world. And that name is whole. That name is beloved. That name is abundance. I do not answer to you anymore." She watched as the face in the mirror did not magically transform. It was still her face, but the light behind the eyes did. The familiar tension in the jawline softened. The echo of the old names fell silent, starved of the belief that gave them life. In that moment, she had not changed her reflection. She had changed her reality. The queen had finally taken her throne. That woman in the mirror is you. And the choice she made is the choice before you now. It is a choice you make not once, but every day. It is a sacred ritual. Here is how you make it. The process of reclaiming your dominion is not complex, but it requires a devotion that is both fierce and gentle. It is a daily rhythm, a sacred practice of realigning your inner world so your outer world must, by law, follow suit. It is a practice in 3 simple sacred movements. Step 1. The sacred burial. The morning crucifixion. Each morning, a new world is born. But you cannot enter this new world carrying the dust of the old one. Before your mind engages with the day's to-do list, before your thumb scrolls through the hypnosis of the world, you must perform a sacred burial. But let us call it by its true name. It is a crucifixion. It is the willing act of nailing the false self to the cross of truth, so that the true self may be resurrected. This is not a passive release. It is a violent, holy act of spiritual command. As you awaken, while you are still in that soft, liminal space between dreaming and waking, speak aloud. Let the vibration of your voice be the first sound that consecrates your space. You are speaking a holy decree over the day. Say with fierce, quiet authority, "I now bring the false self of yesterday to the altar. The self of fear, the self of doubt, the self of limitation. I nail you to the cross. The identity that believed in lack, I speak your death. The identity that answered to the name of unworthy, I speak your death. The identity that rehearsed failure and expected pain, I speak your death. You are the lie, and you are now crucified by the sword of my spoken word. It is finished." Now, pause. Take a deep, conscious breath. Feel the finality of it. You have not been cruel. You have been definite. You have chosen truth over familiarity. You have created a sacred void, a holy emptiness where the lie used to reside. This is the necessary prerequisite for resurrection. You cannot fill a cup that is already full of poison. You must empty it first. Step 2. The divine enthronement. The morning resurrection. Now, into that sacred void, you must speak the rising. You must call forth the Christ, the true self. You must enthrone the queen. The tomb you have just created for the false self must now become the womb for the true self. Stand before a mirror. This is your altar. Look into your own eyes and see the eternal, unshakable light that was never born and can never die. That is who you are. Now speak to her. Call her forth. Speak your new name. Speak your resurrection into being. Let your voice carry the thunder of absolute certainty. I am the resurrection and the life of my divine plan. The tomb is empty. I now rise in the full power and authority of my Christ self. I am the image and likeness of God, and I lack nothing. Every cell of my body is now flooded with the light of divine health. Every corner of my world is now saturated with the presence of divine abundance. Every relationship is now governed by the law of divine love. I am not becoming, I am. And my word is the law unto my world. Heaven and earth now move to make it so. I speak, and the old passes away. Behold, all things are made new. I am the new creation, robed in power, crowned with wisdom, and seated upon the throne of my own consciousness. My word is a scepter, and I point it now at every area of my life, and I say, be perfected. I speak to my mind, and I say, be peace. I speak to my body, and I say, be whole. I speak to my finances, and I say, be abundant. I speak to my path, and I say, be clear. This is my decree, and it shall not return to me void. I am the living, breathing embodiment of divine success. The game of life is not a struggle. It is a joy, and I play it to win. I am fearless, I am powerful, I am unstoppable. The kingdom of heaven is within me, and I now bring it forth into my experience. I am a magnet for miracles. I am a conduit for grace. I am a testament to the power of the spoken word. The lie is dead. The truth is risen. And I am she. Pause for a moment. Let these words settle into your being. Breathe into the woman you have just declared. You are not faking it. You are finally telling the truth. You are aligning your human self with your divine blueprint, and the entire universe rejoices to assist you. Step 3. The embodied walk, reigning in your kingdom. The first 2 steps align your being. This third step aligns your doing. Throughout your day, you must consciously choose to think, speak, and act as the woman you declared yourself to be in the morning. This is the integration. This is where faith becomes flesh. When a challenge arises, you must pause, and you must ask yourself one question. How would the resurrected queen respond to this? How would she handle a condescending comment from a colleague? Not with defensive anger or wounded silence. She would respond with unshakable calm, with the quiet authority that needs no validation, perhaps with a simple, direct statement of truth that reestablishes the boundary of respect. She doesn't need to win, she already reigns. How would she handle a wave of loneliness on a quiet evening? She would not see it as proof of her unworthiness. She would recognize it as an invitation to deepen her relationship with herself, with God. She might light a candle, put on beautiful music, and dance in her living room, celebrating her own magnificent company. She fills her own cup until it overflows. This is not about being perfect. It is about being conscious. Every time you choose to respond from your new identity instead of your old one, you are deepening the groove of your new reality. You are strengthening the neural pathways of faith. You are proving to your subconscious mind that you are serious. You are walking your talk, and the universe, which only mirrors your state of being, must begin to pave a new path before you. Now, we must speak of the turbulence. For when you begin this sacred work, my beloved, you must be prepared for what feels like a storm. This is the moment where most seekers falter, where they lose their nerve and retreat to the familiar tomb of their old identity. But you will not, for you will understand what is happening. When you plant new seeds of truth in the garden of your mind, you are disturbing the soil that has been compacted for decades. The old root systems of fear, lack, and unworthiness will fight for their survival. The process of uprooting them is not a peaceful, silent event. It is a shaking. When you flip the master switch of your consciousness from limitation to abundance, the sudden surge of light can feel disorienting. It will illuminate all the dark corners of your being where the old beliefs have been hiding. Suddenly, you will become acutely aware of just how often you think thoughts of lack, how deeply you feel the fear of rejection, how instinctively you react with anxiety. This is not a sign that you are failing. This is the glorious, undeniable sign that you are succeeding. The resistance you feel is the proof that the old identity is being dethroned. The panic, the doubt, the sudden wave of sadness, that is the ego, the false self, throwing a tantrum. It is the adversary, as Florence called it, making its last stand. It is roaring because it knows its time is up. It sees you standing at the gate of your promised land, and it will do everything in its power to convince you to turn back to the familiar desert of your past. It will whisper insidious lies. This is too hard. It's not working. You actually feel worse. Look around. Nothing has changed. Your bank account is the same. You're still single. You're making a fool of yourself. Who do you think you are trying to be so spiritual? Just be realistic. This is who you are. Accept it. You must learn to recognize this voice for what it is, the death rattle of a lie. It is not your voice. It is the echo of the corpse you buried this morning. And you do not argue with a corpse. When this resistance rises, your work is not to fight it. Your work is not to analyze it. Your work is to speak over it. You simply and calmly substitute the lie with truth. When the thought, "I'm so scared this won't work," arises, you do not engage. You speak aloud. That is a lie. I am divinely guided and protected, and my faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. It is already done. When the feeling of lack washes over you, you do not spiral. You place your hand on your heart and declare, "That is an old energy that is now leaving my body. My truth is that I am one with God, and God is the source of all abundance. My supply is infinite and instantaneous." Let us pause here. Take a deep breath into the very center of your being. The outer world, too, may seem to stubbornly hold its old shape for a time. This is the law of germination. When you plant a seed, the most dramatic transformation happens in the dark, beneath the surface. For days, even weeks, it may look like nothing is happening. But underground, a universe of activity is unfolding. The seed is cracking open. Roots are pushing down. A sprout is fighting its way toward the light. Your word is that seed. Your declaration is the law that has already been set in motion. The manifestation you see with your physical eyes is always a lagging indicator of the spiritual reality you have already created with your word. Your only job is to water that seed with your continued faith, to keep the soil of your mind clear of the weeds of doubt, and to trust the divine timing of the harvest. Do not dig up the seed every day to see if it's growing. It is. Trust the law. And so we arrive at the threshold. A final luminous truth and a choice that will define the rest of your days. The truth, which I pray you will let settle into the very marrow of your bones, is this: you are not broken. You were never broken. You are not a human being struggling to fix your flaws and earn your way to a distant heaven. You are a perfect, whole, and magnificent spiritual being who was hypnotized into a temporary amnesia. You forgot your own divinity. You forgot your power. You forgot your name. And your work is not one of self-improvement. It is one of divine remembrance. The I am within you, the Christ consciousness, the spark of God. It is and has always been utterly perfect, whole, and complete. It is simply waiting for you to turn your loving attention toward it. And now, the choice. It is a choice of identity. Which self will you now claim? Will you continue to animate the ghost of your past, a small self defined by wounds and limitations? Or will you finally step into the radiant, powerful body of your truth? The divine self who knows only wholeness, abundance, and love. You cannot live in two worlds. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot wear the crown of your divinity while still clutching the rags of your old suffering. The tomb has been prepared. The word has been given. The spirit of life is your final decree. It asks you now, as you stand at the doorway between who you have been and who you truly are. Will you give the old you the honorable burial it deserves, so that the real you, the magnificent you, can finally, fully, gloriously rise? Your future is not waiting for a sign from the heavens. It is waiting for a command from your own lips. And now I will speak not to you, but as you. I will model the voice of the risen one. Let this rhythm enter you. Let it become the new cadence of your soul. This is not just an affirmation. It is an activation. This is the lightning strike of sacred ceremony. I die to fear. I rise in faith. I die to doubt. I rise in knowing. I die to lack. I rise in abundance. I die to the lie of my smallness. I rise in the truth of my divinity. My mouth is the holy weapon. With it, I speak death to every chain. My tongue is a scepter. With it, I command my world into divine order. My breath is a fire. With it, I burn away the residue of every old story. I bury the woman who waited. I rise as the woman who creates. I bury the woman who pleaded. I rise as the woman who commands. I bury the woman who apologized for her light. I rise as the woman who is the light. The chains of my ancestors do not bind me. I am the one who breaks them with my word. Curses of my bloodline end with me. I am the one who speaks the blessing. The patterns of my family do not define me. I am the one who establishes a new heaven and a new earth right here, right now. I speak to the mountain of debt and I say, be removed. I speak to the history of heartbreak and I say, be dissolved. I speak to the body of pain and I say, be made whole. I speak to the spirit of delay and I say, you are powerless here. For I am the daughter of the King. I am the heir to the kingdom. I am the living temple of the Most High God. And in my house, only miracles are welcome. In my world, only grace has dominion. In my mouth, only truth has a voice. The old is gone. The counterfeit is crucified. The past is a tomb, and I have rolled away the stone. I'm not healing. I am risen. I am not becoming. I am. I am not hoping. I am. I am not trying. I am. And so it is. And now, a final deep breath. Let the silence integrate the word. To seal this sacred work, to anchor this new decision in the physical realm, I invite you to make a public declaration. Not for me, not for others, but for yourself. Let this be your first act as the conscious commander of your life. In the comments below, write these words. Feel their power as you type them. Let it be a holy contract with your own soul. Write, I am ready to lead my subconscious mind. Let this be your announcement to the universe that the old ruler is gone. A new queen has taken the throne. A new story has begun. For as long as you believed you were the effect, you were at the mercy of the world. But the moment you remember you are the cause, the world is at the mercy of your word. So I ask you one last time, beloved soul, what will you call yourself now? The answer is not floating in the cosmos. It is waiting on your tongue. It is as close as your next breath. Speak, and watch your new world be born. You know the feeling. It's that sense of running on a treadmill, pouring all of your energy, all of your hope into moving forward, only to look up and realize you are in the exact same spot. It's the same argument, just with a different partner. The same limiting number in your bank account at the end of the month. The same quiet, persistent ache of knowing deep in your bones that you were made for more than this. It can feel as though you are standing on one side of a wall of glass. You can see the life you desire on the other side, the ease, the love, the freedom, the wholeness. It feels so close you could almost touch it. But every time you take a step toward it, you walk straight into that invisible, unyielding barrier, leaving you feeling confused, frustrated, and heartbroken. What if I told you that this entire pattern, this invisible wall, this treadmill, is governed by one single unwavering law? And what if I told you that you are already a master of this law? You have just been using it unconsciously to create the very circumstances you are trying so hard to escape. This is where a unique kind of exhaustion sets in. It's not the satisfying tiredness that comes after a day of meaningful work. It's a soul-deep weariness, the exhaustion that comes not from lack of effort, but from pouring all of your magnificent effort into things that don't truly move the needle. You've been doing everything right, haven't you? You hold the key in your hand. You've read the books, you've said the affirmations, you've done the meditations. You have polished this key with your intentions, charged it with your visualizations. You approach the door to that new life with a heart full of hope, and you turn the key. You feel the click of possibility, but the door remains locked. And in that moment, the old stories rush in to narrate the failure. See, it doesn't work for you. You're doing it wrong. You must be missing something. You're just not worthy of what's on the other side. Let me tell you a truth that can set you free, right here and now. You are not broken. You are not doing it wrong. The issue has never been with your effort or with the key itself. The great and liberating misunderstanding has been this. You have been trying with all your might to pick the lock of a door that was never locked to begin with. You have been trying to earn your way into a house that you already own. The breakthrough you have been praying for is not a new technique or a more powerful mantra. The breakthrough is a remembering so profound, so utterly simple, that it will not add a single thing to you. Instead, it will lovingly and irrevocably strip away everything that is not you, until only the luminous, powerful truth of your being remains. This truth is built on the one law we spoke of, a law as real and as practical as gravity. It is the silent, ever-present, and perfectly obedient force that has been meticulously shaping your entire existence. You have been using this law perfectly your entire life. Now, you will learn to use it consciously. Decades ago, a woman of profound and practical wisdom, a true cartographer of the invisible realms, named Florence Scovel Shinn, mapped this inner landscape with a breathtaking and revolutionary clarity. She was a spiritual pioneer who refused to shroud this timeless truth in complex, esoteric language. She presented it with the simple, unshakable conviction of one who has lived it. She taught that life is a game, and like any game, it is governed by rules. But these rules are not designed to limit you. They are the very architecture of your freedom, she taught, and I paraphrase her timeless wisdom. The invisible forces of life are ever working for you, but they are forever waiting for your clear and unwavering command. And where does this command come from? It is not given through your pleas to a distant God or your desperate, white-knuckled wanting. Your command, my dear, is given through your belief. Your belief is the most powerful, creative, and transformative force you possess. It is the divine architectural pencil with which you draw the blueprint of your life. It is the sacred, creative ink with which you write the story of your days. It is this blueprint, this deeply held conviction, that you hand to a faithful, tireless, and profoundly literal servant of your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind, This great and mysterious power within you, this unseen builder, this faithful gardener, does not question the blueprint. It does not judge it. It does not ask if you are sure or if you might prefer a different design. Its only function, its only sacred duty, is to take the plan you give it and work day and night, marshaling all the forces of the universe, aligning circumstances, people, and events to build the structure of your physical reality to perfectly, flawlessly match that blueprint. Most of us have been unconsciously handing our inner builder a blueprint that was not even our own. It is a tattered, worn-out drawing handed down from our parents, smudged with their fears. It is water-stained with the tears of our ancestors' struggles. It is designed for a small, safe, familiar life of just enough, of struggle, of not yet. And then we stand inside the house it has built for us, a house of constant striving, of near misses, of quiet desperation. And we wonder why we feel so trapped, so frustrated, so hemmed in. We blame the building materials of our circumstances. We blame the stormy weather of the economy. We blame the other people on the construction site of our lives. We blame a distant, withholding, or punishing universe. But the universe is only ever a perfect, flawless mirror. It does not create. It does not judge. It only and always reflects. It reflects back to us with impersonal, loving, and unerring precision the truth of what we believe to be true about ourselves and our world. The great and glorious shift we are embarking on together today is not about screaming at the reflection in the mirror to change. It is not about trying to paint a smile on the reflection while weeping on the inside. It is about changing the one who is being reflected. This journey is a homecoming. It is a gentle, yet absolutely radical reclamation of the power that has always been yours, residing quietly in the sacred center of your being. It is a conscious, deliberate, and final decision to stop being the one who is waiting for life to happen to you, and to start being the one from whom life unfolds. It begins not with more doing, but with a new way of being. It begins not with a new action, but with a new identity. And this new identity, this quantum leap in consciousness, this homecoming to your own sovereign power, is unlocked with just two words. Two words that, when truly understood, felt, and embodied as your core reality, do not just change your perspective. They do not just alter your mood. They change the very fabric of your reality, from the inside out. But before we arrive at those two sacred catalytic words, we must first prepare the soil of your consciousness. For me to simply give them to you now would be like planting a precious, life-altering seed in unprepared, rocky, and weed-choked ground. Your mind, that clever and protective guardian of your current reality, would hear them, analyze them, debate them, and likely file them away as just another nice, but ultimately impractical spiritual idea. But your soul, your body, your very selves would not receive them. And this is not a journey for the mind alone. The mind is a beautiful and necessary tool, but it cannot take you where we are going. This is a journey for your entire being. Let's begin by exploring the world you have built. Let us take a tender, loving, and courageous walk through the museum of your life. Not with judgment, not with shame, not with the harsh inner critic leading the tour, but with the gentle, compassionate curiosity of an archaeologist who knows that every artifact, every ruin, tells a profound story of the civilization that created it. Your life, as it stands today, is a perfect, living, three-dimensional museum of your past beliefs. Every room, every exhibit, every object on display is a physical manifestation of a conviction you have held, consciously or unconsciously, in the sacred temple of your heart. Let's walk together into the wing of your museum dedicated to abundance, to money, to your relationship with the infinite, creative, and loving substance of the universe that we call material supply. For so many of us, especially as women, this is a place of deep, complex, and often painful ancestral wounding. The belief system we inherited around money is rarely a clean, simple thing. It is a complex, knotted tapestry woven with the threads of our parents' anxieties, our grandparents' struggles, our culture's judgments, and our collective fears. The threads of fear, scarcity, guilt, and limitation are often so tightly interwoven that we don't even see them as individual beliefs anymore. They just feel like the way things are. Perhaps you were taught through direct words, or more powerfully, through the unspoken emotional atmosphere of your childhood, that money is the root of all evil, that it is unspiritual to desire it, that good, humble people have little of it, that it is hard to come by and even harder to hold on to, that you must trade your precious, finite life force, your time, your joy, your very soul for it, that there is only a finite pie of resources in the world, and for you to have a bigger slice, someone else, someone more deserving, must have less. This belief system is not just a collection of fleeting ideas. It is a living energy. It is a potent magnetic frequency. It is a living, breathing, and highly detailed architectural blueprint. When you hold the core belief buried deep in your subconscious, there is never enough, or its more insidious and socially acceptable cousin, there is just enough to get by, but never more than that. What happens in your daily life? Your faithful subconscious mind hears its unwavering command and goes to work immediately, like the most efficient project manager in the universe. Its first task is to create a powerful, customized filter over your perception. You begin to see, hear, and experience the entire world through the lens of lack. You open your mail and your eyes, as if guided by an invisible hand, immediately scan for and fixate on the bills, the demands, the outflows. You feel your body automatically tense. Your breath becomes shallow. Your throat tightens. The familiar cold knot of anxiety clenches in your solar plexus, a physical anchor to an invisible belief. This very physical reaction is a powerful reinforcement, a feedback loop that says, "See, you're right to be scared. The threat is real." You hear a story on the news about inflation or a struggling economy, and a wave of icy fear washes over you. It doesn't feel like information about the world. It feels like a personal prophecy. A confirmed inner world of belief recognizes it as your truth, your inevitable personal reality. Your subconscious then directs your actions and inactions with masterful surgical precision. A brilliant, inspired, soul-aligned idea for a new business or a creative project drops into your mind in a moment of grace. It feels exciting, expansive, full of light. But almost immediately, the guard dog of your old belief system kicks in, barking a litany of fears. That's too risky. You could lose everything. Remember what happened last time? Who do you think you are to succeed when so many others fail? It's safer to stay small, to keep the job you know, even if it's draining your soul. And so you hesitate. You over-research. You procrastinate. You allow the divine, creative spark to fizzle out into a cloud of doubt. You find yourself in a negotiation for a salary at a new job or a fee for a project that you know you are perfectly qualified for. You know your value in a logical sense. A number comes to mind that feels expansive, right, and honorable. But the inherited blueprint whispers its toxic lies. They'll never pay that. You're being greedy. You're asking for too much. You should just be grateful to have an offer at all. And so you lower your number before you even speak it. You undervalue your sacred work, your God-given talents. You settle for less than you are worth. And in doing so, you create the very reality you feared. You prove your own limiting belief to be true, and the cycle continues. You finally managed, through sheer hard work and determination, to get a little bit ahead. A small surplus, a buffer, appears in your checking account. You feel a fleeting moment of relief, a breath of expansion, and then, like clockwork, the universe delivers a correction. The car transmission fails. The roof starts leaking. An unexpected medical bill arrives. Your subconscious, ever loyal to the blueprint of just enough to scrape by, has perfectly and ingeniously orchestrated an event to bring your outer reality back into perfect alignment with your dominant inner belief. The universe, in its perfect, impersonal, and profound love, simply mirrors this inner state. It doesn't punish you. It doesn't withhold from you. It simply, flawlessly matches your broadcast frequency. If your signal is lack, struggle, and anxiety, it can only deliver experiences that resonate with that signal. It is the unfailing, unchanging law. Now pause. Place a hand on your belly. Take a deep, cleansing, and restorative breath. And allow yourself, just for a moment, to imagine a different belief, to unroll a new, luminous blueprint. Imagine believing in every cell of your being that abundance is your divine birthright, that the universe is infinitely, extravagantly, and joyfully opulent, and you are its beloved child, inherently deserving of all its riches, both spiritual and material. Imagine knowing that money is simply energy, a beautiful, powerful current of divine circulation, and that you are a clear, open, and grateful channel for it to flow to you and through you, blessing everything it touches. Imagine a core conviction that you are divinely supplied, that every need is met with grace and surprising ease before you even have a chance to worry about it. Imagine feeling deep in your bones that your value is inherent and not tied to your productivity or your struggle. Imagine truly believing that your prosperity is not a selfish act, but a sacred one that blesses everyone around you and expands the good in the world. What would that feel like in your body, right in this very moment? Don't just think about it. Allow yourself to actually feel it. Perhaps your shoulders would relax and drop a full inch away from your ears. Your jaw would unclench. Your breath would deepen, filling your belly, a place where so much financial fear is held. When you thought of money, you wouldn't feel the cold, metallic grip of constriction, but the warm, radiant, golden sun of expansion. You would feel a sense of profound peace, of unshakable trust, of a quiet, settled, and deeply reassuring knowing. From this state of being, from this new pristine blueprint, your subconscious receives a new and glorious command. It joyfully gets to work, recalibrating your perceptual filters. You start noticing opportunities for growth, collaboration, and generosity that you were completely blind to just hours before. An idea for a new stream of income drops into your mind, and this time, the feeling that accompanies it is not fear, but an exhilarating, soul-tingling, creative excitement. You feel a calm, grounded, and regal confidence when discussing your rates or prices, speaking not from a place of needing to prove your worth, but from a place of simply, quietly inhabiting it. You begin to act like someone who expects to be supported, who knows they are provided for, who trusts implicitly in the benevolent and intelligent flow of life. And the mirror of the universe, the great and loving echo of your inner state, it has no choice but to reflect this new and glorious truth back to you. An unexpected check arrives in the mail from a forgotten investment, or a rebate you didn't know you were owed. A new client, your absolute ideal client, finds you as if by magic and insists on paying you in full, up front, expressing deep gratitude for your work. An opportunity to collaborate on a project that lights up your soul and also happens to be wildly profitable appears as if from nowhere. A long-standing debt is mysteriously, miraculously cleared or forgiven. Nothing in the external world changed. The laws of economics did not suddenly bend just for you. But you changed. Your internal point of attraction, Your core belief, your fundamental energetic signature shifted. And so, your world, by divine and immutable law, had no choice but to change with you. Now let us walk together, hand in hand, with this same gentle compassion, into another wing of your museum, the room of love, of partnership, of sacred, intimate connection. This room, for so many of us, holds the most tender, the most vulnerable, and the most painful artifacts. It is where the deepest longings of the human heart are on display. How many of us, deep in the hidden, protected chambers of our hearts, carry a core blueprint that says, in one form or another, I am not truly worthy of deep, unconditional, consistent, and lasting love, or its many painful variations. I must perform, perfect myself, and contort my soul into a more pleasing, less difficult shape in order to be chosen and to be kept. Or, real love is a struggle, a constant compromise, a painful sacrifice of my own needs and desires. Or the most heartbreaking and self-sabotaging of all. No matter what, I will always be abandoned in the end, so I must protect myself at all costs. These are not just sad thoughts you have from time to time when you feel lonely. These are powerful, creative, and magnetic directives that have been meticulously shaping your romantic reality for years, perhaps for your entire adult life. When you believe, at your very core, that you must earn love, that it is not your inherent right, your subconscious, in its perfect and unwavering obedience, will guide you toward experiences that relentlessly validate this painful belief. You will find yourself magnetically and often inexplicably drawn to partners who are emotionally unavailable, who are inconsistent in their affection, who keep you in a state of perpetual uncertainty, who require you to prove your worth over and over again. You will find yourself cast in the familiar role of the giver, the fixer, the healer, the overfunctioner, the one who loves more, hoping against hope that one day your superhuman efforts will finally be enough to secure their unwavering devotion and make you feel safe. You will replay the same agonizing dynamic, the same heartbreaking loop of intense hope and crushing disappointment, with different faces and different names, because the underlying blueprint, the core belief about your own intrinsic lovability, remains devastatingly unchanged. You will stand in front of the mirror of your relationship, pointing a finger at the reflection and crying out, "Why are you like this? Why won't you see me for who I am? Why won't you choose me fully and finally?" Not realizing the reflection is only ever showing you the parts of yourself that have not yet fully chosen you, the parts of you that do not yet fully see your own magnificent worth, the parts of you that are still waiting for external validation to feel lovable. The pattern of chasing, of fixing, of proving, of auditioning for a love that should be freely given is originating within you. Now let's pause. Let's place a gentle, loving hand directly over your heart. Feel its steady beat, and let's breathe into a different possibility, a new belief, a new luminous and sacred blueprint for love. I am whole, complete and radiant with love within myself. Love is not something I get. It is something I am. It is my natural state of being. I am a powerful and serene magnet for the love that is a perfect vibrational match for my own soul's evolution and deepest joy. Divine love has already found the perfect and most beautiful expression for me, and I now allow it to manifest in my life with grace and perfect timing. Imagine holding this belief not as an affirmation you are desperately trying to convince yourself of through gritted teeth, but as a simple, foundational, and self-evident truth, as certain and as natural as the rising of the sun. What would shift inside of you? Your entire energetic signature, your very presence in the world, would transform. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of desperation, of neediness, of seeking, of a subtle energetic leaning forward would be replaced by the quiet, intoxicating, and deeply calming perfume of wholeness. You would no longer be scanning every room, every dating app, every social gathering for someone to fill a void within you. Instead, You would be radiating a sense of completeness that is profoundly, irresistibly attractive to those who are also whole and are seeking a partner, not a project. You would make different choices. You would say a swift, clear, and compassionate no to connections that feel like a project, a compromise, or a haunting replay of an old, painful story. You would radiate a self-possession, a self-love, and a quiet joy in your own company that is magnetically compelling. Your subconscious, holding this new, pristine, and powerful blueprint, would begin to rearrange your reality with a divine intelligence that your conscious mind could never orchestrate. The people, the dynamics, the situations that are not a match for this frequency would naturally, gently, and without drama, fall away. The person who resonates with your wholeness, who is looking not for someone to rescue, but for someone to co-create with, would be drawn into your orbit, not through your striving, your planning, or your manipulation, but through the simple, beautiful, immutable law of resonance. Do you feel the power you hold? Do you see, with a new and breathtaking clarity, what has been happening? You have been the architect all along. You have been the master builder, the creator, the divine source of every single experience in your life. The lack, the struggle, the heartbreak, the frustration, these were not punishments from a cruel universe. They were not evidence of your unworthiness. They were not random misfortunes. They were masterpieces of creation, born from a deeply held, powerful, though likely unconscious belief. This realization should not bring you a single ounce of shame or self-blame. It should bring you a tidal wave of profound, earth-shaking, and glorious liberation. It means you are not broken. You do not need to be fixed. You are not a victim of circumstance, a fragile cork tossed on the merciless, chaotic ocean of life. You are powerful, unimaginably, breathtakingly, divinely powerful. You have simply and innocently been pointing your infinite creative power in the direction of what you do not want. The moment you truly, deeply, and cellularly realize this, the moment you become aware of your own innate, God-given creative capacity, is the moment you reclaim your throne. Is the moment you stop being a passive, frightened passenger in the vehicle of your life and take the steering wheel firmly, lovingly, and consciously into your own capable hands. This is the ultimate empowerment that comes with awareness. You are not learning a new skill. You are remembering an ancient, innate one that has been dormant within you. You are not becoming a creator. You are remembering with a flood of relief and awe that you have never, for one single second of your existence, been anything else. Every doubt you have ever harbored, every fear that has ever paralyzed you into inaction has manifested in your life with the same exquisite precision and unshakable power as every joy you have ever experienced, every moment of grace you have ever received. The law works perfectly, impartially, always. It does not distinguish between good and bad beliefs, any more than the fertile soil of the earth distinguishes between a seed for a fragrant rose and a seed for a painful thistle. The soil is pure, impartial potential. It will grow whatever seed you plant within it. You have been planting seeds of weeds and thorns in the sacred garden of your mind. Seeds you did not even know you were holding. Seeds passed down to you by others, and then weeping in frustration and confusion when a garden of fragrant, magnificent roses has not bloomed. Today, right now, in this holy moment, we learn to choose our seeds consciously. We learn to become deliberate, joyful, and sovereign gardeners of the soul. We learn to tend the soil of our minds with love, to plant with intention, and to trust in the inevitable bountiful harvest. This knowing brings us to the very heart of our practice. The practice is not one of complexity, of rigid rules, or of strenuous effort. The path to mastery is always a return to an elegant, profound simplicity. It is a threefold path of sacred becoming, a gentle, rhythmic dance of recognition, declaration, and embodiment that, when practiced with loving consistency, will fundamentally transform the very fabric of your life. The first step, the gentle dawn of all true change, is recognition. This is the practice of compassionate, non-judgmental awareness. It is the sacred act of turning your loving gaze inward. You cannot change a belief you do not know you have. You cannot pull a weed you cannot see. For years, you have been living under the hypnotic spell of your unconscious programming, believing its whispers were your own voice, its limitations were the boundaries of reality itself. Recognition is the moment you begin to awaken from this trance. This is not an exercise in self-flagellation. It is an act of profound self-compassion. For the rest of today, and for all the days that follow, I invite you to become a loving witness to the inner workings of your own mind and body. The key words here are loving and witness. You are not a detective looking for evidence to condemn yourself. You are not a harsh judge presiding over a courtroom of your past mistakes. You are an archaeologist of your own soul, tenderly and curiously brushing the dust off ancient patterns, understanding that each one was created for a reason, likely as a form of protection at some point in your past. When a bill arrives in the mail, and that familiar cold, metallic knot of fear tightens in the pit of your stomach, I invite you to pause. Before you react, before you spin into the story of, how will I pay for this? Simply place a hand on that part of your body. Breathe into it, and say to yourself, with the infinite gentleness you would offer a frightened child, "Ah, there you are. I see you. That is the feeling of the belief that there isn't enough. I recognize you. I feel you in my stomach. It's okay. I am just observing you now. You do not have to fight it. You do not have to wrestle it to the ground or shame it for being there. You simply shine the warm, accepting light of your conscious awareness on it. When you are scrolling through social media, a seemingly benign act, and you see an announcement of a friend's engagement, a new baby, or a business success, and that sharp, familiar pang of loneliness, of envy, of feeling left behind arises in your chest, I invite you to pause. Before you close the app in a huff or numb yourself with more scrolling, simply close your eyes for a second. Breathe. There it is. That is the feeling of the belief that love is outside of me, that success is for others, that I am lacking, that my time has passed. I see you. I feel you as an ache in my heart. I am just witnessing you with love. When a potential partner you've been excited about suddenly becomes distant or sends a mixed signal, and you feel that immediate, terrifying cascade of anxiety, that urge to fix it, to analyze their every word, to contort yourself into a more pleasing shape, pause, breathe. I recognize this pattern. This is the activation of the belief that I am not worthy of consistent love, that I must earn it, that I am about to be abandoned. I feel this panic in my throat and in my hands. I am here with it. I am not running from it. This simple, repeated act of recognition is profoundly, miraculously powerful. A belief that operates in the darkness and shadows of the unconscious mind has absolute, tyrannical power over you. It runs your life from the control room of your nervous system, pulling the levers of your emotions and dictating your reactions before you even have a chance to think. A belief that is brought into the light of conscious, loving awareness begins to lose its hypnotic grip. It can no longer pretend to be you. You begin to see it for what it is: an old, inherited, and often outdated program that has been running on autopilot. And any program, my dear, can be lovingly, deliberately, and permanently changed. Think of it like this. You cannot remove a weed in the pitch-black darkness of night. You would stumble. You might pull up a precious flower by mistake, and you would likely miss the weed entirely. You must first turn on the light in the garden to see the weed clearly for what it is. Separate from the flowers, separate from the soil. Recognition is switching on the gentle, loving lamp in the sacred garden of your mind. You practice this not for an hour a day, but as a continuous, gentle orientation. You become a student of your own inner landscape, mapping the terrain of your feelings and tracing them back to the beliefs that gave them birth. This, in and of itself, is a revolutionary act of self-love and reclamation. The second step, the sacred act of planting a new and more beautiful reality, is declaration. Once you have recognized the old belief, the old weed, the temptation is to fight with it, to get down in the dirt and start hacking at its roots, analyzing where it came from, blaming the person who planted it there, cursing its very existence. This is a waste of your precious creative life force energy. What you resist persists. What you fight, you strengthen. A more graceful, powerful, and effective way is to gently, lovingly, and firmly replace it. This is where you consciously and deliberately plant a new seed in the exact spot where the weed once grew. This is the power of your spoken word, your sacred decree. As the great Florence Scovel Shinn taught so beautifully, your word is your wand. When you speak a word with feeling and conviction, you send a potent, creative vibration out into the universe, and that vibration must, by the immutable law of creation, return to you as a manifested experience. Your words are not empty sounds. They are living things. They are commands. They are the seeds of your future. So, when you have recognized the feeling and the thought pattern of lack, you do not deny it or suppress it. You acknowledge its presence, and then you declare your new, higher truth over it. You speak it aloud, if possible. Let the very vibration of the words travel through the water in your cells, recalibrating your entire being to a new frequency. With quiet, calm, and unshakable conviction, you might declare, I see and acknowledge this old, inherited pattern of belief in lack and limitation. And now I dissolve it in the light of this new truth. I now plant the seed of divine, infinite, and ever-present abundance. I am a child of a rich, loving, and infinitely generous universe, and my every need is met with grace, surprising ease, and perfect timing. I am open and receptive to my good. When you recognize the familiar, painful feeling of loneliness or unworthiness in love, you breathe, you acknowledge, and then you declare, I release, with love and gratitude for the lessons it taught me, this painful pattern of seeking love and validation outside of myself. I now declare a new reality. I am a radiant, magnetic center of divine love. I am whole, complete, and magnificent just as I am. I am now drawing to myself the divine partnership that is mine by divine right, a love that mirrors, celebrates, and honors my own wholeness. These are not empty, hopeful, wishy-washy affirmations. They are commands. They are sovereign decrees issued from the throne of your own consciousness. They are the new, luminous, architectural blueprints you are handing to your faithful and eager subconscious builder. Now, be prepared. At first, your conscious mind, the loyal and protective guardian of your old familiar identity, will likely stage a rebellion. It will present a mountain of evidence to the contrary. It may scream with the voice of panicked reason. That's a lie. That's not true. Look at your bank account. Look at your empty bed. Look at your past failures. You are just fooling yourself. This is dangerous nonsense. Your job is not to enter into a ferocious debate with your own mind. You will never win that argument because the mind's job is to believe what it sees. Your job is to access a deeper wisdom. You are the queen of your inner kingdom. You do not argue with a dissenting courtier. You simply calmly and regally restate your royal decree. You can say to that frightened part of your mind, thank you for your concern. I appreciate you trying to protect me. But I have made a new decision. This is the new law of my land. My word is law. And so it is. You are speaking not to your present circumstances, but from the end result, from your desired reality. You are standing in the feeling of the wish fulfilled and declaring it as a present fact reality. You are planting the new seed over and over and over with the gentle, unshakable persistence of falling rain that eventually, inevitably, softens and penetrates the hardest, most sun-baked ground. Here are 2 more affirmations in the powerful and direct spirit of Florence that you can use to water your new seeds daily. The heavy, leaden walls of lack and delay now crumble away into dust before my very eyes, and I now walk forward unimpeded into my promised land of abundance, joy, and true love, under grace and in a perfect, miraculous way. I am now divinely and irresistibly guided to my perfect place, my perfect work, and my perfect people. My world is now a flawless, breathtaking reflection of divine order, harmony, beauty, and ever-expanding good. The third and most crucial step, the one that breathes life, fire, and magic into the entire sacred process, is embodiment. This is the step that most people miss, and it is the alchemical secret that makes all the difference in the world. A declaration held only in the thinking mind is a seed left on top of the hard, dry soil, exposed to the elements. It will not, cannot take root. For the seed of your new reality to germinate, to split open and send its roots deep into the creative substance of the universe, it must be planted in the rich, fertile, moist, and life-giving soil of feeling. You must feel the truth of your new reality now, before you have a single shred of external evidence for it. This is not about pretending. It is not a desperate, strained, and inauthentic attempt at faking it until you make it. It is the sacred and powerful art of consciously accessing the frequency, the actual energetic signature of your desire before it has physically manifested. It is remembering the great spiritual law that the feeling is the prayer, the feeling is the magnet, the feeling is the precursor to the form. You must first generate the feeling state of the reality you desire, and then and only then can that reality take form around you. This is not just a mental exercise, it is a neurological one. You are carving new neural pathways of having, of safety, of worthiness. You are teaching your body, on a cellular level, the feeling of its new home. So after you make your powerful declaration, close your eyes. Do not try to visualize the how. The how is the domain of infinite intelligence, and it is infinitely more clever and creative than your conscious mind could ever be. Getting caught up in the details of when, where, and through whom your good will come is the fastest and surest way to introduce doubt, resistance, and constriction. Your job is not the how, your job is the what, and more importantly, the what it feels like. Simply tune your awareness into the feeling of the wish already fulfilled. What does the feeling of complete, unshakable financial security and glorious freedom actually feel like in the cells of your body? Is it a warmth spreading through your chest and down your arms? Is it a profound and total relaxation in your jaw, your neck, your shoulders? Is it a sense of expansive, blissful peace, a quiet, settled hum of well-being that has nothing to do with a number on a screen, but everything to do with a deep, cellular trust in life? Breathe into that exact feeling. Allow it to fill every cell, every molecule of your being. Wear that feeling like a beautiful, invisible cashmere garment for the rest of your day. Move through your world from within that feeling. What does the feeling of being deeply, unconditionally, and safely loved, cherished, and adored feel like in your body? Is it a sense of profound safety and belonging, like a warm blanket around your soul? Is it a feeling of being profoundly seen, heard, and celebrated for exactly who you are, with all your quirks and shadows? Is it a quiet, bubbling, radiant joy that emanates from your heart center without cause or condition? Inhabit that feeling now. You do not need another person to be physically present in the room to generate this feeling within yourself. It is an aspect of your own divine nature, your own infinite capacity to be and to feel love. It is your essence. This is the real work. This is the sacred practice. Not for a mere hour a day during your scheduled meditation or journaling time, but as a continuous, moment-to-moment way of being. To recognize the old, declare the new, and then most importantly, to embody the feeling of it being already gloriously, completely, and divinely done. As you begin this powerful practice, as you commit to this deep and profound inner repatterning, something important and often startling will happen. It may at first feel deeply uncomfortable. It may even feel terrifying. The space between letting go of an old, familiar, and strangely comfortable belief system and fully embodying a new, expansive one can feel chaotic. It can feel like you are standing on shifting ground, like the world as you have always known it is dissolving into mist beneath your feet. Please, hear me when I say this. This is not a sign that it isn't working. It is the most powerful and encouraging sign that it is. Imagine you have lived your entire life in a small, cramped, and windowless room. It's not ideal. It's dark. It's confining. It smells a bit musty, but it's familiar. You know every crack in the wall, every creak in the floorboards. It is the known, safe, and predictable container of your identity. You know the rules of the small room. Now you have made the courageous decision to move into a spacious, light-filled, magnificent mansion with vast, fragrant gardens and endless, breathtaking views. As the solid walls of the old, cramped room begin to dissolve, as they become translucent and then disappear, there will inevitably be a period of profound and unsettling disorientation. The familiar landmarks that defined reality are gone. You might feel a strange sense of loss, a nostalgic ache for the familiar misery. You might feel a moment of sheer, unadulterated panic, an agoraphobia of the soul. The ego, that part of you that identifies with the old story of struggle and limitation, will scream with all of its might, with the urgency of a fire alarm. Go back to the small room. It was safer there. At least we knew the rules of the struggle. At least the disappointment was predictable. We don't know what's out here in this vast, open, unpredictable space. We could get hurt. This discomfort is the sacred friction of transformation. It is the necessary and holy fire of alchemy. It is the undeniable evidence that the caterpillar is dissolving into a nutrient-rich, primordial soup inside the chrysalis, a process that must look and feel like death before it can become resurrection. It is the old self dying to make way for the birth of the new, true self. Do not run from this feeling. Do not distract yourself from it with busyness or numbing behaviors. Breathe into it. Welcome it as a holy messenger. It is the undeniable evidence that the sacred fire is working its magic, turning the heavy, dense lead of your old limitations into the radiant, priceless gold of your authentic, divine self. The outer world may not change overnight. You have planted the new seed, but it needs time to germinate in the darkness, to gather its strength beneath the surface before its first tender green shoot has the power to break through the hard-packed soil of your old reality. During this sacred waiting period, this holy gestation, your faith is the water and the sun. This is when you must stand firm with the quiet dignity of a queen, in your new identity, in your new feeling state, regardless of what the lagging mirror of your current reality is reflecting back at you. You may find for a time that things even seem to get worse. This is a common and powerful sign of an imminent breakthrough. It is the old reality having a final temper tantrum, testing your resolve, asking you, are you sure? Are you really, truly sure you want to leave me behind? You must trust the unseen process. You must know, with a conviction that transcends logic and defies all appearances, that the most important and powerful work is happening in the invisible first. You are changing the very composition of the soil of your mind, and therefore the harvest is divinely, mathematically, and gloriously inevitable. You have flipped a switch on the inside, in the control room of your consciousness, and the light in the outer room of your life may take a moment to flicker and buzz as the old wiring gives way, but it will come on. The law is immutable, impersonal, and perfect in its operation. This brings us, finally, to the very heart of the matter, the final release, the ultimate, liberating truth that collapses the entire painful, exhausting human game of waiting, wanting, wishing, and striving. You are standing at this threshold, ready for this profound change, not because you are broken or lacking or in need of some cosmic fixing. You do not need to become more worthy, more spiritual, more disciplined, or more deserving to earn the life you desire. You were born infinitely worthy in the eyes of the divine. Your worth is not in question. You are here, in this moment, reading these words, simply to remember who you have always been, beneath it all. The version of you who is effortlessly abundant, who is cherished and adored, who is radiantly healthy and creatively fulfilled, is not some future tense, idealized personality you are trying to build from scratch through sheer effort. It is your original nature. It is your divine blueprint. It is the unshakable truth of you that has been patiently, lovingly waiting beneath the heavy layers of societal conditioning, the false identities you adopted to survive your childhood, and the inherited limiting beliefs of your ancestors. The journey is not one of strained, desperate creation, but of graceful, joyful, and liberating reclamation. And the two words that unlock this reclamation, that serve as the master key to this new and glorious state of being, are a declaration of this timeless foundational truth. They are not a request. They are not a hope. They are a statement of fact from a higher dimension of reality, spoken into this one to make it so. Are you ready to receive them? To let them land in the very center of your being, like a stone dropping into a still pool of water, sending ripples of truth out to every cell? Breathe in deeply. Fill your lungs with the air of this present, powerful, creative moment. And as you breathe out, say these words aloud. Let them be a vow. Let them be a prayer. Let them be a command. Let them land not in the crowded, noisy corridors of your mind, but in the sacred, silent, knowing chamber of your heart. It's already mine. Again, slower this time. Feel the undeniable vibration of them in your throat, in your chest, in your bones. It's already mine. Let that profound and simple truth wash over you. Let it dissolve every last vestige of resistance. Let it soothe the striving, anxious part of you that has worked so hard for so long. The abundance you seek? It's already yours. It exists in its infinite, glorious totality in the invisible storehouse of the universe, awaiting only your conscious feeling claim. The devoted, beautiful, safe love you desire. It's already yours. It is the very fabric of your being, seeking its perfect, harmonious reflection in the outer world. The unshakable peace and well-being you long for? It's already yours. It is the eternal, silent, and ever-present center of your soul. This is not an affirmation designed to convince a skeptical part of yourself. This is a recognition of what is already and has always been true in the realm of spirit, in the quantum field where all potentials exist simultaneously in this eternal creative moment of now. When you declare, with the quiet, unshakable authority of your soul, it's already mine, you collapse time. You stop projecting your good, your joy, your peace into a perpetually receding future, and you pull it into your present moment through the powerful, magnetic portal of your own consciousness. You shift, finally and forever, from the painful, draining, and repulsive frequency of wanting, which by law can only ever create more experiences of wanting, to the peaceful, magnetic, and receptive frequency of having. Your mind, the faithful servant of the old regime, will stage one last, desperate protest. The old identity will rise up and scream with all its accumulated evidence, but I don't see it. My 5 senses, my bank account, my current relationship status, my entire life history tell me a completely different and more realistic story. And you will smile gently at that old, frightened, and well-meaning voice. And you will say with the calm, loving, and final authority of a queen who has reclaimed her throne, "My 5 senses can only report on the past. They are excellent historians, showing me the perfect manifestation of my old beliefs. But my belief, my word, my feeling state is the prophet. It creates the future. I choose to stand in the higher reality that transcends appearances. It's already mine, and I will stand here until the world of appearances conforms to my decree." This is the final choice, the ultimate act of faith. Will you continue to believe the lagging historical report of your 5 senses? Or will you choose, right now, to believe the eternal, present tense report of your soul, your inner knowing, which whispers the timeless truth of what is already yours by divine right and sacred inheritance? You are not broken. You are remembering. You are not lacking. You are expanding. You are not waiting. You are becoming. And in your becoming, you are simply returning to the magnificent truth of who you have always been. This is your moment of reclamation. This is your crossing of the sacred threshold. The door was not locked. It was never locked. It simply and always opens inward. And so, I invite you now to make this your sacred silent vow, to walk through the rest of this day, this week, this precious life, from this new, unshakable, and peaceful center of gravity. Move as the one for whom it is already done. Speak as the one who knows her supply is infinite and her words are creative magic. Love as the one who is already whole, complete, and adored. Leave a comment below and seal this new sacred agreement with the universe and with the deepest part of your own soul. Write with the conviction of this holy moment fresh in your heart. I am ready to lead my subconscious. Let this be your declaration, your powerful, uncrossable line in the sand. The moment you stopped looking for the key and remembered, with a flood of relieved laughter, that you were and always have been the door. And now, the only question that truly matters, the question that will shape the rest of your magnificent and unfolding life, is this. Knowing that it's all already yours, who do you choose to be right now, in this holy, creative, and brand new moment? What if I told you that the reason your supply seems stuck, the reason your abundance feels delayed, the reason your money feels blocked, is not because you are not working hard enough, not because you are not smart enough, and certainly not because the world is against you? What if the reason is far simpler and far more powerful? What if I told you that your financial reality is not a reflection of your worth, but a direct reflection of a silent, invisible pattern held deep within your own mind, and that the walls you perceive are not made of circumstance, but of belief? Invisible, yes, but not indestructible. What if I told you there are 3 sacred decrees, 3 patterns of divine truth that have the power to dissolve those barriers, to recalibrate your inner world, and to release a flow of abundance that has been your birthright all along, simply waiting for your permission to arrive? And what if these decrees don't just prepare you for a blessing in the distant future, but can begin to shift the very energetic atmosphere of your life? Right now, in this moment. Stay with me, because by the end of our time together, you will hold the 3 sacred decrees that give your good its divine permission to find you. You will understand how to step out of the illusion of financial blockage and into the unwavering reality of your own divine, supernatural overflow. This is the moment your reclamation begins. When we speak of a financial breakthrough, the human mind immediately rushes outward. It looks for strategies. It seeks new investments. It grasps for different ways to increase its income. And listen closely, beloved, for this is a critical truth. These things are not wrong in themselves. They are simply the branches of the tree. They are not the root. The deepest truth is this: every visible manifestation has its root in the invisible realm. Every dollar in your hand was first a thought in mind. Every opportunity that appears before you was first an energy, an alignment, a vibration. Before money can flow with ease in your physical world, there must first be an open channel in your spirit. Before wealth can manifest in your hands, there must be a deep and unwavering alignment in your heart, in your subconscious mind. To put it another way, your outer world is cast from a mold held within your consciousness. The divine substance of life is like liquid gold, ready to pour itself into any form you provide. Your subconscious mind holds the mold. If that inner mold is shaped by thoughts of lack, etched with the patterns of fear, and warped by memories of struggle, then the divine substance can only pour itself out into a reality of lack, fear, and struggle. If your inner life, the sacred workshop where this mold is kept, is cluttered and dusty with doubt and inherited limitation, then no matter how hard you labor in the outer world, you will experience delay. You will know frustration. The life that is cast will feel imperfect, incomplete, with a persistent, quiet emptiness, a sense of running hard but never arriving. This is why the very first step toward unlocking the flow that is yours by divine right is not chasing after more opportunities in the world. It is turning inward, to the kingdom within, and beginning the sacred work of cleansing and reshaping the inner mold. Florence Scovel Shinn taught us that man's word is his wand, filled with magic and power. She understood a fundamental law of the universe, that our inner world of thought and feeling is the cause, and our outer world of experience is the effect. The subconscious mind is the faithful servant, the master craftsman that takes the mold you give it, every deeply held belief, every emotionally charged picture, and works tirelessly, day and night, to bring it into physical form. It does not judge the shape of the mold. It does not question its design. It simply and perfectly creates whatever it is told to create. If in the deep clay of your subconscious, there's a shape that says, "Money is hard to come by," your faithful servant will arrange circumstances to prove you right. It will bring you experiences of struggle. It will make the flow of money feel like a great effort, because that is the shape of the mold you have provided. If there is a hidden crevice in that mold that whispers, "I am not worthy of great wealth," or "Rich people are not spiritual," your subconscious mind will dutifully create experiences of self-sabotage. It will ensure the final casting has a flaw. It will cause money to slip through your fingers. It will bring you just enough, but never the overflow. It will protect you from becoming that which you subconsciously judge. This is the spiritual blockage. It is not an external enemy. It is not a punishment from the divine. It is the perfect, impersonal operation of a law that is simply responding to the design you have been giving it, consciously or unconsciously, for your entire life. Many of us are walking in this state. We have been promised abundance. We feel a calling for a larger life, a life of freedom, creativity, and generosity. But instead of seeing it manifest, we find ourselves trapped in recurring cycles of debt, of lack, of limitation. The promise is real. The divine, liquid gold of supply is infinite. But the blockage is in the shape of the mold. And so, the first decree, the foundational act that unlocks all financial release, is the decree of cleansing, of realignment. This is not about shame. This is not about guilt. Let us be very clear. To cleanse the mold is not to punish yourself for its past imperfections. It is simply to decide you are no longer available for the flawed reality it creates. It is an act of supreme self-love. It is the moment a master sculptor decides to smooth away the old lines and polish the surface so that the next creation will be flawless. The old grooves are not evil. They are simply patterns that no longer serve the magnificent reality you are destined to manifest. To realign is to consciously, deliberately turn your heart, your mind, your attention away from the appearance of the flawed casting and turn it back toward the one and only source of all substance. It is a sacred shift from dependence on outer conditions, your job, your clients, the economy, to a profound and unshakable dependence on the infinite intelligence within. It is an invitation for that divine power to purify every motive, every hidden attitude, and every action you take related to the energy we call money. Let us speak of the imperfections in the mold. Let us name them, so we may see them clearly and gently smooth them away from our sacred inner form. For some, the flaw is control. They have used money as a shield, a wall, a way to manipulate circumstances or people. To them, money is safety, and so the fear of losing it creates a desperate, tight grip. But the universe cannot give to a closed fist. It can only pour its substance into an open and receptive form. For others, the flaw is a deep and pervasive fear of lack. This fear is a jagged crack running through their mold, dominating their thinking from the moment they wake until the moment they sleep. It is a constant, humming anxiety in the background of their lives. It causes them to hoard, to worry, to obsess over every penny. This fear picture, held constantly in mind, is a powerful directive to the subconscious to create more situations that justify the fear. It is a prayer, a powerful mold for more of what you do not want. For some, the imperfection is greed, a pursuit of wealth not as a tool for good, not as an expression of divine life, but as an end in itself. They have forgotten that wealth is a servant, not a master, and in so doing, they have become the servant themselves, chained to the endless cycle of more, yet never feeling fulfilled. And for others, the flaw is the misuse of the resources they have already been given. They have poured their divine substance into habits that drain their life force, into purchases that feed the ego but starve the soul. They have sown their seeds in barren ground, wondering why no harvest comes. All of these thought forms, these inner patterns, create spiritual walls. They are static in the divine broadcast. They are impurities and cracks in the mold that block the divine substance from forming a perfect manifestation of prosperity. When you speak the first decree, the decree of cleansing and realignment, you are not just asking for forgiveness for a mistake. You are performing a sacred act of spiritual hygiene. You are opening the pipeline of blessing once again. You are, with love and authority, not just unclogging the flow, but perfecting the form it flows into. Imagine a beautiful, wide pipe designed to carry a powerful river of pure, fresh water from a limitless mountain spring directly to your home. This pipe represents the channel of your divine supply. It is flawless, perfect, and designed for overflow. Now imagine that over the years, stones of doubt, dirt of fear, and tangled roots of inherited beliefs have found their way into that pipe. A belief from your mother that you have to work your fingers to the bone for every dime. A painful memory of a time when there wasn't enough. A subtle message from society that to be spiritual, you must be poor. Each of these is a stone. Each is a clump of dirt. The water, your divine supply, is still flowing from the spring. It has never stopped. It can never stop. It is the nature of the universe to give. What reaches your home? A trickle, a slow, frustrating drip. Just enough to survive, but never enough to feel the full rushing power of the river. That is what the experience of financial blessing looks like for so many. It is dripping instead of flowing. The supply is there, but the channel is clogged with wrong beliefs, wrong actions, and wrong attitudes. But the decree of cleansing clears the pipe. It dissolves the stones of doubt. It washes away the dirt of fear. It realigns your spirit with the truth of the ever-flowing river, allowing heaven's infinite supply to move freely, powerfully, and abundantly into every area of your life. It ensures the mold you present is clean, polished, and ready to be filled. So let us begin this sacred work now, in the very workshop of your heart. You must first acknowledge, in the quiet sanctuary of your own being, that money does not own you, that a number in a bank account does not define you, that the opinions of others about your financial state are irrelevant to the truth of who you are. You are a divine being, an expression of the infinite. Your worth is inherent, eternal, and non-negotiable. You must confess, with gentle honesty, if you have allowed the pursuit of things to become your master. You must cleanse the thought. If fear has made you hoard and grasp instead of trust and receive. And most importantly, you must release every pattern of unbelief. For unbelief is the greatest enemy of provision. Unbelief is the act of looking at the imperfect, shadowed object cast by the old mold and declaring it to be more real than the divine artist and the limitless substance available. The adversary, that voice of doubt within your own consciousness, loves to whisper. It is a subtle serpent in the garden of your mind. It whispers that you will never have enough. It whispers that you will always struggle. It whispers that wealth, freedom, and ease are for other people who are smarter, luckier, or more deserving than you. But those are lies. They are ghosts. They are echoes of an old reality you are now choosing to leave behind. Listen closely, beloved, for this is the truth you must anchor yourself in now. The truth is that infinite intelligence has already conceived of and provided for a life of joyous abundance for each of its children. The truth is that you were not designed to live in endless financial bondage, but to walk in glorious freedom. You were designed to be a blessing, a channel, a living, breathing testimony to the faithfulness and opulence of the universe. And so, with this understanding, with a heart open and willing, we speak the first decree. Let these words not be mere recitations. Let them rise from the deepest part of you. Let them be your declaration of independence from the tyranny of old thought. Breathe in deeply, and as you exhale, speak this truth into your world. I now cleanse my mind and heart of every false belief about money, every thought of fear, every picture of lack, every pattern of greed, and every inherited doubt is now dissolved and released from my consciousness. I wash the inner mold of my mind clean with the power of my spoken word. My heart is now perfectly realigned with the will of divine intelligence. Every spiritual blockage, every flaw in my inner patterning, conscious or subconscious, standing between me and the infinite blessings already prepared for me, is now completely and permanently removed. I surrender my finances, my supply, my all, into the hands of infinite spirit. I choose to trust in its perfect provision. The channel is now clear. The mold is now perfect. The flow is now free, and I am ready to receive. As you speak these words with feeling, with conviction, something profound begins to shift. You may not see it yet with your physical eyes, but in the invisible realm of cause, a great change is occurring. The chains of old thought patterns begin to corrode. The energetic signature of poverty that may have clung to your family line begins to lose its power. This act of cleansing cancels the legal rights that the consciousness of lack has used against you. It realigns you under the divine protection of grace, where blessing flows freely, without obstruction. The great teachers have always known this. The prophet said, "If my people will humble themselves and pray, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will heal their land. Your land is your consciousness. Your land is your financial reality. When you heal the land of your mind, you restore its productivity. You open the doors of opportunity. You cause fruit to grow where there was once only barrenness. So many fail to see that their money is inextricably tied to their heart posture. As the Master Jesus said, "Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." This is not just a poetic saying, it is a statement of metaphysical law. If your treasure, your focus, your energy is locked in fear, your heart will be bound by the chains of anxiety. If your treasure is consumed by the hungry ghost of greed, your heart will be enslaved to the illusion of more. But if your treasure, your ultimate trust, is surrendered to the infinite spirit within, your heart will be free, and blessings will follow that free and open heart as surely as night follows day. That is why this cleansing is not optional. It is the absolute foundation of true and lasting financial deliverance. Perhaps you are listening to this now, and your soul resonates with a deep and weary truth. You have prayed for a financial breakthrough for years. You have fasted. You have declared affirmations. You have worked long, hard hours. You have done everything you knew how to do in the outer world. But still, it feels like the heavens are made of brass. It feels like your good is always just out of reach. Could it be that the blockage was never external? Could it be that it has always been internal? Could it be that the universe is waiting, with infinite patience and love, for you to surrender the inner mold of lack before it can release the harvest of abundance? The soil of your heart must be tilled. The stones of unbelief must be removed. The weeds of fear must be pulled. Only then can the divine seed of financial blessing take root and grow into a mighty tree. Only then can the mold be made perfect. This cleansing also restores trust. When you declare this decree, you are making a powerful statement to the universe. I no longer rely on my own strained effort. I no longer trust in money as my savior. I no longer place my faith in the shifting sands of the economy. I trust in you, the unchangeable, inexhaustible source alone. And when that confession of trust rises from your lips with true sincerity, heaven responds. The universe rushes to support the one who trusts it. Divine intelligence delights in the humble heart, the heart that is open, teachable, and willing to receive. It is the proud, rigid mind, the one that says, I know best, and I must do it all myself, that meets distance. Grace. And what is grace? Grace is divine empowerment. Grace is supernatural favor. Grace is the unseen hand that opens doors no person can shut. And when grace is released into your life, financial doors that were locked and rusted shut for years can suddenly, miraculously, swing open in a moment. Think of the ancient story of the prodigal son. He took his inheritance and wasted it. He lived in riotous living, pursuing outer sensation, and ended up in the vibration of poverty. He was feeding pigs, hungry, broken, and ashamed. His financial blessing was gone, not because the father had stopped loving him, not because the supply had run out, but because of the misalignment in his own heart. He was out of harmony with the source of his good. In essence, he had taken the perfect mold of his divine sonship and reshaped it into a mold of poverty and separation. But then, the scripture says, he came to himself. That is the moment of realignment. He realized his error. He decided to cleanse himself of his pride. He said, I will arise and go to my father. And in that moment of turning, everything changed. Did his father condemn him? Did his father shame him? No. His father ran to him, embraced him, restored him, clothed him in the finest robes, and celebrated his return. The cleansing of his heart unlocked the complete restoration of his abundance. In the very same way, when you return to the divine with your finances, when you cleanse your heart of mismanagement, of unbelief, of fear or greed, The Father, the infinite source, restores. It does not condemn, it restores. It places a robe of favor upon you. It brings you back into the house of abundance where you have always belonged. This first decree, this prayer of cleansing, must be personal. It is not enough to simply repeat my words. You must let them flow from your own spirit. Take time with this. Sit in the quiet. Allow the Spirit of truth within you to search your heart and show you, with infinite gentleness, where the flaws in your inner mold lie. Perhaps you have been careless with the money you have been given. Gently acknowledge it and release the pattern. Perhaps you have been secretly envious of the success of others, which is a powerful statement of lack. See it, bless them, and release the pattern. Perhaps you have deeply doubted the universe's ability or willingness to provide for you in a lavish way. Face that doubt and release it now. Whatever it is, bring it into the light. Do not hide it. Do not excuse it. Lay it before the altar of your own heart. And as you speak your decree, believe that the power of divine love is more than mighty enough to cleanse every wrong attitude, every misuse, every doubt, and every fear. This love not only forgives the past, it dissolves the energy of it. This love not only wipes away the old, flawed casting, it perfects the mold for an entirely new future. And that future includes financial healing. It includes divine opportunities, appearing as if from nowhere. It includes the tangible, wonderful, supernatural provision of your every need. Lift your heart now. In this sacred moment, let this be your soul's true declaration. Divine intelligence, I now release every wrong belief I have ever held about money. I release every pattern of trusting in myself more than I have trusted in you. I release all fear. I release all greed. I release all doubt. I release every misuse of the good you have already given me. Cleanse me, O infinite Spirit. Realign me with the divine idea of my life. From this moment forward, I place my finances, my purpose, and my entire being under your loving authority. I am ready. This, beloved, is the true beginning of financial freedom. It begins not with coins in your pocket, but with a cleansing in your heart. It begins not with a new business plan, but with a new and sacred alignment with the source of all good and a new, perfected inner mold. And as you begin to walk in this cleansed and realigned state, you will notice something miraculous. The very atmosphere around you will begin to shift. A quiet peace will replace the hum of anxiety. A steady faith will replace the sharp sting of fear. A spirit of generosity will replace the tight fist of greed. And where your heart goes, your money will follow. And yet, there comes a point in every woman's spiritual journey when simple wishing is not enough. There are moments when polite requests will not move the mountains of appearance that stand before you. There are times when the barriers holding back your financial blessing are not just circumstantial, but are the hardened crystallization of long-held negative thought forms, both your own and those of the collective consciousness. In those moments, you must rise. You must rise into the full stature of your spiritual authority and declare a breakthrough. You must step into your rightful position as a co-creator with the divine and use the spiritual weapon and word that have been. We learn to speak with a new authority. This is not a decree of begging. It is a decree of commanding. It is not a decree of weakness. It is a decree of strength. It is not a decree of hoping. It is a decree of knowing. Florence Scovel Shinn taught a profound truth. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences. She understood that the subconscious is an impersonal force, like electricity or steam. It will work for anyone, to create anything. It simply follows direction. Your conscious mind is the director, the artisan. Your spoken word is the command that shapes the mold. The financial blockages that you experience are often tied to these invisible forces. These deeply ingrained directives you have given your subconscious mind over a lifetime. They are the army of the aliens, as Florence called them. The fearful, doubtful thoughts that rise up to challenge your new state of consciousness. These are not external demons or devils in the traditional sense. They are your own creations, your own thought forms, given life by your past belief and fear. They are the old, broken mold, crying out that it is the only reality. The great adversary is always the thought of doubt. The thief that comes to steal, kill, and destroy is the fear that enters your mind and steals your peace, kills your faith, and destroys your vision of abundance. If this energy cannot destroy your soul, it will attempt to steal your resources. If it cannot silence your faith, it will attempt to drain your finances, keeping you trapped in the low vibration energy of survival, so that you never have the freedom or the resources to thrive in your divine purpose. That is why this decree of authority is so critical. It confronts this army of aliens, these old thoughts, these appearances of lack, and it enforces the will of divine intelligence in your financial life. It is you, the master artisan, stepping into the workshop of your mind and saying with quiet, unshakable power, that old mold is obsolete. It is broken. We are casting from a new design now. When you speak with this authority, you are not speaking from your own personal power, from the limited human ego. That would be futile. You are speaking from a place of alignment with divine power. It is delegated authority. Consider a police officer standing in the middle of a busy intersection. She may not be physically stronger than the drivers and the massive trucks that approach, but when she raises her hand, they stop. Why? Because she is not acting in her own personal power. She is wearing the uniform and carrying the badge of the government. She represents a larger authority, and her command compels obedience. In the same way, when you speak the word of truth, you are not speaking as an ordinary, limited human being. You are standing as a representative of the kingdom of heaven within. You are clothed with the authority of divine mind itself. You are backed by the irresistible power of spiritual law. The victory of life over death, of abundance over lack, of truth over illusion. Therefore, when you confront the appearance of a financial blockage, an unexpected bill, a client who doesn't pay, a job that ends, you do not plead timidly with the universe. You do not collapse into fear. You stand in your spiritual poise. You command boldly. You declare with unwavering faith that every obstacle must now dissolve. You decree that every chain of limitation must now break. You resist the appearance of poverty, the appearance of debt, the appearance of delay, and you drive them out of your consciousness with the authority of heaven. You take a spiritual hammer and you break the old mold of poverty forever. The ancient law is to resist the devil and he will flee from you. The devil is adverse circumstance, the manifestation of fearful thought. Resistance requires authority. It requires standing firm in the truth. It requires speaking words of power that the old energy of lack cannot withstand. This decree of authority is built upon the rock of spiritual law. You cannot exercise authority without knowing what has been promised, what is eternally true. The law of the universe declares that infinite spirit delights in the prosperity of its children. The law of the universe declares that when we align with it, it opens the windows of heaven and pours out a blessing so great there is not room enough to receive it. The law of the universe declares that we are given the power to get wealth, so that the covenant of good may be established on the earth through us. When you speak with authority, you anchor your declarations in these eternal promises. You remind the army of aliens, the fearful thoughts, of what God, the law, has spoken. You remind your own spirit of what is unshakably true, regardless of appearances, and you stand firm, unwavering, until the manifestation of that truth appears. Let us speak it now. Feel the power rising within you as you claim your divine dominion. In the name of my own divine self, the Christ within, I now take authority over my financial world. I speak my word to every spirit of poverty, every energy of delay, and every appearance of financial stagnation, and I say, you are a lie. You have no power over me. The old mold of lack is broken and dissolved now by the power of my word. Every chain holding back my resources is broken now. Every door that appeared to be closed is now opened by the power of divine intelligence. I declare that all the money and all the opportunities that are mine by divine right now find their way to me, under grace, in perfect ways. They can no longer be delayed. They can no longer be diverted. I walk in divine abundance and supernatural breakthrough now. These words are not just a plea. They are a command. They are a spiritual decree. As you release them in faith, the energy field around you begins to change. The chains of old debt consciousness, which once seemed unbreakable, begin to snap. The doors of opportunity, which seemed bolted shut, begin to creak open. The resources that were diverted away from you by your own past beliefs in aversion and delay begin to flow back into your direction. This decree of authority releases a sound in the spirit realm, a vibration that the energy of lack cannot withstand. It is the roar of the Lion of Judah, the triumphant Christ consciousness, echoing through your voice. You must understand that this financial warfare is real, but it is entirely within your own consciousness. Some doors are closed not because of a lack of skill or effort on your part, but because of spiritual resistance, the hardened thought forms of your own and others' making. Think of the story of Daniel, who prayed for 21 days. The angel finally came to him and said that from the very first day he prayed, his request was heard in heaven. But the answer was resisted. It was held up in the realm of consciousness by a contrary force. The breakthrough only came after persistent spiritual effort. In the same way, your financial blessing may have already been released from the universal treasury. The divine idea is already there, perfect and complete. But it may be being resisted in the psychic realm by your own fears, doubts, and expectations of delay. That is why you must speak with authority until the resistance is broken, until the new belief has hardened into fact, until the new mold has fully set. Authority is not passive. It is active. You cannot whisper meekly at the mountains of debt and lack and expect them to move. You must lift your voice with boldness. You must speak as one who knows that the entire universe rearranges itself to obey a command given in faith. You must declare, day after day, moment after moment, whenever the army of aliens appears, I am not under any curse of poverty. I am redeemed by divine love from any law of lack. I am a child of the King, and abundance is my divine inheritance. Every force, every thought, every appearance blocking my finances, I command you to dissolve and disappear in the name of my divine I Am presence. These declarations release power. They are not mere words, they are spiritual weapons. They are high-frequency vibrations that shatter low-frequency realities. When you speak with authority, you must also specifically renounce and release every covenant, every agreement, and every negative word ever spoken over your finances. This is a profound act of spiritual cleansing. Some people are bound by energetic patterns of generational poverty. Their forefathers, living in a consciousness of struggle, made subconscious agreements with lack. These are not punishments, but simply inheritable patterns, like inheriting the color of one's eyes. Some are limited by curses spoken over them, perhaps a parent who said in anger, "You'll never amount to anything," or a teacher who said, "You're not good with numbers." These words, charged with emotion, can become powerful hypnotic suggestions to the subconscious mind. But when you stand in your divine authority, you break those agreements. You cancel those old words. You are the sole authority in your own kingdom now. You declare, every curse, Every negative word ever spoken over my finances, I break its power now by the authority of my own Christ mind. I neutralize it. I erase it. Every generational chain of poverty, I command it to be loosed from my life, from my family, and from my descendants forever. I declare freedom. I declare a new beginning. I declare divine breakthrough in the name of infinite good. This authority requires persistence. Florence Scovel's Shin tells the story of a man who commanded a stubborn mule to move, but the mule would not budge. He commanded it again and again, with no result. Finally, a wise old man told him, "You have to speak to him with authority." The man then spoke with such force and conviction that the mule immediately obeyed. Your subconscious mind is like that mule. It is stubborn. It is used to the old commands of lack and limitation. You must speak your new command with such persistent faith and authority that it has no choice but to obey. Do not declare it once and then surrender to doubt when the mailman brings another bill. No, that is the very moment to stand taller. That is the test. That is the army of the aliens showing up to see if you truly mean it. You look at that bill, and you speak your word to it. You are already paid. Divine substance is limitless, and this is but a drop in the bucket. I give thanks for the divine supply that meets this and every need with a surplus. Declare your victory each morning when you wake. Command the blessing to manifest. Bind the energy of fear from touching your resources. Loose the angels, the divine messengers and ideas of God to bring opportunities into your path. The spiritual realm responds to consistent, unwavering authority. Consider the story of Joshua before the walls of Jericho. God, the law, had already promised him the land. The victory was already a spiritual fact, but he still had to act. He had to march around the city. He had to command people to release a shout of authority. The walls did not fall because of physical force. They fell because of spiritual authority expressed through obedient action and a powerful spoken word. In the same way, your financial walls of Jericho, the debts, the bills, the lack, will fall. They must fall. It is law. But they will fall when you combine your inner alignment with your authoritative, persistent declaration. You may feel surrounded by the appearance of limitation, but when you release the shout of faith through your decree of authority, those walls cannot stand. They are illusion. They must crumble into the nothingness from which they came. This decree of authority also requires that you begin to see yourself as divine intelligence sees you. The energy of lack thrives on intimidation. It wants you to believe that you are small, that you are powerless, that you will always be poor, that you will never rise above your current circumstances. But you must now refuse to wear those shabby clothes of victimhood. You must clothe yourself daily in the royal robes of your true identity. You are seated with Christ in heavenly places, in a high state of consciousness. You are more than a conqueror over every appearance of limitation. You are blessed in the city and blessed in the field. You are blessed in your coming in and your going out. You are the head and not the tail. You are above only and not beneath. When you embrace this divine identity, your words carry the weight of the universe. You are no longer speaking as a victim begging for scraps. You are speaking as a victor, a queen, enforcing the inheritance that is already yours. So lift your heart now. Let faith rise like a lion within you, and declare with absolute conviction, I reject every spirit of lack and limitation. I break every chain of delay. I command my divinely appointed resources to flow to me now in a mighty, irresistible flood. I decree that my destiny is not poverty, but prosperity, not lack, but limitless abundance, not bondage, but glorious freedom. Every resistance against my finances, conscious or subconscious, is now utterly and completely defeated by the power of my spoken word. I call forth open doors of opportunity. I call forth divine connections. I call forth supernatural increase from the north, the south, the east, and the west. My world is now governed by the divine law of abundance, and all things are possible. As these words flow from your mouth, beloved, know that they do not vanish into the air. They are living things. They travel into the spirit realm, the realm of cause, where they become marching orders for the universe. They confront the old principalities of your mind, the embedded beliefs in struggle, and they dismantle those strongholds. They release the hand of God, the power of the law, to move on your behalf in ways that will astonish you. The decree of authority is the weapon that transforms the unseen world of your consciousness. And when the unseen shifts, the seen world must follow. It has no choice. Never again underestimate the power of speaking with authority. The centurion said to the master healer, "I too am a man under authority. I say to this one, go, and he goes." And Jesus marveled at his faith, because he understood the principle of delegated power. That same principle works for you today in the spiritual realm. When you tell lack to go, it must go. When you tell your divine blessing to come, it must come. When you command delay to break, it must break. Not because of who you are in your small personal self, but because of who you are in Christ, in the divine, as a center of God consciousness. Therefore, let your inner conversation shift today. Let it move from weak begging to strong declaring. Let your words carry the weight of heaven's authority. Let your declarations ring with the power of the Spirit of truth. And as you walk in this new authority, watch, just watch. Watch as the blockages in your finances crumble. Watch as unexpected opportunities begin to appear from the most surprising places. Watch as the supernatural provision of God overtakes you, for you have spoken the word, and your word is law. And once you claim this power, you realize there is a season in a woman's life when survival is no longer enough. God, the infinite good, never designed his children to live a life of merely scraping by, not to be perpetually counting every coin, trapped in a gray, anxious world of just enough for tomorrow. The infinite has revealed itself from the beginning of time as Jehovah Jireh, the Lord who provides. In our language, we call it divine supply, the inexhaustible source, the universal bank of the imagination. The name does not matter. The principle is eternal. Its desire is not just to meet your basic needs, but to fill your life to overflowing with such abundance that you can fully and gloriously fulfill your divine purpose. Bless everyone you touch, and stand as a shining testament to the opulent nature of spirit. This brings us to the final, most joyful part of our work, the decree of receiving and overflow. This is the sacred statement that invites God's supernatural, surprising supply into the very fabric of your life. It is the decree that shifts you from the cramped posture of scarcity into the expansive, joyous reality of true abundance. Now listen closely, for this is a subtle and vital point. Provision, true divine provision, is not only about receiving money. To focus only on cash is to limit the universe, which has a million avenues of supply at its disposal. True provision encompasses wisdom. It encompasses favor. It encompasses brilliant, million-dollar ideas. It encompasses divine connections and perfect timing. Sometimes the universe provides, not by dropping a check in your lap, but by opening a door to an opportunity you never could have imagined. Sometimes it provides not with currency, but with a sudden, game-changing idea that flows into your mind in the middle of the night. Sometimes it provides by aligning you with the perfect person at the perfect moment, who holds the key to your next great expansion. Provision is infinitely broader than currency. It is the divine orchestration of all resources in your life, so that you lack no good thing needed to walk in the divine destiny that God has planned for you. When you speak the decree of receiving an overflow, you are not just asking for wealth. You are activating the law of divine orchestration. You are calling forth supernatural wisdom. You are commanding heaven's limitless resources to manifest on earth, for you and through you. You are consciously creating an inner mold that is not just for a cup, but for a vast and beautiful fountain. The psalmist declared, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." This is not just a beautiful poem. It is a profound declaration of metaphysical law. It is a revelation of perfect provision. If the Lord, the law of good, truly is your shepherd, your guide, your source, then want or lack cannot be your permanent address. Lack may come as a temporary appearance, a shadow passing by, but it cannot stay. Scarcity may knock at your door, a visitor from the old consciousness, but it cannot take up residence. Why? Because the Good Shepherd always leads his flock to green pastures and beside still waters. If you are following that inner guidance faithfully, you must expect that provision is your portion. It is your birthright. So this decree is not about begging the universe to give you something it has been withholding. It is about aligning your consciousness with the glorious good that it has already promised, that it has already prepared for you in the realm. You are simply calling it forth into manifestation. Let us lift the sacred words of this powerful decree. Feel your heart expand with gratitude and joyful expectation as you speak. I give thanks for my shepherd, the divine intelligence within me, which is my unfailing and inexhaustible provider. I am now open and receptive to my good. I ask for and I receive divine wisdom to manage wealth. I claim and accept open doors of favor with all. I call forth and welcome a continuous stream of divine opportunities for increase. I decree that my cup overflows. The mold of my life is shaped for overflow. I have more than enough to bless others, to advance the kingdom of good, and to live as a radiant testimony of God's faithfulness. I declare that lack is no longer my portion. Abundance, overflow, and perpetual provision are mine in Christ. My good is now made manifest. This decree carries profound, multi-layered power. First, it acknowledges divine intelligence as the ultimate source. Too often, we place our trust in channels. We trust our jobs, our businesses, our clients, our governments. But these are merely the channels, the pipes through which the water flows. They are not the limitless mountain spring itself. The true source of all provision is God, the infinite spirit. When one channel closes, the source can instantly open another, and another, and another. When one stream seems to dry up, the source can cause mighty rivers to flow in the desert of your life. Your employer is not your provider. The stock market is not your provider. Your business is not your provider. God is your provider. And that provider can command provision from the most unexpected and miraculous places. Ravens, the most unlikely of birds, that the prophet in the wilderness. Manna, a substance never before seen, fell from heaven for the Israelites. A coin was found in the mouth of fish to pay a tax. These are not just charming fairy tales. They are historical records of the operation of supernatural law. They are powerful testimonies meant to remind us that God's resources are unlimited, and His ways of providing are beyond our wildest imaginings. When you anchor your faith in the source, not the channel, you live in a state of perpetual security and peace. Second, this decree specifically asks for wisdom. This is perhaps the most overlooked key to lasting wealth. Many times, financial struggle does not come from a lack of money flowing in, but from a lack of wisdom to manage what comes. If the universe poured $1 million into a vessel riddled with holes of poor judgment, fear, and bad habits, that supply would quickly vanish, and the person would be right back where they started. Wisdom is what makes the mold of your life strong enough to hold the blessing. Wisdom seals the vessel. Wisdom teaches you how to invest, how to save, and when to spend. Wisdom guides you in your stewardship. Wisdom empowers you to give with joy and intelligence. Wisdom keeps you from falling into the subtle traps of debt and from misusing the sacred resources you have been given. That is why King Solomon, when God asked him what he desired most, did not ask for riches. He asked for wisdom. And because he chose the root of the tree instead of the fruit, God gave him both. He received such wisdom that kings and queens came from all over the world to hear him. And with that wisdom came riches and honor beyond measure. When you pray for provision, always ask for the wisdom to steward it. For wisdom ensures that the provision is not just a momentary windfall, but a sustained and ever-increasing reality. Third, this decree calls for open doors of favor. Favor is the currency of heaven. One moment of divine favor can accomplish what 10 years of hard, grinding labor could never achieve. Favor is what caused Joseph, a forgotten prisoner, to be summoned from the dungeon and made prime minister of Egypt in a single day. Favor is what caused Ruth, a poor foreign widow, to glean in the exact right field, capturing the attention of its wealthy owner and leading her into her glorious destiny. Favor is what surrounded Esther, an orphan girl, granting her access to the king's heart and empowering her to save her entire nation. When divine favor rests upon you, opportunities come looking for you. Doors swing open that you did not even know existed. People go out of their way to help you, to bless you, to promote you, for reasons they themselves cannot explain. Blessings flow to you that no human hand could ever block. That is why you must ask for and expect favor continually. For favor transforms your ordinary human effort into extraordinary supernatural results. Fourth, and this is the pinnacle, this decree asks for overflow, not just provision, not just enough. God does not want you to live your life on the razor's edge of barely making it. He desires that your cup, your life, your bank account, your joy runneth over. He wants the mold of your consciousness to be so vast, so generous, that it naturally creates more than enough. Why? Why the overflow? Because a provision that only meets your own needs is a blessing that stops with you. But when there's overflow, you have more than enough. More than enough to bless your family. More than enough to support your community. More than enough to generously fund the work of God on earth, the causes and missions that are written on your heart. Overflow turns you from a receiver into a giver, from a borrower into a lender, from one who is dependent on the world into one who is a distributor of heaven's resources. The ancient promise says, "You will lend to many nations and not borrow." That is the consciousness of overflow. It is the glorious shift where you no longer pray only for your own needs to be met, but you begin to wake up each morning and ask the universe, whose needs can I meet today? How can you use my abundance to be a blessing in the world? Overflow is also a powerful testimony. When the world, which is so often trapped in fear and lack, sees a woman of faith prospering with absolute integrity, managing her resources with profound wisdom, and giving with breathtaking generosity, it points them to the reality of a loving and abundant God. Provision without a testimony is incomplete, but provision that becomes a testimony brings glory to heaven and hope to humanity. That is why your financial blessing is never, ever only about you. It is about showcasing the goodness, the faithfulness, and the opulence of the divine to a world that is starving for it. When your life is marked by supernatural provision, you become a walking billboard for the kingdom of heaven. You become living proof that God's laws work. But here is the key, beloved. To walk in this reality of provision and overflow, you must be ruthless in breaking with the old mindset of scarcity. That is the final boss in this game of life. That is the old, cramped, brittle mold you must shatter forever. The scarcity mindset is a subtle poison. It whispers, "There's not enough to go around. If she gets a big piece of the pie, that means there's less for me." The abundance mindset knows the truth. God's pie is infinite. Her success is proof of what's possible for me, and I celebrate her. Scarcity makes you cling tightly to what you have, terrified that if you release it, you will lose it forever. Abundance makes you give freely, joyfully, knowing that what you sow will always return to you, multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, and run over. Giving is the great secret to receiving. Scarcity focuses on what is lacking. It sees the hole in the donut. Its conversation is filled with complaints, worries, and problems. Abundance focuses on the limitless supply of heaven. It sees the donut. Its conversation is filled with gratitude, possibility, and solutions. This decree of receiving and overflow must be accompanied by a daily, conscious renewal of your mind, so that you begin to think not in terms of earthly shortage, but in terms of God's inexhaustible, ever-present, all-sufficient resources. Consider the widow of Zarephath. The prophet asked her to make him a small cake of bread. She looked at her circumstances with the eyes of scarcity. She saw only a little flour and a little oil in her jar. She believed she would eat one last meal with her son, and then they would die. That was her reality, based on appearances. That was a scarcity mindset, a mold shaped for a final meal in death. But when she chose to obey the prophetic word, the word of truth, and act from a place of abundance, even with the little she had, when she gave first, trusting in the law, a miracle was unlocked. Her jar of flour was never empty. Her jug of oil never ran dry. The overflow began with one small act of obedient faith that defied appearances. In the same way, your provision is so often unlocked as you release what seems small into the hands of God. A boy's tiny lunch of 5 loaves and 2 fish was multiplied to feed thousands. Your small seed of time, talent, or treasure can unlock a great harvest when it is placed in God's hands with faith and love. This is why the decree of receiving must be accompanied by willingness to sow. Because God, the law, multiplies what is released, not what is hoarded. So as you lift this third and final decree, use the sacred power of your imagination. Picture your life surrounded by the golden light of divine supply. See doors of opportunity swinging open for you in the most unexpected and wonderful places. Feel the thrill of brilliant creative ideas flowing into your mind. Ideas that create new and effortless streams of income. Picture yourself meeting the perfect people who carry answers, opportunities, and resources for you. See your cup is not just full, it is running over. See yourself writing checks to charities with joy. See yourself blessing your family and friends without a second thought. See yourself funding your dreams and the dreams of others. This is not wishful thinking. This is spiritual work. This is aligning your imagination, the workshop of God, with the promises of truth. As Florence taught, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. When you see your provision clearly in your spirit, when you feel the reality of it in your heart, it is law that it must manifest in your natural world. Lift your voice one more time. Speak as if it is already done. For in the mind of God, it is. O Lord, my shepherd, I joyfully receive your limitless provision. I walk in divine wisdom. I step into supernatural favor. I declare that my cup runs over. I am not called to lack, but to abundance. I am not designed for scarcity, but for glorious overflow. I receive open doors, divine opportunities, and supernatural increase now. I live as a testimony of your faithfulness, and I use my magnificent provision to advance your kingdom of good on earth. And so it is. As you pray this way, as you decree this truth daily, your entire atmosphere will shift. Where there was once the cold grip of fear, there will be the warm embrace of peace. Where there was once the heavy weight of stagnation, there will be the joyful dance of movement. Where there was once the barren desert of lack, there will be the gushing river of divine supply. Heaven is filled with abundance. It is the nature of the universe. And when you align your decrees, your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions with God's will of infinite good, that abundance flows into your life in a powerful, joyful, and unstoppable measure. We have walked together through 3 powerful decrees, 3 spiritual keys designed to unlock the money that has appeared blocked and to break every chain of financial bondage in your consciousness. First came the decree of cleansing and realignment, for before the hand of God can release its limitless provision, the heart of woman must be made right. The subconscious mind, the inner mold, must be cleared of the weeds of sin, which is simply missing the mark of our own divinity. The old mistaken beliefs in unbelief, greed, and fear clog the channels of blessing. But the cleansing word clears the way for heaven's supply to flow. Then came the decree of authority and dissolving resistance. For there are forces, hardened thought forms in your own consciousness that resist your financial destiny. And it takes spiritual authority, the power of your I Am presence, to silence them. In Christ, in your divine self, you are not a beggar. You are a victor. You are a queen upon the throne of your own life, and you have the authority to command the chains of poverty consciousness to break and to declare open the doors of your God-given abundance. And finally, we embrace the decree of receiving and overflow. The sacred place where you no longer live in the cramped space of survival, but expand into the glorious reality of abundance. It is here that you recognize God as your one and only source. You receive the divine wisdom for stewardship. You walk in supernatural favor, and you carry more than enough to be a fountain of blessing to others and to advance the causes of good in the world. These 3 decrees are not empty words. They are spiritual keys. Each one opens a different lock on the same door. And when they are used together, consistently and with faith, they create a flow of blessing that no army of aliens, no appearance of lack, can ever stop. The cleansing decree aligns you with God's will. The authority decree enforces God's promises against all resistance. And the receiving decree releases you into a life of glorious, ever-increasing overflow. As you carry these sacred decrees into your daily walk, into the quiet moments of your morning and the peaceful reflection of your night, remember this final truth. Financial freedom begins in the spirit before it ever manifests in the natural. You are not trying to create something from nothing. You are simply remembering the truth of who you are and allowing what is already yours to come forth. You are not broken. You have never been broken. You are simply remembering your power. The same divine law that multiplied oil for the widow, that rained manna from heaven, that placed a coin in a fish's mouth, is the very same law, the very same intelligence, the very same love that desires to provide for you today in ways that are perfectly tailored to the divine design of your life. Do not see these decrees as one-time recitations, but as the foundation of a new lifestyle. Live with a heart that is continually being cleansed. Walk in the quiet confidence of your spiritual authority and expect, with childlike joy, the continual, surprising, and wonderful provision of your source. In doing so, you will not only experience a profound and lasting breakthrough in your own finances, but you will become a channel, a conduit, a river of life and blessing to others. What was once blocked will now flow. What was once delayed will now accelerate. And what was once empty will now overflow. For the God of abundance, the infinite intelligence of the universe, delights in blessing his children and making them radiant, prosperous testimonies of his faithfulness. This is your truth. This is your choice. The keys are now in your hand. If you are ready to command your subconscious mind, to cleanse the channel, and to claim your divine inheritance of abundance, make a public declaration of your choice. Go to the comments and declare with power, I speak the word of my abundance into being. And now, as we close our sacred time together, I leave you with one question to hold in your heart. What is the first beautiful, generous thing you will do when your overflow arrives? See it, feel it, and know that it is already done. There is a wall that stands between you and the abundance that is your birthright. It is a wall built brick by brick with your own words of fear, doubt, and limitation. But what is built by words can be dismantled by a divine decree, a single sacred decree so charged with power that it can shatter that wall into dust. Today, we take up the tool that contains this decree. Psalm 23. For the next 7 days, you will learn to speak it not as a prayer, but as a command that realigns your entire reality, dissolves financial barriers, and opens the floodgates of divine supply. In the beginning, before there was form, there was sound. Before the mountain, there was a thought. Before the ocean, a whisper. The entire universe, in its breathtaking majesty, was spoken into existence, a divine vibration that sang the stars into their orbits and breathed life into the soil. That same creative power, that primordial world-shaping force, did not retire after creation. It was not sealed away in ancient texts or reserved for prophets on mountaintops. It was woven into the very fabric of your being. It lives in your heart. It animates your spirit. And it lives on your tongue. Every time you open your mouth to speak, you are dipping your hands into the same creative substance that formed the cosmos. Your words are not idle sounds that vanish into the air. They are not empty. They are alive. They are potent. They carry within them the seeds of creation or the dust of decay. Florence Scovel Shinn, a woman who understood this law with profound clarity, taught that your word is your wand. With it, you are constantly casting spells over your own life, whether you are aware of it or not. When you speak in alignment with divine truth, with abundance, with wholeness, your words become channels for miracles. When you speak in alignment with fear, with lack, with doubt, with limitation, your words become the architects of your own prisons. To speak a psalm, then, is not merely to recite poetry from a sacred book. It is not a religious ritual performed out of obligation. It is a conscious act of awakening divine law. It is a decision to activate a frequency that reshapes the unseen and calls forth the seen. When you speak the psalm aloud, you are clothing yourself in God's vibration. You are stepping into a river of truth that is more powerful than any current fear or lack you have ever known. You are affirming, not just with your lips, but with your breath, your cells, your very soul, that God's promises of abundance, of peace, of wholeness are not just possible. They are law. You are not asking, you are commanding. You are commanding your world, your body, your finances, and your relationships to come into harmony with the divine order that has always been the spoken word and has been waiting patiently for you to remember how to wield it. Let us speak now of the illusion of lack, the heavy cloak of financial worry that so many of us have been taught to wear. We are told that our financial state is a reflection of the job market, of our education, of our past mistakes, or the actions of others. We believe lack is a solid wall, an external circumstance we must fight against. But in truth, lack is not a wall, it is a shadow. It is a shadow cast by misaligned thought and misdirected words. It has no substance of its own. It only has the power you give it. Every complaint is a decree. And by decree, I simply mean a clear, repeated instruction you speak to your inner world. An instruction that sets your mind, your emotions, and your actions in one single direction. Every worried word spoken to a friend is a prayer for more of what you do not want. Every sigh of, "I can't afford it," is a seed of lack sown into the fertile soil of your experience. Every fearful declaration of "money never stays with me" is an instruction, a command given to the universe to make it so. Think of your life as a grand and beautiful garden. Your subconscious mind is the rich, fertile soil, ready to grow whatever you plant within it. Your words are the seeds. When you say, I am struggling, you plant a seed of struggle. The soil does not judge. It does not question whether you want to struggle. It simply receives the seed and begins the process of germination. Soon, you see the sprouts of struggle in your life, an unexpected bill, a difficult client, a missed opportunity. When you say, I am so worried about the future, you plant a seed of worry, and the soil in its infinite obedience cultivates a harvest of things to worry about. The script for your life is written with the ink of your own words. The universe does not question the script. It simply produces the play. This is why a psalm spoken with intention is so profoundly powerful. It is the word of God spoken through you. It is a divine seed that overrides the false decrees of fear and lack that may have been planted in your subconscious mind, perhaps for generations. It is the ultimate weed killer and the most potent fertilizer, all in one. When you speak a psalm for 7 days, you are not just planting a single seed of truth. You are engaged in a sacred act of recultivating your entire inner garden. With each repetition, you are pulling out the old, tangled roots of limitation. With each declaration, you are watering the new seed of divine truth. You do this again and again, day after day, until the vibration of lack is completely drowned out by the thunderous, life-giving vibration of abundance. The spoken word is a direct command to your subconscious mind. This is a truth of immense importance, so let it land deeply within you. Your subconscious mind is the most powerful, faithful servant you will ever have. It is the builder of your body, the keeper of your memories, the silent force that beats your heart and digests your food. It works tirelessly, 24 hours a day, to carry out your orders. But here is the key. It does not speak the language of logic or reason. It speaks the language of feeling, of image, and of command. It does not argue. It does not question. It only obeys. If you consistently tell it, through your words and feelings, that you are poor and life is a struggle, it will say, yes, my beloved master, and it will work diligently to create experiences of poverty and struggle for you, in reality, so that you only see evidence of lack. It will subtly guide you away from opportunities and toward dead ends. It does this not out of malice, but out of perfect, unwavering obedience to your command. If, however, you tell it with the same consistency and feeling that you are wealthy, that you are divinely supplied, that wealth flows to you freely and effortlessly from infinite channels, it will also say, yes, my beloved man, and it will immediately set into motion events, connections, circumstances, and ideas to make it so. It will open your eyes to opportunities you were blind to before. It will align you with people who are ready to help and bless you. It will arrange circumstances in your favor in ways that seem miraculous to the conscious mind. A psalm, when spoken aloud with feeling and conviction, bypasses the skeptical, reasoning conscious mind. Your conscious mind might hear the words, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," and immediately argue, "But look at this pile of bills. Look at my empty bank account." But the spoken word, imbued with the sacred vibration of a psalm, slips past that noisy gatekeeper. It travels directly into the throne room of your subconscious and imprints the truth of divine provision directly onto the soul. It is as though you are reprogramming your entire operating system. You are deleting the old, faulty software of human limitation and installing the divine software of God's infinite abundance. Every word carries a vibration. This isn't mere mysticism. It is a principle reflecting how your attention, your expectation, and your repeated words shape the very lens through which you see the world, and therefore, the world you experience. Some words, like fear, debt, and hate, vibrate at a low, heavy frequency. They create heaviness in the body and darkness in the atmosphere. Other words, like love, gratitude, and abundance, vibrate at a high light frequency. They bring light, healing, and prosperity. A psalm is a symphony of the highest vibrations. It is not just language, it is energy. It is spiritual law encoded in sound. To speak it daily is to tune yourself, like a sacred instrument, to the harmony of heaven's infinite supply. As a harp vibrates with the gentle touch of a master's hand, so your life begins to vibrate in perfect harmony with the divine words you speak. Faith, for so many, is a silent, hidden thing. A candle kept in the heart, flickering quietly in the dark. But faith becomes dynamic. It becomes a world-changing force when it is declared aloud. The scriptures say, "Let the redeemed of the Lord say so." It does not say, "Let them think so" or "feel so." It says, "Say so." You redeem yourself from the appearance of lack when you dare to speak prosperity over your life, even when your senses tell you otherwise. The spoken word is the spark that ignites the fuel of faith, is the magnetic force that draws into form the invisible riches already prepared for you. Consider this for a moment. The money you require, the opportunities you seek, the open doors, the unexpected gifts, the canceled debts, they already exist. They exist right now in the realm of spirit, in the divine substance from which all things are made. They are not being created from scratch when you pray. They are being revealed. The spoken word, charged with faith, acts as the key. It is the key that opens the curtain between the invisible and visible. It is the command that says, "What is already true in spirit, now manifest in my world." Without the spoken word, blessings can remain suspended in potential, waiting for the command to appear. With the spoken word, blessings are command manifestation. They are given their marching orders. The psalm you choose to speak becomes your decree of truth. It is your royal proclamation, your spiritual law for your life. Every line becomes a command to your world. When you speak the words, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," you are not begging a distant God to please provide for you. You are not pleading from a position of lack. You are standing in your power as a child of the King, and you are declaring the law of supply. You are affirming that the very concept of want cannot exist in the conscious that is shepherded by the divine. In the face of this declaration, lack dissolves as a shadow before the morning sun. It has no power, no reality, no place to stand. When you declare, "He prepareth a table before me in the presence of mine enemies," you are not just hoping for a nice meal. You are speaking a profound spiritual truth. You are declaring that abundance flows to you, a full-on feast, regardless of opposition, regardless of negative circumstances, regardless of the enemies of doubt, fear, and the opinions of others. You are affirming that your supply is not dependent on outer conditions. It is dependent only on God, and that supply is constant, lavish, and guaranteed. The psalm becomes your spiritual sword. Just as the word was used to rebuke the adversary in the wilderness, so you wield the psalm against the thought forms of fear, doubt, and poverty that have held you captive. Every time you speak it, you cut away the invisible cords of worry that have bound you. Every time you declare it, you tie yourself more securely to the unbreakable promises of divine provision. It is not enough and never sending it. The truth remains contained within your own mind. Speaking releases it. Speaking sends the letter. It releases the truth into the atmosphere, sets it vibrating in every cell of your body, and declares it before heaven and earth. The spoken word gathers power as it moves through sound. It is like the striking of a sacred bell. Once sounded, its vibration travels far beyond the initial moment. Your words ripple through the unseen, touching people, places, and situations you may never consciously meet. This is why the psalm, spoken aloud, is so incredibly potent. When you whisper it into the quiet of the night, or declare it into the stillness of the morning, it does not remain in that room. It travels outward. It reaches into the unformed divine substance that is ready to shape itself into your supply. It reaches opportunities that are looking for you. It reaches the hearts of people who are destined to bless you, and it whispers your name to them. It reshapes the entire energy field around you until your physical life has no choice but to reflect the very words you have spoken. Every decree eventually becomes flesh. Just as the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, so too will the words you consistently speak become flesh in your personal experience. If you decree poverty, you will dwell among poverty. If you decree struggle, you will dwell in a world of struggle. If you decree wealth, wholeness, and divine harmony, you will dwell in a world of wealth, wholeness, and divine harmony. The psalm is a holy decree, already charged with millennia of divine energy and belief. When you join your voice to it, you activate the hour personally. You align your small personal life with the same immutable law that governs the stars in their courses. But the word must be spoken with belief. This is why faith is the essential fire. To repeat the psalm without belief is like striking a wet match. There is no spark. But to repeat it with inner conviction, with a heart full of knowing, is to strike the ground with the rod of God that brings forth water from a barren rock. You must speak it, knowing that every word is alive. You must speak it as though you can already see the table prepared before you. You must speak it as though you can already feel your cup running over with blessings. You must speak it with the calm assurance that goodness and mercy are already following you, right at your heels, all the days of your life. When you speak, speak with expectancy. Do not murmur the words as if they are a dreary ritual. Speak them with the fire of truth in your belly. Speak them as though heaven itself leans in to listen, because it does. Speak them as though armies of angels are dispatched with every syllable, because they are. Speak them as though God Himself is watching over His word to perform it, because He is. The spoken word is divine law in action. A psalm is not just poetry. It is not just a prayer. It is not just inspiration. It is a creative decree. And for each of the 7 days that you speak it, you are sending forth a command from the throne room of your soul, a command that shapes your financial world, a command that says to the walls of debt, crumble, a command that says to the doors of opportunity, swing open, a command that says to the channels of divine provision, flow, all through the undeniable, unshakable power of the spoken word. 7. The number of completion. This number is not ordinary. It is not arbitrary. It is a divine symbol, a spiritual signature of perfection, wholeness, and completion. Throughout the sacred texts of the world, the number 7 appears again and again as the number of God's perfect, finished work. Creation itself was completed in 7 days. On the 7th day, God rested, not because He was tired, but because the work was finished. It was whole. It was perfect. The walls of the seemingly impenetrable city of Jericho fell after 7 days of marching and 7 blasts of the trumpet on the 7th day. Naaman, the leper, was cleansed of his affliction only after dipping 7 times in the Jordan River. The number 7 signifies the end of struggle and the glorious manifestation of fulfillment. When you commit to speaking a psalm for 7 consecutive days, you are aligning yourself with this divine law of completion. You are making a powerful declaration to the universe and to your own soul. You are declaring that what God has promised you, what you are claiming for your life, shall come to pass in its fullness. Not partially, not halfway, but in completion. 7 seals are broken to reveal the ultimate truth. 7 lamps of fire burn before the throne of God. 7 represents the full cycle of manifestation brought from the invisible realm of spirit into its perfect visible fullness. In this sacred rhythm of 7, Your financial breakthrough is brought from unseen promise into seen possession, from quiet prayer into tangible reality. To repeat the psalm for 7 days is to move through a spiritual cycle of creation. Each day builds upon the last. Each declaration layers a new level of truth and power until the fullness is revealed. On the first day, you sowed the seed of divine truth into the soil of your subconscious mind. You speak the word, perhaps with just a flicker of faith. On the second day, that seed takes root. Your faith deepens just a little. The unseen work has begun. On the third day, the seed pushes through the soil. You may feel a subtle shift in your spirit, a new sense of peace or hope. On the fourth day, the stem grows strong and stable. Your conviction is established. The winds of doubt cannot shake you. On the fifth day, it begins to bear the promise of fruit. You might receive a small sign, an unexpected check, a helpful idea, a synchronicity that lets you know your word is working. On the sixth day, the fruit reaches maturity. The blessing is ready. The breakthrough is imminent, right at the door. On the seventh day, the harvest is complete. You enter into the rest of completion. The manifestation is here. The work is done. 7 days is a divine cycle of creation, and within that holy cycle, what you decree becomes established law in your world. 7 is the of approval. To speak the psalm for 7 days in a row is to place your desire under God's perfect timing, God's perfect order, and God's perfect manifestation. So many of us grow weary and give up when we do not see immediate results. We plant the seed on Monday and are discouraged when we see no fruit on Tuesday. But the law of 7 teaches us divine patience. It teaches us trust. For just as a seed does not bear fruit the very day it is planted, so your financial miracle matures as you remain faithful in your daily declaration. 7 days symbolizes the unshakable trust that God's word will not and cannot return void. It works silently, invisibly, and unfailingly beneath the surface of your awareness until its divine purpose is accomplished. Every day you repeat the psalm, you are chiseling away at the invisible walls of resistance in your own consciousness. Think of the Israelites circling Jericho. For 6 days, they marched in faithful silence, speaking not a word. To the outside world, it looked like nothing was happening. The walls stood as tall and imposing as ever. But with each circle, the spiritual foundation of those walls was weakening. So it is with your own walls of lack. You circle your Jericho of debt and limitation with your faith-filled words. Each repetition weakens the stronghold of fear. Each declaration chips away at the mortar of past programming, until on the 7th day, the final powerful vibration of your spoken word collapses every barrier, and your blessing is released into your waiting hands. 7 is persistence. 7 is trust. 7 is the sound of victory. Your subconscious mind, that faithful servant, is deeply, profoundly impressed by repetition. To speak the psalm once may stir a moment of inspiration, but to speak it for 7 consecutive days imprints it permanently upon the soul. Each day deepens the groove of truth within your consciousness, replacing the old, worn-out patterns of fear with the new, divine patterns of faith and abundance. By the 7th day, your entire inner being, your mind, your emotions, your cellular structure, has been saturated with the vibration of divine supply. You have fundamentally shifted your frequency, and in that shift, the outer world, which is but a mirror, must reflect the change that has taken place within you. The number 7 also represents a profound spiritual cleansing. Remember Naaman. He was not healed after the first dip, nor the second, nor the 6th. He was commanded to dip 7 times, and only on the 7th dip did his flesh become as whole and new as a child's. Why? Because the sacred process of 7 completes the cleansing. The first few dips may wash away the surface layer of doubt. The next few wash away the deeper stains of fear and resentment. By the seventh dip, every energetic and psychological barrier to his healing was gone. So it is with your finances. Speaking the psalm for 7 days washes away the accumulated thought forms of poverty, one layer at a time. Each day you speak it, fear loosens its icy grip on your heart. Each day you declare it, doubt is washed away by the living water of the word. By the seventh day, the cleansing is complete, and the glorious truth of your inherent abundance stands revealed, clear and shining. And finally, 7 is the number of rest. On the seventh day, God rested, not from weariness, but from completion. When you faithfully speak the psalm for 7 days, you are led into that same divine rest. You no longer strive in your own strength. You no longer worry and manipulate circumstances. You no longer labor in the energy of fear. You rest. You rest in the calm, deep assurance that the word you have spoken has already accomplished its purpose. This rest is not inactivity. It is the highest form of activity. It is divine confidence. To rest is to know, with every fiber of your being, that God has gone before you to make the crooked places straight. To rest is to know that doors are opening, provision is flowing, and your supply is already here, now. When you align with the sacred number 7, you align with the cycles of divine timing. So many people attempt to force manifestation in their own anxious timing, and in doing so, they disrupt the natural unfolding. The 7-day practice teaches you to surrender. It teaches you that true, lasting prosperity does not come by anxiety or struggle, but by obedience to spiritual law and faith in the process. You release the how, you release the when, and you allow divine order to bring forth supply in its own perfect rhythm, its own perfect way. Every day of the 7 has its own spiritual significance. Day 1 represents faith. The seed is planted. Day 2 represents trust. The root takes hold in the dark. Day 3 represents growth. There is movement beneath the surface. Day 4 represents strength. Stability is being established. Day 5 represents grace. Favor begins to multiply. Day 6 represents readiness. The blessing is about to break through. Day 7 represents fulfillment, completion, manifestation, and divine rest. As you move through these 7 days, you are not just repeating words. You are moving through a sacred spiritual journey that ends in the fullness of your blessing. The angelic realms themselves operate in cycles of 7. 7 trumpets, 7 stars, 7 churches. Heaven's divine order is established in 7s. To speak the psalm for 7 days is to place yourself in perfect alignment with this angelic and cosmic rhythm. It is as though you are stepping into the same divine vibration that governs the universe, aligning your purpose carries within it the vibration of eternity. It is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. When you complete the 7-day cycle of speaking the psalm, you are not merely reciting words. You are entering into a covenant of completion with the divine. You are affirming that your financial breakthrough is not a mere possibility, but a divine certainty. For the same God who completed creation in 7 days is completing your miracle in his own perfect order. The appearance of lack is always, always temporary. But the law of 7 ensures its end. Poverty cannot stand before the rhythm of divine completion. Delay cannot resist the power of sacred spiritual cycles. When you speak the psalm for 7 days, you are declaring the end of delay, the end of struggle, the end of unfinished prayers. You are standing firmly in the vibration of completion. And completion is manifestation. The power of 7 is the power of perseverance. So many souls stop on the 6th day. not realizing that the final glorious breakthrough was about to unfold with the next sunrise. But those who remain faithful to the end of the cycle see the fullness of the blessing. Speaking the psalm for 7 days in succession is a spiritual test of your faithfulness. Do you believe enough to persist, even when you see no outward evidence? Do you trust enough to complete the cycle? For those who do, the 7th day always brings revelation. It always brings release. It always brings the miracle into full, glorious view. Every psalm is a key fashioned not by human hands, but by divine inspiration. It is a doorway into a higher consciousness. Within each verse, within each sacred word, lies a hidden vibration, a specific frequency that unlocks spiritual law and dissolves the illusions of fear and lack. To the unawakened eye, a psalm may appear as beautiful poetry, as words strung together in ancient reverence. But to the awakened soul, a psalm is a living key. It is a divine code that, when spoken with faith, opens treasures hidden in the unseen realms of spirit. And you must understand, keys are meant to open doors. The psalm you speak is the key to the very doors that appear to be closed and locked in your life. The door of financial freedom, the door of divine opportunity, the door of unlimited provision. These doors do not open by human effort and struggle alone. They open when the right key is turned in the lock. The psalm is that key. It carries the exact vibrational frequency needed to dissolve the energetic barriers of doubt and fear, and release the blessings that are waiting for you. When you take a psalm upon your lips, you are not merely reciting history. You are activating eternal truth. You are aligning your personal energy field with the universal law of supply, the law of abundance, the law of divine provision. Each line is a divine decree that cancels the false evidence of lack your senses may be reporting and affirms the ultimate reality of God's overflowing, infinite goodness. The psalm is not passive. It is active. It is alive. It is creative. Consider this. In the material world, a key is a very small thing, yet it can unlock massive, heavy doors to a vast treasury. The same is true spiritually. One psalm, spoken in quiet faith in your bedroom, has the power to open doors that years of frantic struggle could not budge. One psalm, faithfully repeated, can shift the entire course of your financial destiny. One psalm, spoken as a divine decree, can collapse the walls of resistance you have built around your own good and usher in miracles beyond your imagination. The psalm is a key because it holds within it divine authority. It is not your word alone, spoken from a place of human weakness and doubt. It is God's word, spoken through you. When you speak it, you are not pleading or begging from the outside. You are commanding from the inside, according to divine law. You are not hoping vaguely for some good to come your way. You are unlocking specifically the good that is already yours by divine right. Just as a physical key is cut with specific grooves to fit a particular lock, so each psalm is spiritually designed to address particular needs. The psalm of provision unlocks supply. The psalm of protection unlocks safety. The psalm of guidance unlocks wisdom. When you speak the psalm for 7 days, you are turning the key again and again in the lock. Each repetition strengthens your faith. Each declaration chisels away at the rust of old resistance. Each day aligns you more perfectly with the divine law you are invoking. At first, the lock may seem stiff, rusted by years of doubt, fear, and negative programming. But persistence is the power that turns the key. And by the 7th day, the tumblers align, the mechanism gives way, and the door swings open, revealing the treasures that have been long prepared and waiting for you. The psalm is also a key because it bypasses the noisy, argumentative intellect and speaks directly to the soul. Your conscious mind may argue, it may question, it may bring up all the evidence of why this can't possibly work. But the psalm carries a sacred vibration that slips right past the guards of human reasoning and imprints divine truth directly upon the subconscious. You may not fully understand with your intellect why it works, just as you may not understand the complex mechanics of a tumbler lock. But when you use the key, the door opens, whether you comprehend the engineering or not. The psalm does not require your intellectual approval. It requires your faithful use. Hidden within the psalms are divine codes, the rhythm of the words, the repetition of phrases, the poetic cadence. All of it is intentional. Each word was chosen not only for its meaning, but for its vibration. When spoken aloud, the psalm produces a powerful resonance within your body, your spirit, and your immediate environment. It literally shifts the frequency of the atmosphere around you, cleansing it of lack and aligning it with abundance. It calls forth the divine pattern of infinite supply, dissolving the false, temporary pattern of lack. The psalm as a key also reveals its power through affirmation. When you speak, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," you are affirming a spiritual law that overrides all physical appearances. You may see bills piled on your table. You may feel the heavy weight of debt on your shoulders. You may fear the uncertainty of tomorrow. But when you speak the psalm, you insert the key of truth into the lock of appearances. You declare, "Want is an illusion, for the Lord is my shepherd," and the lock of lack is undone. Of course, every key must be used in the right way. A key cannot unlock a door if it remains in your pocket or hanging on a hook. Likewise, a psalm cannot unlock your abundance if it remains unread on the page of a book. It must be taken. It must be spoken. It must be declared and affirmed with faith. When you lift the words off the page and breathe them to life with your own voice, the key is turned. The spiritual mechanism moves and the door begins to yield. The psalm is also a key of remembrance. In moments of fear, when your mind is clouded with worry and the world seems dark, the psalm brings you back to the light of truth. It reminds you of God's unwavering promises. It reminds you that your provision is not earned through anxious toil alone, but is received through joyful alignment with divine law. Speaking the psalm for 7 days is like returning again and again to the locked door, never forgetting for a moment that you carry the key in your hand. Fear says, "The door is locked forever. There is no way through." Faith holds up the key and says, "No, I have the key, and this door must open." The psalm, as a spiritual key, reveals a profound truth. Abundance is not something you must chase or create from scratch. It is something you must unlock. The supply already exists. The solutions are already here. The wealth is already prepared, waiting for you behind the door of spirit. Your job is not to build the treasury. Your job is to use the key. And the psalm, spoken with faith, is the precise, divinely crafted key that fits the lock. Imagine you are standing before a great ancient treasury. Inside are gold, silver, precious stones, and wealth beyond your wildest measure. The door is thick and solid, and it is shut, but the key rests in the palm of your hand. That treasury is the infinite abundance of God, already prepared for you. That psalm is the key in your hand. All that is required is for you to step forward, insert the key, and turn it, to speak it, to believe it. And as you do, the great door of the treasury swings open, pouring forth an endless stream of supply into every area of your life. The key of the psalm also works silently and unseen. Just as a key turns the tumblers of a lock in the hidden darkness, so the psalm shifts realities in the invisible realm. You may not see movement on the first day or the second, but be assured the unseen mechanism is turning. Opportunities are being prepared for you. Helpers are being sent on their way. Ideas are being downloaded into your mind. Debts are being mysteriously canceled in the ether. Doors are being unlocked. The psalm does its work silently, invisibly, powerfully, until suddenly the door swings wide, and what was once locked away is now fully and gloriously revealed. Finally, keys carry authority. When you hold the key to a house, you do not stand at the door begging to be let in. You do not plead with a lock. You walk up with confidence, insert the key, and turn it, knowing it will open. The psalm gives you that same spiritual authority. It transforms your prayers from weak begging into powerful decreeing. You no longer stand outside your good, shivering in the cold of fear. You stand with the key of truth in your hand and declare with quiet, unshakable conviction, "This door of abundance must open, for I hold the key of God's eternal word." This is not a key you use once and then discard. It becomes your lifelong access to the divine treasury. Once you discover the profound power of speaking the word, you realize that no door is ever permanently locked to you again. Every time lack tries to appear, you reach again for the key. Every time fear whispers its lies, you turn again to the psalm, and each and every time the door yields. For the word of God is eternal, and the key never loses its power. The psalm is not merely read, it is lived. As you speak it for 7 days, you begin to embody its truth. The words are no longer just sounds outside of you. They become a part of you. They vibrate in your bones. You become the psalm itself, walking in a calm, powerful assurance of its truth. You become the living key, unlocking abundance wherever you go. The psalm shapes your vibration until your very presence carries the authority to open doors for yourself and for others. Let us now speak of the great shift, the journey from the shadowlands of fear into the sunlit fields of faith. Fear is the great thief of mankind. It is the silent plunderer of our divine inheritance. It robs the soul of peace. It blinds the eyes to opportunity. And it shackles the hands that are meant to joyfully receive the abundance of the universe. Fear whispers its chilling stories in the dark of night. It whispers of lack, of insufficiency, of not enoughness. It paints vivid, terrifying images of bills unpaid, doors slammed shut, and futures bleak and uncertain. Yet here is the secret that sets you free. Fear is not truth. It is a shadow. And a shadow, no matter how large or frightening it may appear, is simply the absence of light. It has no power, no substance, no reality of its own. And like any shadow, it disappears the instant you shine a light upon it. Faith is that light. Where fear says, "There is not enough," faith declares, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." Where fear says, "You are going to lose everything," faith calmly responds, "No good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly." Fear creates lack in the imagination, but faith creates supply in reality. To shift from fear to faith is to make the most important journey of your life. It is to consciously step out of the cold shadow and into the warm, life-giving sunlight. It is to move from the bondage of worry into the freedom of trust, from the cramped consciousness of scarcity into the wide-open vista of overflow. Every psalm you speak is a bridge across the chasm from fear to faith. When fear presses upon your heart, when the frantic drumbeat of worry repeats itself in your mind, the psalm comes as a divine interruption. It breaks the hypnotic cycle of fearful thought. It lovingly but firmly replaces the low, heavy vibration of anxiety with the high, clear vibration of truth. Each sacred word becomes another rung on the ladder, lifting you out of the dark pit of anxiety and into the magnificent heights of divine assurance. Speaking the psalm aloud is not simply recitation, it is an act of alchemical transformation. It shifts your entire inner climate from a raging storm to a peaceful stillness, from darkness to light, from trembling to triumph. Fear is magnetic. This is a law you must understand. What one dreads one draws. When a soul constantly says, "I'm so afraid of losing my money," that fear becomes a powerful creative decree. Circumstances then rush to align with that decree. Fear plants seeds of poverty in the fertile subconscious, and the inevitable harvest of lack appears in physical reality. But faith, thank God, is also magnetic, and it is infinitely more powerful. What one expects with faith, one attracts. When the heart says, with quiet conviction, "God is my unfailing infinite supply," that faith becomes a divine decree. Channels of provision, seen and unseen, immediately begin to open. Faith plants seeds of abundance in the subconscious, and the harvest is always plentiful. The psalm is the sacred tool that allows you to re-landscape the garden of your mind. It is the holy instrument that gently but effectively pulls out the choking weeds of fear by their very roots and plants in their place the magnificent fruit-bearing seeds of faith. Fear is born of seeing only with the physical eyes. It looks at the bank account statement, the stack of bills, the empty wallet, and it concludes, "There is not enough." But faith looks beyond the visible into the realm of truth. Faith sees with the inner eye, the eye of the soul. Faith declares that true supply does not come from numbers on a page, but from the infinite, inexhaustible storehouse of God. Faith knows that your provision is not limited by your salary, by the economy, or by any outer circumstance. It flows freely, eternally, from the one divine source. The psalm, when spoken daily, teaches your soul to see with the eyes of faith. It trains your inner vision to look past the temporary illusion of appearances and behold the eternal truth of divine supply. When you speak, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" you are affirming a spiritual reality that makes fear an impossibility. You are declaring that divine light exposes every illusion of lack, and divine salvation delivers you from every shadow of worry. Fear trembles before faith-filled words. The moment you speak truth into a fearful situation, the fear begins to dissolve. It cannot remain where faith is declared, for light and darkness cannot occupy the same space at the same time. You must choose one. The psalm is your choice for light. Fear often disguises itself as practical virtues. It calls itself caution, logic, or realism. It says, be careful, be reasonable, prepare for the worst just in case. Yet hidden within these sensible-sounding whispers is a deep-seated doubt in God's willingness and ability to provide. Faith does not deny the reality of the bills on the table. It transcends it. Faith says, though appearances show lack, I know that God's infinite abundance is at hand and is my present reality. Faith is not reckless. It is resolute. It stands upon the word of God as upon a solid rock, unmoved by the howling winds of circumstance. The psalm anchors you to this rock of faith so that fear's waves crash against it and fall away, powerless. Shifting from fear to faith is not always an instantaneous event. Just as the dawn gradually, gently pushes back the darkness of the night, so faith gradually pushes back fear with each spoken word. The first day you speak the psalm, fear may still whisper its lies in the corners of your mind. The second day, its voice grows a little weaker. The third, it is but a faint murmur. By the seventh day, the sun of faith has risen fully in your consciousness, and the shadows of fear are silenced. Repetition is the sacred tool of this transformation. Each recitation of the psalm strengthens faith's hold upon your soul until it becomes your new, unshakable reality. Fear contracts, faith expands. When fear rules the consciousness, the body tightens, the mind narrows, and possibilities seem few and far between. But when faith reigns, the spirit opens, the mind broadens, and opportunities multiply in every direction. Fear says, there is no way. Faith says, God makes a way where there is no way. Fear sees walls. Faith sees doors. Fear sees impossibility. Faith sees miracles. By speaking the psalm, you are consciously choosing expansion over contraction, faith over fear, miracles over limitations. Fear drains your life force energy. It is utterly exhausting. It forces the soul to run on a treadmill, replaying imagined disasters over and over again. But faith restores energy. It fills the heart with a quiet joy, a deep peace, and a thrilling expectancy. Fear weighs heavily upon the spirit, but faith gives the spirit wings. The psalm is your divine tool to shift from weight to wings, to exchange the heaviness of worry for the lightness of being. When you declare, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life," you lift your soul from the crushing burden of fear into the exhilarating freedom of faith. Fear is a prison, but faith is the key. So many precious souls live locked in the cold, damp cell of financial worry. They spend their days rehearsing lack in their minds, expecting loss and disappointment at every turn. Yet the door of that prison has been unlocked the entire time. The psalm's the key, resting in your hand. Speak it, and the heavy door swings wide. Step out into the sunlight of faith, and freedom is yours. Ultimately, fear is the belief in a power apart from God. It is the terrifying idea that something, a person, a circumstance, the economy can harm you, block your supply, or defeat you. But faith knows the ultimate truth. There is no power apart from God. Faith says, "If God be for me, who can be against me?" Faith knows with absolute certainty that nothing and no one can stop what God has ordained for your life. The psalm is the very voice of faith, reminding you again and again that God's power is supreme, that no shadow can overcome the light, and that no appearance of lack can withstand the tidal wave of abundance that flows from divine law. Fear clings desperately to the past and worries anxiously for the future. Faith rests peacefully in the now. Fear replays yesterday's failures and imagines tomorrow's troubles. Faith says, "Now is the acceptable time. Today is the day of salvation." Speaking the psalm brings you fully into the eternal present moment, the only place where God's supply can be experienced. It reminds you that abundance is not a promise for tomorrow, but a reality for today. Fear divides the mind. Faith unites it. A mind divided between doubt and belief wavers, and this wavering delays manifestation. But when the mind is united in a single stream of faith, manifestation is swift and sure. The psalm unites the mind. Each line, spoken aloud, gathers your scattered, fearful thoughts, dissolves the clouds of doubt, and anchors your belief in the solid ground of truth. In this sacred unity of mind and spirit, miracles are birthed. Shifting from fear to faith is the greatest financial strategy you will ever learn. It is not found in the marketplace, nor in the banks, nor in the complex opinions of men. It is found in the quiet sanctuary of the heart that dares to believe God's word over every appearance. It is found in the courageous voice that dares to speak the psalm until fear is utterly and permanently silenced, and the triumphant song of faith resounds through every chamber of your being. Fear says, "I cannot." Faith says, "With God, all things are possible." Fear says, "I will surely fail." Faith says, "The Lord is my strength and my shield." Fear says, "I am all alone in this struggle." Faith says, "Surely I am with you always, even unto the end of the world." Let us now walk across the final bridge, the golden bridge of expectancy, which leads directly to manifestation. Expectation is the radiant, shimmering bridge that connects the invisible world of spirit to the visible world of form. It is the bridge between your heartfelt prayer and your joyful possession, between the divine promise and its glorious fulfillment. To expect is to stand with your hands open and your heart ready, knowing, not hoping, not wishing, but knowing that what has been spoken in faith shall surely come to pass. Without expectation, your words, even sacred ones, fall empty, like seeds scattered on stone. But with expectation, every word you speak becomes alive. It becomes a potent seed planted in the most fertile soil, a seed that must bear fruit. When you speak your psalm for 7 days, it is not enough to repeat it mechanically, like a robot. You must breathe the fire of expectancy into it. You must believe, with a quiet and steady passion, that the words you are speaking are alive. You must know that the law of God is already in motion on your behalf. You must feel in your bones that your financial breakthrough is not some distant, hazy dream, but an imminent, approaching reality. Expectancy is the powerful magnet that draws the unseen substance of your supply into visible, tangible form. It is the open door through which abundance joyfully enters your life. Let us be very clear. Expectation is not wishing. Wishing is weak. Wishing is passive. Wishing carries within it the shadow of doubt, the quiet, fearful whisper that perhaps, just perhaps, the prayer will not be answered. Expectation is certainty. It is the unwavering, peaceful knowing that what you have declared according to divine law is already yours in the realm of spirit, and is now on its way to you in the realm of form. Expectation does not look around nervously for evidence. It does not constantly check the tracking number. It rests in the calm, joyful assurance that the evidence is already on its way. The Bible tells us that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Expectancy is that very substance. It is that unseen evidence. It is the invisible proof in your own heart that inevitably manifests as visible results in your world. Every great miracle in history began with expectation. The woman who was healed by touching the hem of Christ's garment expected healing before her fingers ever grazed the fabric. The centurion expected that the word spoken alone was enough to heal his servant, and it was done according to his expectation. Expectation is the very atmosphere in which miracles thrive. Without it, blessings may stand politely at your door, but you will not notice them to let them in. With it, blessings are welcomed in, embraced, and received with profound joy. To expect a financial breakthrough is to train your inner eye to see beyond the empty purse, the overdue bill, the locked opportunity. Expectation lifts your gaze from the mud of appearances to the stars of divine truth. It declares, "Though my bank account appears empty, I expect overflow. Though the way seems shut, I expect doors to fly open. Though circumstances scream of lack, my soul whispers of infinite abundance." Expectation does not deny what is seen. It sees the unseen river of supply that is already flowing, and with its powerful current of belief, it pulls that river into the banks of your own life. Expectation is a profound act of agreement with God. When you expect, you are saying with your entire being, "Yes, I agree with your word. I agree that you are my shepherd, and I shall not want. I agree that you supply all my needs according to your riches and glory. I agree that goodness and mercy are following me right now, all the days of my life." To expect is to stand in perfect harmony with heaven's decree, aligning your personal faith with the universal promise. Every day you speak the psalm, you must consciously couple it with the radiant energy of expectation. Without expectation, the psalm is a beautiful sound without substance. But with expectation, the psalm becomes a royal decree that summons supply from the four corners of the earth. Imagine planting a beautiful seed in your garden and then fully expecting nothing to grow. The very act would seem foolish and self-defeating. Yet this is what so many of us do with our words and prayers. We plant the seed and then immediately walk away in doubt, expecting failure. Expectation is the gardener's faith. It is the quiet, joyful knowing that the seed must sprout, it must blossom, it must bear fruit. It is the law. Expectation is also joy before manifestation. It is the celebration that happens before the blessing is visible. The expectant soul does not wait to feel joyful until the money arrives in the bank. It feels joyful now, knowing that the money is already on its way. Gratitude in advance is the beautiful song of expectancy. Each time you thank God for your supply before it has physically appeared, you are strengthening the golden bridge of manifestation. Thanksgiving is proof of your faith, and proof of faith opens the floodgates of supply. Expectation carries a specific vibration that calls forth provision. The anxious, worried mind repels good, but the calm, expectant heart attracts it. Expectation is like a spiritual lighthouse, sending out a steady, powerful beam of light that guides the ships of abundance safely to your shore. It is the sweet fragrance that draws opportunities to you. It is the clear signal to the universe that your blessing has a safe and welcoming place to land. The universe responds to expectancy, for it is faith made visible in your attitude, your speech, and your entire atmosphere. The psalm itself teaches expectancy. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. That word, surely, is not timid. It is not hopeful. It is profoundly expectant. It is a declaration of absolute certainty. When you speak it, you do not say, maybe goodness and mercy will follow me. You declare with royal authority, surely they shall. That is the energy of expectancy. It is not hope tinged with fear, but unshakable assurance filled with joy. When you walk in expectation, you carry yourself differently. Your words shift, your posture shifts, your entire atmosphere shifts. You no longer speak of lack. You speak of impending provision. You no longer carry the heavy burden of worry. You carry the joyful lightness of faith. Expectancy shines through you, and others can see it and feel it. People are drawn to help and bless the expectant soul. Opportunities flow toward it. Doors open before it, as if by magic. Expectancy is the aura of abundance. This precious state of expectancy must be guarded, for the old enemies of fear and doubt will seek to steal it. Negative words from others, discouraging voices from the news, and the appearance of delay will all attempt to shake your expectancy. But the soul that is anchored in the daily practice of speaking the psalm remains firm. Each day you speak it, you renew and refortify your expectation. Each day you remind yourself that God is faithful, that His word does not and cannot return void, and that your financial breakthrough is absolutely certain. Expectation is strengthened through faithful repetition until it becomes your unshakable natural state of being. To expect is to prepare. When the forecast promises rain, the wise farmer brings out a vessel to catch it. When your soul expects abundance, the wise woman prepares to receive it. This preparation is a powerful act of faith. It may be as simple as clearing out a small nagging debt with the joyful expectation of overflow. It may be opening a new bank account specifically for your expected new income. It may be speaking daily affirmations of gratitude for the supply you can't yet see. Preparation proves your expectancy to the universe. It demonstrates that you truly believe abundance is coming. And in that powerful belief, abundance flows. Expectation transforms the experience of delay into a sacred process. The soul without expectation sees delay and calls it denial. It gives up. But the expectant heart knows that delay is not denial. It is preparation. Just as a fruit takes time to ripen on the vine, so does your manifestation. Expectation trusts the divine process. It waits, not in anxiety, but in joyful patience, knowing that the blessing is maturing, that the harvest is ripening, and that at the perfectly appointed time, the supply will appear in its absolute fullness. Expectation is a choice. At every single moment of your day, You may choose to expect fear's outcome or faith's outcome. You may choose to expect lack or to expect abundance. You may choose to expect failure or to expect success. The psalm is your divine compass, constantly guiding your expectation back towards the magnetic north of truth. Each word you speak points your soul toward abundance until expecting good becomes your new, effortless, natural state. When you expect a financial breakthrough, you magnetize the very channels through which it will flow. You become exquisitely sensitive to divine guidance. You become alert to opportunities that were previously invisible to you. You become open to unexpected blessings from surprising sources. Expectancy sharpens your intuition so that when God whispers a direction, you hear it clearly. Expectancy heightens your awareness so that when a door opens, even just a crack, you step through it without hesitation. Without expectation, blessings may pass by you completely unnoticed. With expectation, nothing that is meant for you will ever be missed. Expectation is the bridge, and gratitude is the golden pavement upon it. Every thank you, spoken in advance, lays another gleaming stone on that bridge. Every joyful declaration strengthens its divine structure. The more you expect with gratitude, the stronger and more solid the bridge becomes, until your manifestation walks across it, out of the unseen and into your waiting arms, unhindered and complete. Expectation is the law of faith in glorious motion. The psalm is the word. Expectation is the belief. Manifestation is the inevitable result. Speak the psalm, expect the promise, and receive the fulfillment. Beloved soul, the psalm you speak is not mere poetry. It is a living decree. It is a divine code of abundance. It is a golden bridge between heaven's infinite storehouse and your earthly life. You have learned today that your spoken word carries the same creative power that formed the universe, shaping unseen forces into your visible supply. You have seen that the 7 days of repetition are not empty ritual, but a sacred cycle of divine completion, the sealing of heaven's promise in perfect order. You have discovered that the psalm itself is a spiritual key, capable of unlocking doors that fear and doubt once slammed shut. You have recognized the all-important shift from the shadow of fear into the light of faith, where worry dissolves and a profound peace reigns. And you have walked across the golden bridge of expectancy, knowing with a deep and joyful certainty that what you declare with faith is already on its way to you. As you commit to speaking this psalm for 7 days, remember this: it is not the length of your words, but the depth of your belief that moves mountains. Every syllable carries vibration. Every affirmation carries life. Every ounce of expectation summons manifestation. Speak it not with doubt, but with certainty. Speak it not as a beggar pleading for crumbs, but as a beloved child of the King, calmly and confidently claiming the inheritance that has always been yours. See yourself already supplied. See the doors swinging wide open. See the debts dissolving into nothingness. See opportunities multiplying around you. See the divine channels of your good opening, pouring forth more than you can possibly receive. Let your heart be filled with gratitude now, not later. Let thanksgiving be your song before the harvest arrives. For in the realm of spirit, the realm of truth, the harvest is already yours. For 7 days you speak, but the vibration you create continues far beyond those days. The words you release will echo realms, divine substance to take form, compelling blessings to flow to you, calling money, provision, opportunity, and every good thing into your waiting hands. The psalm is alive. It works for you even when you rest. It moves on your behalf even when you are still. Hold fast in faith. Expect with unshakable joy. Stand in the calm assurance of the law. For the same God who so lovingly made you has also, with the same love, made your infinite supply. And he withholds no good thing from you. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow you. Surely abundance shall overtake you. Surely, your financial breakthrough is your divine right, and it is unfolding for you now. Leave a comment below and declare with me, I am ready to lead my subconscious. Now take a soft breath and ask your soul this one powerful question. What is the first truth you will speak into being?